Night falls and a few taverns on the street remain lit. Inside a small tavern, the atmosphere is electric and cheers erupt continuously. The dragon-slaying squad clinks glasses. They didn't expect to actually defeat it. Are almost all the monsters wiped out? Has it really been 6 years since we last returned? Did you hear? In the story of the dragon-slaying squad, 4 heroes achieved great feats. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, a man is deep in thought, swirling a wine glass in his hand. The man sits shirtless on a chair in silence. Looking out the window, suddenly a voice sounds from behind. It's quite gloomy in here. What are you doing? Why are you drinking alone in a pitch-black room? No matter how bad your mood is, you are a hero. You can't be like this. The man sitting there is Calisi. He curls his lips into a smirk. How can our hatred be forgotten just with wine? What is the result of the mana search? Hearing the question, the man who just entered, Liu Miu, flinches slightly and responds hesitantly. The frenzied dragon's power isn't fully absorbed yet. Give me a little more time. Calisi stands up and looks down through the glass, his voice rising. Give more time, of course. After all, there are no clues. We've been searching for years. Liu Miu's cloak flutters in the wind. He stands silently, looking at the back of Calisi, the man who killed him. His face reveals no expression. Suddenly, Liu Miu notices something beside him. It is a suitcase containing a few sets of clothes and a small stuffed rabbit. Liu Miu places his hand on his chest, his face pale. I must get revenge. It is now midnight. A few places on the street are still lit. Calisi is tying a ribbon over his eyes when someone calls him. Calisi, no matter what happens, okay? Even if nothing is wrong, you must contact me. I'm ready to help with anything. Calisi smiles faintly in response. Hupilin, thank you. Hupilin looks at him with sincere admiration. You are the hero who saved the world. It's an honor to be in the slaying squad with you. If you didn't have a fiancé, I would have even introduced my granddaughter to you. At his teasing, Calisi replies awkwardly, No need, it's fine. Hupilin stands by the carriage, opening the door to invite him in. In short, take care. The carriage rolls away. Hupilin stands there watching for a while. Sitting in the carriage, Calisi mutters, What's the use of saving the whole world? I couldn't save that person. Meanwhile, in the room from before, only Liu Miu remains standing dazed. His face is hidden between shadow and light. He mutters to himself, I really want to see you, Li, since a moment ago. Liu Miu has been staring at the stuffed rabbit he saw earlier in Calisi's suitcase. He carefully picks it up. Liu Miu kneels on the ground, stroking the rabbit and telling himself, Very soon I will find the human who killed you. I will do it with my own hands. This story wasn't supposed to be like this. Soon the sun rises and the sky is clear and peaceful. Many people gather at a bookstall. The owner excitedly promotes his wares. Come on, everyone, buy now. This is the book recording the achievements of the Dragon Slaying Squad. It includes exclusive interviews and portraits inside. Many buy the book. 1 gold coin each. Sell me one. Here is your book, sir. After getting the book, the buyer immediately opens it on the street, reading and wondering, what is this? It doesn't look like them at all. The introduction is also full of made-up stories. Anyway, everyone worked hard. I really want to see everyone, just like before. Now it's written as a story of someone struggling to escape a deathly fate and a resentful childhood friend. A memory flashes in the stranger's mind. Behind the cloak, her identity is Li. Is it you? You killed my friend after killing the crown prince and becoming the sole queen. Did you think you'd live a life of luxury? At that time, Liu Miu coldly sentenced her. You killed Li Aalalia. Jellyfight looks at her with eyes full of hatred. Calisi's brow is furrowed. Even with the blindfold, his rage is clear. Aasika is no different. He says cruelly, We will absolutely never forgive you. Lelia Aalalia. Lelia is in a panic. She wants to explain but cannot speak. It's not what you think. Suddenly, a mark appears on her neck. It is like a speech-restricting curse binding her, preventing her from speaking. I cannot tell any truth. The person you know is Li Aalalia, and the one you shared precious memories with is Li Aalalia. Now, he is no longer in this world. Even so, why must I die at the hands of my childhood friend at the divine neutral zone? The CRS Holy Land. Time rewinds several years. At that time, nuns lead children on a tour of the Holy Land. Suddenly, someone screams. Someone fell into the lake. It's Crown Prince Li Aalalia. Liu Mu doesn't hesitate for a second and lunges forward. I'll save him. Kalisi and Aasika just watch him. A moment later, Liu Mu pulls the person to shore. A nun kneels in a hurry, shouting anxiously, His Highness Crown Prince Lealalia. Liu Mu looks frantic. He supports Lelia and shouts at the nun, He swallowed a lot of water, do something. She immediately activates a magic circle. The nun places her hand on Li's stomach. She begins to vomit the lake water. After first aid, the nun looks back and says to the other, I used divine power, but His Highness's body temperature is still very low. They panic and shout to each other, quickly move him to the infirmary and prepare warm. Water. At this moment, Lelia's eyes snap open, looking. Completely alert, she shouts, I'm fine. She sits up, her clothes soaking wet and clinging to her body as she shivers. Thank you, I'm fine now. Let me be alone. While, back at her palace, Lelia immediately strips off the soaked clothes. She sits in the hot bath, muttering. To herself, it's okay now, nothing will happen, she thinks. No one saw me, so I won't die. It's so cold, so tiring. But why? Why does it feel like I've endured this kind of pain alone before? Right back then I always had to lie on a hospital bed, barely able to do anything. I could only read romance novels or play games. In her previous life, Lelia was a modern human. She lay in a hospital bed, tapping on her phone. Add this ingredient and this one recovery potion complete. Now I can heal. The girl in the village, in the game, anything is possible. By gathering materials, whether it's money or life, I can control it as I wish. Lelia tilts her head to look out the window, her voice sad, a complete contrast to reality. I can only wait for my life to end. At this moment, she wins the level on her phone. Lelia mutters again, if I could be reborn, I want to live in the world of this game. I prayed for that, but if my wish was to be granted, why not do it properly? What the hell is this? Although being reborn is already amazing, why not enter the game but instead fall into a world outside the game? This is the world of a romance novel I read in my previous life, and I am currently this person. She holds a mirror and grits her teeth, wondering why she became this character. Lealalia, suddenly. Shouts come from outside. His Highness Lealalia, Prince Lealalia, about. Your health, do you feel any better? Li turns her face toward the door and nods slightly. She calls out. To the outside, I'm really fine, I just want to be alone for a while. The servants, not wanting to disturb her, prepare to leave. Yes, we understand. If you need anything, please call us. Lelia breathes a sigh of relief. She leans back on the bed, her hand on her forehead. The crown prince of the Olaria Empire almost lost his life. If the higher-ups find out, they won't escape death. Their anxiety is understandable. Fortunately, thanks to the holy power of the priest, his life was saved. Lelia purses her lips, feeling uneasy. She looks at the mark on her palm. But since this is an unimportant side character, the novel doesn't write anything in detail about the crown prince. Will this be another quiet, hidden life? The current emperor of the Olaria Empire is Ladiosi Ealalia. His sister, Princess Ailasi, has passed away, but while she was alive, she fell in love with a commoner guardian knight. That person is the owner of this body, Lelia Ealalia. Her father is a commoner. Her mother is Princess Ailasi. Soon after Lelia was born, the princess died amidst the internal chaos caused by the struggle for the throne. With all those factors piled up, Lelia became a forgotten royal, living in a small tower on the edge of the imperial palace, wearing ill-fitting clothes because she was too frail, with a few maids preparing meager meals. Life is hard but peaceful until Emperor Ladiosi appears. Lelia is summoned to the imperial palace. The old Emperor Ladiosi sits on the throne and screams in anger upon seeing her. Ailasi, that fool actually dared to give birth to a girl. He suddenly smirks, a calculating and malicious smile. He looks down at Li like a toy. Splendid. Who else knows of this child's existence? A servant answers. Other than us maids, no one knows the truth. After hearing this, Ladiosi slowly stands up. Is that so? He walks down and grabs Li's wrist tightly. Looking at the mark on her hand, he feels relieved. Yes, it really is the mark of the bloodline covenant. You truly carry the royal blood of the Olaria family, and you're even the same age as my prince, Leo. Good. Kill all these maids. Kill everyone who knows On the Dracania continent, a dragon has awakened. At that time, the one who defeated the dragon and saved the world was the Holy Emperor of the Dracania Church and 5 knights. After becoming heroes, the 5 knights established their own empires. The Holy Emperor shared the dragon's mana with them while recognizing the authority of each royal family. However, there is one condition. If one day the dragon is reborn, the knights must answer the summons of the Dracania Church and establish a bloodline covenant. Time passes. A few years ago at the edge of the continent, a frenzied dragon egg appeared. No matter the method, it cannot be destroyed. Around the egg, a dark mana radiates. Due to the influence of the dragon egg, savage monsters gradually revive, and the world falls into chaos and unrest once again. The Dracania Church is forced to summon the descendants of the 5 heroes, the emperors of the 5 empires. To prepare for the day the dragon egg hatches, they will order the royal descendants to gather at the holy sanctuary, which will be responsible for raising and training them. Thus, the descendants of the heroes, 5 children bearing the covenant. Mark received the summons from the holy sanctuary. After disposing of the previous maids, Lady Osi draws his sword and cuts off Lelia's long hair. Those people from the Dracania Church, we finally get to remove the thorn in our side and ascend the throne. Although the holy sanctuary is a neutral zone, the possibility of assassination cannot be ruled out. How can I let my only son go to such a dangerous place? Do you understand? From this moment on, you are the crown prince of the Oleria Empire, Ealalia. Now, thinking back to that time, Lelia grits her teeth in resentment. This matter, that hateful emperor, what have you done to a poor girl like me? No matter how you put it, you're making me enter the holy sanctuary on behalf of the crown prince. I was also a fool. Just because he gave me a bunch of delicious food, I obediently listened. To the emperor, there was no choice. At that time, I was so hungry my stomach was burning. If things go according to the original plot, I will live a life of misery. Soon, due to a careless slip, I'll fall into the imperial city lake and drown. Conversely, the time I spend in the Holy Land is relatively safe. Even if I seek help, I cannot reveal my identity as Li. If I accidentally speak out, the silence magic placed by the Emperor will immediately activate. I'll vomit blood and die in agony. Lelia Ealalia seems to be at a dead end. She mutters to herself, "There is nothing to be happy about. Isn't this just like my previous life, trembling in the shadow of death, helplessly waiting for fate to take over? In a story written by someone else, must I sit still and wait for death again? That cannot happen. The body I've just possessed is only 7-year-old Lelia Ealalia. There is still time." Thinking of this, Lelia Ealalia suddenly regains her resolve. She confidently reassures herself, "I know the plot of this story. Avoiding drowning isn't hard. I just need to stay away from the lake." Her eyes flash with determination. For now, she must focus on surviving here for the next 3 years. Absolutely no one can discover she is a fake. The next day, the weather is beautiful. Lelia Ealalia wakes up early and gets ready to tour the Holy Land. Her face shows a hint of unnatural tension. A small matter like this should be nothing. She is unaware that someone is watching her from behind. It is Liumiu Liushibili. He leans against a tree, watching her while deep in thought. Inside the CRS Holy Land, besides children bearing the contract marks of the 4 great families, there are noble descendants from other nations living together. Lelia Ealalia weaves through the crowds, trying to keep her distance from everyone. Since they'll eventually join the dragon-slaying squad, everyone is busy making connections early. Ranking and status are strictly forbidden here, and they occasionally participate in activities like athletic festivals. Aside from daily prayer time, life here is quite comfortable. Compared to her previous situation, this is heaven. Most importantly, Lelia Ealalia clenches her hands, trembling with anticipation. Whenever she goes to the dining hall, she can eat delicious food. Ahead, 2 girls walk close together and whisper, "I'm not used to the food here. It's true, it takes so much effort just to do my hair every morning. When I first came here, it was my first time washing my own hair. Why aren't we allowed to bring maids? Every day we have to wear the exact same uniform. I'm sick of it. Me too, I miss my gorgeous gowns." Overhearing their conversation, Lee looks down at her clothes and sighs. "I think it's fine. It's actually very comfortable. Is it because I used to wear nothing but rags?" to prepare for the war against the frenzied dragon. Princes and nobles all reside in this holy land. However, the novel barely mentions their life here. Because the Holy Land is not the main setting of the story, it's only mentioned briefly. There is a 3-year gap where neither the male lead nor the female lead appears. There's no mention of how Leah lived. After replacing Crown Prince Leah to enter the Holy Land, Lelia walks inside, thinking. In the story, Leah drowns in the Imperial Palace Lake, so the 3 years. Here should be safe, for now I'll just live properly. But honestly, drowning by slipping into a lake. Does Lee have a brain defect? I should feel lucky I wasn't assassinated. Suddenly, a voice snaps her back to reality. Hey, are you okay now? Lelia turns in confusion toward the speaker, Luashibili. He rests his chin on his hand, looking at her with interest. He smiles and says, Your status looks quite good, huh? Lealia's cheeks involuntarily turn red. This kid is Luashibili. He places a hand on his chest, smirks, and continues, Yesterday you fell into the lake and almost drowned. I'm the one who saved you, you know? Lelia only manages a forced smile and a vague response. Of course, I remember, thank you. Suddenly she dazes out, eyes wide as she stares at the person in front of her, that handsome blonde. Boy is Luashibili, the prince of the Roseberry Empire. He is one of the main characters of the dragon-slaying squad and was supposed to belong to the female lead from the start. In other words, he is a crucial character in the original work. If I remember correctly, he is supposed to be very gentle and elegant. Seeing Lee staring blankly, Luashibili speaks up. Hey, don't just stare at me without saying anything. Are you mute? Lelia tries to maintain her smile. Thank you truly. But Luashibili pushes his luck. Oh boy, just thanks. Is that all? Aren't you the crown prince? A few words of thanks and you're done, or is thank you the only thing you know how to say? Seeing Luashibili's current scheming and mischievous demeanor, Lelia can hardly believe it. She begins to feel angry. Gentle, elegant, I can't see that at all. She eventually yields to Luashibili's whim. What do you want me to do? He smiles in response. Naturally, when prayer time comes later, the priests will look for me. Just tell them I went to your room to play and fell asleep. Remember to say you were too shy to wake me up. Hearing this, Lelia's face falls. I thought you wanted real help, but you're just asking me to help you skip class. Luashibili sees her attitude and begins to lecture. You're usually so well-behaved and exemplary, plus you're the crown prince, everyone will believe what you say. So, Lelia reluctantly responds, fine. Luashibili giggles at her. Really? I think we talk quite well together. Don't we? She glances to the side, her cheeks red with embarrassment. She grumbles inwardly. Even though his eating manners are elegant, his personality is truly trash. While I'm here, I need to take the chance to eat as much as possible. After all, I'm only at the Holy Land for 3 years. Once I return to the Empire, it'll probably be back to starving. Suddenly, Luashibili remembers something and asks Lee, by the way, do you have a pattern on your palm? I'm really curious. Do you really have one? Can I see it? She hesitantly agrees. Sure. She opens her palm to show Luashibili. He looks at the mark on his own palm and says, does everyone really have one? Suddenly, both freeze and simultaneously turn their gaze. Forward, the female students are staring in one direction, all blushing strangely, which sparks Lelia's curiosity. What's going on? Is that child? Everyone there, including her and Luashibili, is marveling at a very handsome boy with a cold, distant aura. Jelly fight Nia? Luashibili suddenly straightens up, his expression souring. Jelly fight, I hate that name. Hearing him say that, Lelia wonders curiously. Hate him? Why? He's the teammate who will join you in the dragon-slaying squad. He's the young prince of the Nija Empire, the future emperor of Nija, and also the strongest holy knight in history. Despite his cold personality, his appearance is stunning. To think he doesn't get along with Luashibili at this point. Luashibili rests his chin on his hand, complaining to Lelia. Furthermore, he's both petty and stupid. Lelia doesn't respond but notices another person sitting quietly, eating alone. This child, silver hair, red eyes. Is that Ayasika Hyluxibo? He's a bit older than me. But his stature is even smaller, so this is what he looked like as a kid. He looks weak now, but later he'll become the one readers call the Mad Emperor. Liu Miu Liushibli continues, his endless chatter pointing in another direction, and him, Calisi Asika, Lelia Aeolalia. Follows his gaze, Calisi the grandson of the emperor of the Aska Empire, and the one who sacrifices the most after. Defeating the frenzied dragon. What's wrong with this kid? Everyone he hates as a main character, has he already identified his love rivals for the female lead. In the end, the female lead ends up with her childhood friend. And all these guys get dumped. Seeing Lee's silence, Liu Miu Liushibli asks, well, you hate them too, right? I'm your friend. If I hate someone, you have to hate them too. Don't you have a brain? Hearing these unreasonable words, Lelia Aeolalia feels very annoyed. Who wants to be your friend? I'm grateful you saved me from drowning, but I have no intention of being your friend. She gives a fake smile and replies, I think they look fine. Hearing this, Liu Miu Liushibli turns away in a huff, distancing himself from her. You're so dull. Lelia Aeolalia doesn't care about his reaction. I, on the contrary, am very happy. My goal is to live a quiet life in this temple and return safely to the Empire. I don't want to get involved with the protagonists. What if I get dragged in and die? Living as a minor supporting character is enough for now. To achieve this, she must not get involved. With them, after breakfast, everyone begins to move, while passing a corner of the Holy Land, quite a few people are gathered there. Lelia Aeolalia's face turns grim. In the corner, Aesika seems to be getting bullied. His eyes are wide and tears stream down his face. This time she is truly determined to stay away. The crowd sees Aesika sitting there and starts gossiping. What's wrong? Why is he like that? Is his name Aesika? Faced with the gossip, he trembles and cries. Next, Aesika weeps in agony, covering his face with both hands. Suddenly, a mysterious sound echoes. What are you doing? Your mother is dead, yet you turn your head away. Aesika, look clearly with those cursed eyes. Do you know why your eyes are red? It's because they are stained by the blood of the one who died right before your eyes. It splashed on your face and slowly dyed them red. Otherwise, why would your eyes be the only ugly ones in the royal family? You're a monster, a monster. Suddenly, a voice snaps Aesika back to his senses. Aesika, he remembers, calling out in panic, Mother! Aesika's mother lies in his arms, trembling. Aesika, it hurts so much. She is covered in countless wounds. Her hand reaches out. Aesika, save me, Aesika. He snaps back to reality when someone pushes him hard. Lelia Aeolalia is shouting, Wake up, Aesika Hyliuxibo. What you see is fake. Don't listen to them. She gazes at Aesika with determination. Her hands hold his face firmly. Look into my eyes, calm down, it is safe here, you are unharmed. Aesika looks at her in stunned silence, deeply moved. At that moment, Thesis runs over in a panic. What happened? Crown Prince Aesika? Seeing his current state, she sighs. It seems he's doing better. Finally, I've done it. Lelia Aeolalia feels helpless. Aesika's father, Emperor Hyliuxibo, killed dozens of people, including Aesika's mother, right in front of him. He called Aesika a monster for his red eyes. That emperor's voice has haunted Aesika his whole life. But in the original, a single line from the female lead, Juliana, saved him. Your eyes are very beautiful. Only because of that line was Aesika's tragic childhood redeemed. She suddenly remembers reading the novel. It's true, when reading it, she didn't feel much, but facing the real Aesika, he is so small, too thin and too fragile, no one could expect that young Aesika would be this delicate. Lelia Aeolalia remembers her own panicked shout. What are you doing? Hurry and call a medic. There was really no choice but to pretend she didn't see anything. Now she sits alone, sighing, wishing she hadn't gotten involved. Suddenly, Liu Miu Liushibli's voice startles her. You really are a heretic, aren't you? She is surprised by his appearance. Liu Miu, what? You just stood there and didn't help. Liu Miu Liushibli asks in confusion. Help? You falling into a lake and his condition are two completely different things. Li is extremely annoyed by his answer. Liu Miu Liushibli looks on blankly as she leaves coldly. Li walks away, snapping, What now? Why are you following me? He asks curiously. What was that just now? What kind of incantation did you use? She calmly explains. It's just a method to help someone calm down. He was simply having an episode. Before Lee can finish, he interrupts. Wasn't he possessed? In this world, common perception assumes that seeing invisible pain means being possessed by demons, which is why no one helped Aesika. Once or twice might be fine, but if this keeps happening during these 3 years, the Holy Land will surely suspect Aesika is possessed by evil. This was exactly the plot of Emperor Halyuxibo, ruin Aesika's reputation to elevate other princes as heirs. After some thought, she explains, there's no demon, he's just mentally traumatized and hallucinating. Don't you often have delusions too? It's similar to that. Liu Shibli is still confused, who hallucinates with their eyes open. Li calmly confirms it happens. He doesn't believe her. You're talking nonsense and being stubborn. What you're saying has no proof. For a crown prince, your level is quite low. Lelia Eolalia remains silent, then can't help but judge him. This guy is terrible. In the original plot, he pretends to be kind and gentle in front of the female lead. Aesika Halyuxibo is rumored to be possessed by a demon, yet you don't understand his feelings. You and Aesika Halyuxibo are both people dreaming with your eyes wide open. Suddenly, his words catch her off guard. Keep talking, Lelia Eolalia blurts out in disbelief. What? At this moment, Liu Shibli calmly replies about dreaming with eyes open. His hand tightens into a fist. Liu Shibli continues with determination. Explain it to me. Speak a bit more. She is currently very surprised by his reaction. Lelia Eolalia observes Liu Shibli's expression to gauge him. Perhaps he really wants to. No, after all, he is still just a child. Then she speaks kindly. The human spirit is very weak. In other words, the human brain is fragile. Things inside here are not only weak, but also terribly stubborn. Once it sees a scary image, it is etched in the heart forever. When the body is tired and exhausted, that memory resurfaces. He listens for a while and then blurts out. So what happens if that keeps repeating? Lelia Eolalia explains thoroughly. It must be very painful, right? Traumatic images will appear in the mind for a lifetime, to the point where we believe we actually witnessed it with our own eyes. There are people who live in such misery their whole lives that they eventually choose to end it. Now Liu Shibli's face darkens as he says, suicide is a great sin. It is the act of offering one's soul to a demon, a betrayal. Against the crew faith, she hears this and confirms. It is true, it is a sin, no mistake, but some people are forced to do it. That doesn't mean they are possessed by a demon. It's not because of a demon, but because they are too miserable and desperate. When humans are tormented to the limit, they cannot think normally. They think that as long as they die, everything will end. Actually, I know the reason why Liu Shibli cares about demons, because when he was young, Liu Shibli witnessed his own mother commit suicide. Liu Shibli's mother actually loved someone else, but her parents did not allow them to be together. To gain power, they married her off to the emperor of the Roseberry Empire. Fortunately, the emperor loved her very much and always treated her well. The emperor never blamed her for anything, always hoping that one day she would open her heart. However, she could never forget the one she loved. The relationship between the emperor and empress became cold. The empress's parents, out of worry, threatened their daughter. If she wanted to save the man she loved, she had to give birth to a crown prince. And then Liu Shibli was born, making the empress's position more secure. However, her parents exploited that weakness to threaten her. Every time they wanted something, they threatened the life of that man. But one day, the man the empress deeply loved chose to commit suicide. He couldn't bear that he made the woman he loved suffer for a lifetime. The empress, out of shame, became bedridden and her condition worsened. She suffered from hallucinations and sleepwalking. Rumors spread like wildfire that the empress was possessed by a demon. Finally, the empress decided to follow the same fate as the man she loved, completely unaware that Liu Shibli witnessed the entire scene. People began to discuss that the empress died because of demonic possession. The successor prince, Liu Shibli, without knowing since when, would also encounter a similar situation. Liu Shibli was very sad when he heard that information. Although he is loved by a gentle stepmother and his father, and Liu Shibli doesn't suffer from hallucinations and disturbing noises like Aesika Halyuxibo, I know deep in his heart there are also very large wounds. The fear of demons becomes even deeper. Returning to reality, Lelia Eolalia falls silent after the explanation. This is something Liu Miu Liushibli confessed to the female lead in the original plot, so I cannot actively show that I know about. This, currently her eyes are sad. One day the wound in his heart will be healed. Hearing this, the corners of Li's mouth involuntarily lift. A moment later she speaks. In this world there are no demons, at least I still believe so. There are only people who have hurt you. There are no demons in this world, don't worry. He is stunned after hearing Lelia Aelalia's words. Liu Miu Liushibli's lips suddenly tremble violently, and his face turns red. Liu Miu Liushibli asserts firmly, "You are clearly a heretic." She blurts out, "Huh," he continues, "no one says things like you. If you told the priests and nobles, they would surely consider you a heretic, wouldn't they?" She is shocked. What? Suddenly, Li realizes the problem in a panic. Wait, if word gets out that the crown prince of the Oleria Empire is a heretic. Wait, no, if I am a heretic, the emperor might wring my neck until I die. Liu Miu Liushibli still speaks very calmly. You should know the consequences of saying these things to others, right? She is stunned. What is this a threat? He frankly confirms it. Yes, Lelia Aelalia. Suddenly rushes forward and grabs Liu Miu Liushibli's collar. Then she threatens him. If you say these words to anyone else, I will kill. You got it. He is briefly stunned by Lelia Aelalia's threat. She is very satisfied. Good, this kid is scared. No matter how arrogant he is, he's just a 10-year-old kid. But I can't be completely at ease. I must take this chance to establish a clear hierarchy. I once read a dog training book. I should make him call me big sister. No, that's not right. Call me big brother. Liu Miu Liushibli is 3 years older than me. Lelia Aelalia is suddenly stunned when she realizes something, the dragon-slaying squad. Then she lets go of Liu Miu Liushibli's collar. Also, from now on, you must call me captain. He is stunned. What? I don't want to. Why should I? Because the one holding your weakness is me. She still speaks very calmly. So do you want to oppose me? Liu Miu Liushibli is scared pale by Lelia Aelalia's words, his face speechless. Finally, he exclaims in frustration. Liu Miu Liushibli opens his mouth in disgust. This is truly unbearable. Fine, I won't tell others, but in the future, if you still want to talk to me about that. Before he finishes, she interrupts. About Aesika not being possessed, sure. You can listen as much as you want. Liu Miu Liushibli's face turns red after Lelia Aelalia points out his true feelings. Thank you, Captain. She looks up at him and smiles. Oh, originally I didn't want to get involved with them. I don't know why I've recruited one of the future dragon-slaying heroes as a lackey. Now, well, it's just him alone. It's probably fine. At the same time, Texas's voice rings out from inside the room. Your Highness, please tell the truth. Crown Prince Li Aelalia hit. You, is that true? Aesika Haluxibo lies on the bed, hesitating. No, that's not wrong, but. His sister is panicked. Heavens, how could it be like that? He tries to explain. No, it's not. It's not, no. It's not like that, child. You are safe now. Now. Aesika Haluxibo exclaims blankly, he just wanted to help me. Sunlight shines into Lelia Aelalia's house. She is sitting on a chair enjoying tea. At this time, she thinks, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken Liu Miu Liushibli as a subordinate. It hasn't even been a day, and he's already run into my house. Now Liu Miu Liushibli evaluates while reading a book. This is very interesting. Captain, do you want to see? Lelia Aelalia cannot help but comment, you are too casual. This world even has comics. Next, she realizes someone has arrived. He also notices it. Yeah, suddenly the living room falls silent. Lelia Aelalia stares blankly at Liu Miu Liushibli. He also looks at her confusedly. Liu Miu Liushibli unhappily closes the book. He walks towards the door and asks, I was reading intently, who exactly is it? She sees Liu Miu Liushibli's demeanor and notes that he looks quite like a subordinate, not bad. Meanwhile, he opens the door and complains, I don't even need to look to know it's a priest. It's not prayer time. Yet, before he can finish his sentence, Liu Miu Liushibli falls silent upon seeing the newcomer. He suddenly feels confused. Why are you here? Lelia Aelalia is curious until she looks out the door and is startled because the visitor is none other than Aesika Haluxibo. Liu Liushibli asks unhappily. Shorty, I asked why you are here. What kind of royalty are you? Are you mute? Lelia Eolalia thinks helplessly. You are also royalty. Weren't you raised by kind parents? From whom did you learn these words? Easika Halyuxibo won't be scared, right? But he maintains an indifferent, carefree attitude. She can't help but admire, fearless, worthy of being a future emperor. Next. Lelia Eolalia reminds him, Hey Liumu Liushibili. Since he has come, don't scare him. He replies unhappily, Fine, Captain. She is a bit surprised by Liumu Liushibli's reaction. Afterward, tea and snacks are brought out. She suddenly feels curious. So, what brings you here? Today, now Easika Halyuxibo says awkwardly, Gi, girl, that yesterday, th. Thank you for helping me, I came here to thank you. Lee speaks politely, It's nothing, it's not a big deal. Actually, I wanted to pretend I didn't. See it, I thought for half a day before deciding. To help you, hearing him say thank you makes me feel a bit embarrassed. She asks Easika Halyuxibo with concern, Are you hungry? Do you want some snacks? He looks up, hesitating. Thank you. Lelia Eolalia stares at Easika Halyuxibo thoughtfully, feeling guilty in her heart. Give him something to eat. Although the food was brought by Liumiu Liushibili, he stammers for a moment before saying a complete sentence. Thank you for your hospitality. Liumiu Liushibili stands nearby, listening to the two talk in silence. Then he suddenly stands up and says, Hey, you're not only crazy, but you also talk with a stutter. She is not satisfied with Liumiu Liushibli's attitude and warns him, while Easika Halyuxibo, being reminded, is not angry but calmly replies, Sometimes. When I'm tense, nervous, or when I'm scared. Before he can finish, he interrupts. You seem to be like that every day. Are you? Stuttering, Lelia Eolalia is completely provoked and shouts loudly, Hey Liumiu Liushibli, don't go too far. Friends shouldn't mock each other. Liumiu Liushibli objects defiantly. Who is friends with him? Captain, would you befriend this stutterer? I already told you, didn't I? I hate this kid. She cannot take it anymore. Letter 1E5P. Liumiu Liushibili. He suddenly freezes when shouted at by Leah. Then Liumiu Liushibili, not wanting to continue the confrontation, snorts coldly and leaves. She calls after him. Hey Liumiu Liushibili. But the only response to Lelia Eolalia is the heavy sound of a door slamming. This childish guy? No, wait, he is actually only 10 years old, just a child. She helplessly holds her face. Then Lelia Eolalia sits down and says sincerely, Easika Halyuxibo, I apologize on behalf of Liumiu Liushibili. I'm sorry, don't mind him. Actually, he isn't exactly a good person, but his nature isn't bad. Easika Halyuxibo doesn't care much about that. No, it's okay. After all, he's right. She didn't expect him to react like that. What now? Easika Halyuxibo looks out the window and confides, I have no friends, someone like me who speaks hesitantly and stutters. No one will like me. He's just a child. How can he accept this kind of thing as a matter of course? It really makes one feel pity. It is heartbreaking. She suddenly feels pity because he is someone who is too considerate. After a moment of thought, Leah speaks up. Why don't you have any friends? Isn't being my friend enough? How can I help you if I hate you? So don't think like that. Oscar is stunned by her words of encouragement. Even when you know about me that I stutter, is that still your choice? Leah affirms with certainty. Of course. He sits there motionless in disbelief. Oscar responds with some embarrassment, Thank you, but how do you know my name? She suddenly recalls every moment she spoke to him. Oscar Harrisp, everything you see is a lie, do not listen to him. Oscar Harrisp? Lelia feels flustered. That, you are the crown prince of Harrisp. Oscar still finds it confusing. Yesterday was the first time I met you, she continues to justify. It's normal, I have always been a perceptive person. Lelia suddenly sighs as she realizes that being a perceptive person is all in vain. He feels curious, but why does he call you captain? She hears this question and does not know how to answer properly. Then Lelia remembers her own threats. If you dare tell anyone, I will kill you. Call me captain. Having no other choice, she makes up a reason. Because I'm handsome, he saw me calm you down and felt respect in his heart. Oscar gazes at Lee with admiration. Is that so? Then can I call you captain too? She does not expect his proposal. What? Oscar, you want to call me? Oscar expresses his desire. I also want to call you Captain. Lelia suddenly feels anxious and blurs out. She abruptly remembers the scene where Oscar avenges his mother. He overcame his psychological trauma and killed his own father to become the Blood Emperor. Father, from now on, if anyone dares to step on my head, I will kill them all. And you, Father, are the start. Unconsciously, she tightens her grip on herself. Oscar's voice trembles slightly. Captain, seeing her hesitation, he speculates, I can't. Is it? Is it because of how I was yesterday? Lelia quickly denies it. What? No, that's not it. Hearing this, Oscar continues. It's not that. Then is it because? I stutter, she denies it once. Again, it's not that. It's mainly because I'm afraid that if you call me Captain, you'll slash me to death later. My goal is survival. Meanwhile, he cannot stop his eyes from welling up. Lelia panics even more at that sight. She suddenly grinds her teeth and blurts out. Finally, Leah stands up and says, Aerie, fine, you can. Fine, what's the big deal? Just call me that, okay. Oscar is stunned when she agrees. Really? Lelia confirms the information. What I say is the truth. Aerie, whatever, call me whatever you want. Suddenly, his words surprise her. I thought you hated me. This is so good. Lelia's face suddenly turns red upon hearing Oscar's admission. Only then does he notice her reaction. Next, Oscar tentatively asks, Do you hate it? Lelia immediately raises her hand to deny it. No, how could I? I'm happy. He feels more at ease hearing that. That's great. She hurriedly turns away to avoid Oscar's eyes. In her heart, Lelia is telling herself, right, as long as you're happy. Honestly speaking, I'm afraid of being found out as a girl, but looking at Romeo and Oscar, they are such beautiful children, I can rest easy. Especially Oscar. Is he an elf? He speaks up with a bit of embarrassment. Please. Look after me from now on, Captain. Both of them will be fine, deep inside the forest where many wolves reside. A hidden figure asks curiously, Can we really kill him? Tisa speaks up in a low voice to confirm, I understand, I will follow His Majesty's will. The next morning, Romeo asks Lee with concern, Captain, did you sleep well? Let's go have breakfast. Why are you going alone? Call me to go with you. At that moment, Oscar runs over and says, Captain, did you sleep well? Can I sit next to you? I want to eat with you too. Romeo gets angry seeing this. Who said you could join? Lately, you've been clinging to the captain without letting go. I've tolerated you long enough. He retorts, Romeo, I didn't ask you. Romeo is surprised that Oscar dares to talk back. What did you say? Lelia feels helpless witnessing this scene. While he acts indifferent, she realizes they stand out too much. Why did things turn out like this? What exactly is the problem? But then again, I can't blame anyone else, seeing Leah remaining silent, he asks, Captain, what are you thinking? Why aren't you answering? He suddenly gets curious. Captain, is something wrong? She remains silent for a moment before replying, Nothing, I'm just a bit hungry. Romeo is suddenly excited. Captain, I've discovered that you really love eating. Ah, right, have you heard? The evening activity. Lelia is very surprised by this information. That evening, he confirms that they are told to gather outside. What exactly do they want to do? To dispel the fear of demons, Soma must not fear the dark. In the CRS Holy Land, there is a tradition that allows new priests to climb the mountain at night. Climbing together can foster a spirit of cooperation and dispel the fear of demons. Although it is a small mountain, it is a very long distance for children. The priests bringing the children to the wooden cabin on the mountainside would be better if the children return after reaching the destination and light the demon-purifying candle. In the evening, the priest instructs them to start climbing the mountain in pairs. That is to fight the fear in the darkness with a comrade and defeat the demons that swallow one's heart. No one needs to worry. The priests climb this mountain every day. There are only small animals like rabbits and squirrels here. At this time, a female student says tremblingly, I'm so scared. A male student feels excited. It feels interesting to defeat the demon in one's heart. Romeo suddenly asks curiously, Captain, which group are you in? Lelia quickly replies, Of course I'm going alone. He cannot believe it. What? She calmly instructs, Romeo, you group up with Oscar. Romeo is extremely confused. Why? Lelia asks bluntly, why are you scared? He is a bit flustered. Just then, Oscar speaks up. You understood? Following the captain's order, Romeo immediately gets furious. Hey, He doesn't care about the reaction and asks Romeo, "Are you scared? Scared because you can't be in the same group as the captain?" Romeo quickly refutes, "I'm not scared." She confirms the arrangement. Then it's decided. He is still unhappy and mutters. Lelia calmly points out, "This is an opportunity to get closer. Don't fight." Now Romeo begins to feel afraid. "Are there really no monsters?" She answers frankly. "I don't think so, Romeo. Don't be afraid. Just think in your heart that it would be better if there were no demons." Romeo's face turns pale. "What are you saying?" Oscar suddenly says from the side. "I also think there are no ghosts." Seeing this, she praises him. As expected, Oscar thinks so too. He responds confidently, "I'm not afraid of ghosts at all." Meanwhile, his face looks terrible. Lelia evaluates Romeo's expression. "Even this kind of scholar isn't afraid, so I can't back down." "Romeo, your thoughts are written all over your face." But it's normal for Oscar not to be afraid. To him, his father is even more invisible than this. The demons in the dark are more terrifying. "Me too. Darkness is always beside me. Back then, my greatest fear was being forgotten by everyone and dying of hunger." Alone, she thinks absently and then turns aside. He still maintains an indifferent attitude when questioned by him. "I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved with them. I can't take the children with me. Now, as a character in a novel, if I want to protect my life, I cannot continue to involve them. But I cannot stay silent and watch today's tragedy unfold. Tonight the mountain is not safe, not because of ghosts, but because of a plot to harm a child. Someone intentionally let wild beasts appear on the mountain. Leah's hand is holding a beautiful bracelet. Even if I say these things, not only will no one believe me, but I might even be thrown into prison as a spy. I will find a way to stop this myself." A voice echoes deep in the forest. "Why is it a bit strange? We should have reached the wooden cabin by now, right? Never mind the cabin. We don't even see anyone else." Collies is extremely surprised to hear that. "What? You mean we're lost, but there's only one path?" Griffith responds worriedly. "That's why I said it's strange. It's because you have no brains and just kept walking forward. That's why this happened." He is provoked and shouts, "What, you bastard, who are you calling brainless?" Collies trips and falls forward, letting out a panicked cry. At this moment, he falls onto a large tree root. Collies' leg is injured and turning purple. He panics when the lamp breaks. Collies' face turns very ugly in an instant. Griffith sees this and is worried. "It's dark and even the oil lamp is broken. What do we do now?" He stands up and says in a panic, "This is all your fault." Griffith feels helpless being blamed by Collies. "What do you mean? How can you blame me?" He continues to criticize. "If you didn't talk nonsense to me, I wouldn't have fallen." He says completely helplessly, "You're really good at shifting blame. You're an idiot." Griffith can no longer endure it and gets into a scuffle with Collies. "You bastard!" He is attacked suddenly and yells, "What are you doing?" Two of them fight for a while before stopping. Collies touches his wound and criticizes bluntly, "Idiot. What waste of time." He still stands there motionless, clenching his hand into a fist. Collies walks over and picks up the oil lamp. "Fine, get lost, you coward." Lelia watches everything and remarks, "So they argued like that? That is the reason why." Collies was left all alone. In the novel, it's recorded that he deeply regretted it. "We argued over a small thing. At that time, we were all children who didn't understand anything. Only you were a child. If only I could have been more mature. If only I hadn't left you alone, it wouldn't have turned out like this." A moment later, Griffith remains alone, swearing under his breath. Actually, the pain makes him unable to stop letting out a cry. The pain makes Griffith swear again. Damn it, his back looks extremely lonely deep in the forest. Suddenly, a sound attracts Griffith's attention. Hearing it, he laughs. "What? You're back? You're scared of walking the mountain path alone?" Right then, Griffith is stunned when he sees a pale white hand raised. His face immediately changes color. Now, evil Lelia speaks up, "No, I am not Collies." Griffith sees this and becomes even more panicked and speechless. She glances around and says, "Aoi, seriously, of all times. My clothes had to get caught on a branch right now. Oh, it's been untangled. Great." At that moment, Lelia notices a dark shadow moving toward her. She doesn't know when he rushed over and shouted, get away, begone, you devil." Griffith's foot kicks hard into her waist. His face is clearly showing Anger while Lelia, in pain from the kick, screams loudly. A suspicious voice rings out. So it's Prince Lee, that idiot playing captain? Lelia smirks sarcastically. Luckily you. No, I'm not a monster, Kali's Aska. He trembles all over and forces a smile. I was wondering who you were. I didn't expect you to be weaker than me. She immediately judges. You break out in a cold sweat. You're in no position to talk. About me, Kali's can't help but wonder. But why are you here? Lelia answers with some hesitation that there are many reasons. Let's go down first, we must. Get down the mountain quickly, right now, Kali's is. Stunned and confused by her reaction. He ignores her request and casually stretches out to lie down on the ground, making Lelia. She is in a panic. Hey, he opens his mouth slowly. Asika nonchalantly orders, take me. Down the mountain, my leg is in this state. We can only stay here until morning. She is suddenly helpless, not knowing how to respond. I'll repay you. Lee grits her teeth and curses him silently. His face remains indifferent despite his ignorance. And to think I came all the way here and got kicked because of him. Tonight, you and your carriage in this mountain pass will lose an arm. If that is the case, I can only tell the truth, even though he will not. Believe it, she calls out. Hey, you might not believe this, but a fierce beast will appear on this mountain today. Asika frowns. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I believe that? Stop talking rubbish, will you? Lelia Aalalia is still disappointed despite predicting this outcome. As expected, even though I did not expect him to believe it. She silently ponders a strategy to counter the threat, then calls his name again. Kalasi, do you believe your uncle? He suddenly springs up, rushing toward her at full speed. Asika grabs Lelia Aalalia's collar with both hands while she is still dazed. He shouts a question. You bastard, who sent you here? Answer me. Leah quickly resists. How could someone have sent me? She looks at him with inward suspicion. What is wrong with him suddenly? She raises her hand to show an emblem as proof. I am the crown prince of the Oleria Empire. Naturally, the Emperor of Oleria sent me. Asika observes the emblem on her hand with lingering doubt. He probes. Was it not my uncle who sent you? She denies it. How could your uncle send me? You are a fool. Forget it, let go. Asika sighs in relief. He is curious. But how do you know about my uncle? Lelia Aalalia improvises an answer. Actually, I have good observation skills. She considers using a temporary cover-up. The Asika Empire. A kingdom of deserts and curses. Due to the emperor's tyranny, the entire country is completely desolate. Adults and children suffer through cruel labor, all because of the Emperor of Aska. Despite his cruelty, he is an important uncle to Asika. To the tyrannical Emperor of Aska, Kalasi is a thorn in his side. The Emperor fears that one day Kalasi will threaten his throne. Lelia avoids his gaze and continues. Your uncle wants to kill you, Kalasi continues. In order to kill me, my uncle sent a fierce beast up the mountain. She immediately responds. That is right. He agrees, unbelievable, but you are right. The space quickly falls into silence as Kalasi thinks. He laughs self-deprecatingly. Then I will die, her eyes widen in shock. What? Kalasi continues. I know my uncle too. That is not right. His Majesty wants to kill me, so it is better to die according to his wishes. Lelia stands frozen for a moment. Kalasi shouts to drive her away. Get lost. Did you not say a fierce beast would appear? You bastard, get lost. This has nothing to do with you anyway. She inwardly retorts. What do you mean nothing to do with me? I see you are injured. How can I leave you behind? Now I am interfering in Kalasi's business. There is no guarantee it will develop according to the original plot. At that point, it will not just be losing an arm, he might actually die. She sighs inwardly. Oh heavens, he is actually scared to death inside. Kalasi strains his voice and bellows, damn it, leave now before I kill you. Get lost now. Lelia Aalalia slowly replies, even if you do not say that, I have to go. He grits his teeth and accepts the situation. But I will not go alone. Kalasi, it might hurt, so bear with it. He turns his head, his face turning pale with surprise. What? Wait, what are you doing now? The darkness of the night blankets the dense forest. Lee considers, if I fail, I will knock him out a few more times. Luck only strikes once. This body is unexpectedly healthier and tougher than I thought, but the problem is I do not know the way. I can only rely on the moonlight. Even though we are heading down, it does not feel like we are moving forward. Do not tell me magic or curses were used to turn the path into a shifting maze. We must find a way. She suddenly stiffens and stops when she senses a noise. Lelia Eolalia quickly turns toward the source of the sound and observes cautiously. Her whole body is drenched in sweat from tension and fear. Finally, the wolf appears. A robe flutters behind. The bushes, a voice calls out a question. What are you doing here? Who are you? Lelia immediately recognizes him. Why are you here? I thought he left Calisi alone. She answers awkwardly, I am the Prince of Oleria. He also quickly recognizes her. I know you, but what are you doing here? Lelia replies hesitantly, that it is quite complicated. Sorry, there is no time to explain now. You might not believe it, but this mountain is very dangerous right now. A beast will appear any second. Jellyfight Nia calmly. Continues, priests come to this mountain every day. Animals like fierce beasts. She loses patience and shouts, cutting him off. Later, after you encounter the wolf, I want to see if you can still say such things. Anyway, hurry up. We must head down the mountain together. He remarks that these paths are intertwined like a maze. Lelia hurries. I know that, but the exit must be somewhere. Jellyfight Nia looks at her blankly. He sighs in boredom. Jellyfight Nia speaks. I have found a way. She is surprised. What, really? Lelia's eyes widen as she notices something. His hand holds out a firefly lantern. That is right. Although fireflies are not bright, they have been replaced with candles. Lelia Eolalia thinks. However, Jellyfight does not need this, does he? Even though he has not awakened yet, he was born with holy power. He can see clearly even in the dark. The original work stated he left Calisi alone. After Jellyfight found the exit, did he come back? Moreover, he even intentionally made a lamp. He wonders what is wrong with this brat. She suddenly hesitates, thinking of an excuse. That he was scared, so he fainted. Actually, I knocked him out. Calisi, I could not help it. Jellyfight breathes a light. Sneer, useless fellow, yet he acts so arrogant. I knew this would happen. Lelia silently observes his attitude. Although his words are harsh, he must have returned out of concern for Calisi. Perhaps in the original work they actually got lost on the way. Thinking of this, she cannot help but burst out laughing. Jellyfight Nia bluntly demands, stop laughing, it is annoying. Leah still cannot stop laughing now that she understands. Jellyfight, you are actually a good person. He tilts his head in confusion. Ha! She skillfully changes the subject. What are you standing there for? Lead the way, let's go. He is helpless. Fine, watch the light and follow me. A sudden intuition makes Jellyfight's skin crawl. Lelia Eolalia calls out softly, Jellyfight. She is curious. What's wrong? Right nearby, a wolf is waiting in the bushes. Lelia instinctively turns to look. The wolf immediately lunges and swipes past her. Jellyfight Nia quickly nabs a stick to drive it away, his footsteps slightly unsteady. Lelia is horrified to feel a scratch on her chest. Fresh blood drips onto the cold ground. She tries to steady her legs and regain her balance, groaning slightly in pain. A figure rushes to block her path. Jellyfight holds a branch in his hand, trying to fend off the wolves. Is it a wolf pack? Ferocious wolves surround them. Jellyfight is shocked. He did not expect them to actually appear. Why are there wolves here? Lelia Eolalia calls his name. Jellyfight, blow the whistle around my neck. It is the priest's whistle. Hurry. He inwardly evaluates her. Is this guy not afraid? She tells herself things have gone wrong. Her legs are trembling non-stop. She is so scared she cannot even take a step. Even with the whistle, the priest cannot get here immediately. For now, Jellyfight Nia quickly whistles as she requested. The assassin falters slightly in surprise. Making the assassin think a priest might arrive is enough. If they are lucky, the assassin will flee in fear along with the wolf. Jellyfight suddenly stops whistling and stares ahead. A wolf lunges to attack them. He reacts quickly to block the blow. Nearby, another wolf is sprinting toward them. It bares its teeth and bites hard, causing blood to spurt from his shoulder. Lelia screams in worry, Jellyfight. A purple light immediately flashes. Jellyfight is surrounded. A powerful mana circle. Even he is surprised by the scene. She is suspicious. This is holy power. It is not yet time for his holy power to awaken. Did he awaken early because his life was in danger? She asks worriedly, Jellyfight, are you okay? Khaleesi's voice suddenly rings out. Why is it so noisy? It is so bright. He suddenly freezes. What? What on earth is happening? Leah turns her head to reassure him. Jellyfight, wait, calm down. Khaleesi ruthlessly pushes her away. Without mercy, let go of me. She turns back to Jellyfight in panic. His body staggers, losing balance. Khaleesi secretly reaches into his clothes for something. He grits his teeth with determination. A wolf lunges and pins him down. Lelia stands frozen for a second at the horrific sight. Jellyfight, don't! In the original work, Khaleesi loses an arm to the wolf pack's attack. But Khaleesi swings a greatsword with his remaining hand. An image of the adult Khaleesi flashes through her mind, the most dynamic warrior of the dragon-slaying squad. But the sacrifice is irreversible, so at least let me save the arm he loses tonight. I only want to do that. I should have been more careful because the situation is worsening. A sharp breath pulls Lelia back to reality. Khaleesi is struggling to push the wolf's corpse off him. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He decisively pulls the blade out of the wolf. Lelia is stunned. A dagger this guy actually has. Khaleesi sighs wearily. Damn it, it really is a wolf. You have to tell me, is it really that bad? That bastard. Lelia says helplessly. You idiot, I told you it was real. He stubbornly retorts. Who would believe that? She shouts angrily. Blame yourself for not believing my words. Jellyfight uncomfortably interrupts the two. This is not the time to argue about that. The wolves are still surrounding them, radiating bloodlust. The assassin on the tree suddenly activates magic and fog abruptly rushes in. He orders a retreat. Jellyfight realizes with a start that the wolf pack is slowly dissolving into drifting sand. Even the wolf that was stabbed and collapsed gradually disintegrates. It quickly transforms its entire body into fine sand. He is taken aback, unable to understand. Wolves turning into sand. What is happening? They vanished. Come on, Lelia speaks up to explain. The assassin realized he couldn't kill us, so he destroyed the evidence. Jellyfight asks suspiciously, why do you sound like someone was controlling the wolf pack? Are you saying you whistled too? Scare him, he looks once again at the flute hanging on her chest. Which one of us did the assassin want to kill? Khaleesi immediately answers me. This is a tool used by Aska. He grabs a handful of sand to examine it. The sand curse. Khaleesi angrily clenches his hand into a fist. It's true. It turns out to be true. You want to kill me? Tears involuntarily stream down his face from resentment. Do you really want to kill me? Lelia just stands silently beside him, not knowing how to offer comfort. She softly calls his name, Khaleesi, however. Her mouth quickly shuts, not daring to continue. She secretly thinks that his arm is safe and his life is protected. How could she say that? Lelia tactfully changes the subject to an urge. Hurry up, it's still not safe here. Let's go down the mountain. Khaleesi looks at her with teary eyes. Jellyfight approaches and suggests, let me carry him. She objects. No, your arm is injured. Get on my back, Khaleesi. I don't even have the strength to argue with you anymore. Khaleesi glares at her, his face red with a sense of grievance. He punches his own head. Damn it, just let you carry me then. Jellyfight ignores them and calmly applies first aid to his wound. Lelia announces, all right, let's go. Khaleesi, lying on her back, asks in confusion, but why does my right ankle hurt so much? I was injured on the left. She confesses, sorry, when I lost you, I accidentally stepped on your right foot, I thought it was something soft. He shouts angrily, you bastard. She groans, I already apologized, I can't breathe anymore, stop. Jellyfight suddenly freezes for a moment. Lelia and Khaleesi also stop and look back. We almost died just now, yet you can still laugh. How interesting. Khaleesi blushes with embarrassment. What? Clearly you are laughing too. Jellyfight immediately denies it. I'm not laughing. What nonsense are you saying? Khaleesi shouts angrily. What did you say? Lelia warns, you. Don't move, the priests are gathering. In one place, sounds of discussion echo. Haven't they returned yet? We must go find them now. Voice shouts an announcement. Something big happened, the princes said, his Highness went up the mountain alone. Following that, conflict breaks out among the voices. What, didn't they say 3 people per team? It seems something happened to them. Aesika suddenly notices something. Figures are slowly approaching from afar. He shouts, Captain Liu Miu. Worriedly follows up, where are you going? Leah gasps for air, exhausted from the long journey, struggling to look ahead. With great difficulty, finally, her entire body suddenly freezes against her will. Leah's vision blurs. A panicked voice rushes toward her, calling out. Captain, the sound of someone crying echoes. Lelia slowly opens her eyes and asks, who is crying? The person crying is Aesika. He realizes Lelia has woken up. Aesika shouts through his tears, Captain. You're awake, she stares at him. Aesika, why are you crying? Liu Miu, standing by the bed, answers irritably, isn't it because the captain is injured? Lelia softly calls, Liu Miu, this is. Liu Miu replies, the temple infirmary. Luckily, you're awake. Let me call the priestess looking after you. Leah says softly, is this the infirmary? Then Aesika stays and says that she fainted immediately afterward. Mentioning this, she sits up and worriedly asks, what about the other 2? He replies, after receiving treatment, they went to see the superior. The priestess follows Liu Miu in and asks about her condition. Crown Prince Leo, you are awake. Is there any discomfort or pain? Lelia thinks to herself, she looks so gentle, then she touches her stomach and replies, I don't have any discomfort right now. Suddenly, a sense of wrongness arises. It's okay, the wound on. My stomach has healed and my clothes are fine. Thinking of this, her limbs tremble uncontrollably. Lelia thinks worriedly. Oh my God, that means they've discovered I'm a girl. If they find out, the Emperor will definitely kill me. Aesika worriedly calls her Captain. The priestess whispers into Lelia's ear, Your Highness, it's okay. I was the one who changed your clothes, the others didn't see anything, so please calm down. Of course I won't tell anyone. She still trembles while looking at the priestess. Liu Miu asks worriedly, is the captain okay? Aesika stammers, the captain hasn't recovered yet. Li says loudly, no, I'm fine now. Once she knows her health status, the priestess opens the door and leaves. Suddenly, someone comes in and calls her, you're awake. 2 people enter the room. Jellyfight asks, do you look okay? Lelia exclaims, calling them Jellyfight Khaleesi. She sees them and silently thanks heaven. Safe and sound, that's great. The priest has healed Jellyfight's arm. Both of Khaleesi's arms are fine. That's really great. Jellyfight says to her, you should also go see the high priest. We plan to take this opportunity to protest against them. Lelia asks in a panic, what, you're not protesting? Are you the crown prince of Oleria? He and I are also royalty. Hearing that, she remains silent. For a moment, then Lelia falls into deep thought. Such a major event has occurred. The priests have the responsibility to report this to the nations and investigate carefully. In the original story, Khaleesi lost an arm. When the other nations' children found out, they reported it to their home countries, causing a massive storm. But the victim himself, Khaleesi's uncle, the Emperor of Aska, wanted to settle everything. Currently, our 5 empires and the temple are jointly training. After my nephew was injured, my heart is like a knife's edge, uncomfortable and angry, but now is not the right time. Everyone, absolutely do not forget our purpose. Bringing the children to visit. As the victim's uncle and emperor said so, the other empires couldn't say anything either. The temple apologized to the nations and promised to be more careful in the future. After that, the priests put a lot of heart into protecting the children. At that time, what must Khaleesi's feelings have been when he lost an arm? Khaleesi also knew that his uncle wanted to kill him, but he didn't tell anyone, nor could he seek help from others. It's natural. His own biological uncle wants to kill him. Who can he trust? Others also kept their distance from Khaleesi, saying, you've met with an accident. Lelia speaks up. Does anyone besides us know about what happened on the mountain? Jellyfight replies, no, it's still not known. She seriously says, then don't tell anyone else. Let's act like this never happened. All right, Jellyfight hears this and asks, are you crazy? Captain, is your head okay? Aasika hurriedly explains. The captain is just a bit. Lelia bites her lip and thinks, although he doesn't show it, Khaleesi is certainly very sad about this. In the original story, under these circumstances, Khaleesi proactively abandoned his royal rights and became the king of a mercenary group. But this guy is currently just 10-year-old child. She makes up her mind. I beg you, let this be a secret between us. Jellyfight is puzzled. Just why? Faced with the sudden questioning, Lelia looks flustered. That, well, the truth is, if my father finds out, something big will happen. Actually, my father loves me very much, loves me so much that she imagines her father hugging her. Leo, come here for a kiss from father. Lee would smile awkwardly and reply, Father, really? You kiss me every day and even hug me while I sleep. Aasika covers his mouth and exclaims, Oh my! Liu Mu looks horrified. Jellyfight is so disgusted he says he can't stand it. Khaleesi tries to suppress a laugh. Lelia trembles while looking at them, thinking that she feels sick just saying it. Then she adds, anyway, after my father knows I'm injured, how will he react? He will surely cry in pain and throw a fit about frenzied dragons or something, and my heart will also be sorrowful. So I beg you, oh right, I will give each of you one wish. Khaleesi softly says, as for me, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Jellyfight hears this and has to agree. Fine, if you say so. Liu Mu still vehemently objects. I don't agree. Captain, is your head broken? Can't you use your brain? You almost died. Did your brain turn stupid after the wolf bite? Or are you naturally this stupid? You just woke up. Hasn't your brain started working yet? This comment from Liu Mu makes everyone shocked and they try to stop him. What? Liu Mu shut up for a moment. Liu Mu is stunned by Lelia's shout, then he yells, Fine, I have no right to object to a stupid captain. Do whatever you want. After that, he hurriedly runs away. When the door closes, Lelia mutters blankly, How dare that kid? Seeing this, Aasika steps up to comfort her. Captain, calm down. You know how Liu Mu is. You have to be more mature, Captain. At this, Lelia sighs and replies, You're right, Aasika. The more mature a person is, the greater they become. I'm sorry for raising my voice, Aasika. He quickly speaks up, No, it's okay. It wasn't your fault. Hearing the conversation between her and Aasika makes Jellyfight and Khaleesi extremely surprised. Then Khaleesi asks, Why did he call you captain just now? Do you really want to play captain at this age? Lelia awkwardly answers, This isn't a game. They said they wanted to call me that, so I know what to do. In her heart, she secretly adds, Even though I forced Liu Mu to call me that. Jellyfight and Khaleesi fall into silence, then Khaleesi grins and says, Is that so? Then that means... Jellyfight continues, So if we want to call you captain. Jellyfight asks, Can we also call you captain? 2. Lelia trembles again upon hearing this. What? No, wait, you guys. Like that, could it be you also want to call me? Jellyfight replies, Of course. Khaleesi smiles and says, That's right. The two of them shout in unison. We look forward to your guidance, Captain. Lelia gapes and thinks, Wait, why did this exceed my expectations? Several days have passed since then. Regarding the danger and the request for secrecy, the priests are as happy as if bread fell from the sky. The high priests personally came to find us, bowing and offering their thanks. They promised this would never happen again and vowed to find the criminal. But I know that even if they investigate, they won't find anything because this was orchestrated jointly by the high priest and the emperor of Aska. With no evidence, no one is punished. However, we have returned to our peaceful daily life. Peaceful. As night falls in the bedroom, Liu Mu speaks to the others. If anyone dares to take my position, I will never forgive you. Aasika, sitting in a corner, speaks up. Liu Mu, you're the one. Every time you roll over and fall fast asleep, it's terrible. Jellyfight leans back and says, Liu Mu, how about you add another bed? Khaleesi, lying stretched out on the bed, says irritably. What, you two are too noisy, just sleep. He irritably shouts, Turn off the light, it's too bright. Liu Mu immediately replies, I'm still reading a book. Aasika says softly, I can sleep even if the light is on. Liu Mu is the one who speaks. Khaleesi, can I lend you a book suited to your level? This is Lelia's bedroom. What hits her eyes as she enters the room is the sight of 4 beds lined up in a row. Lelia thinks irritably, Why did these people move their beds into my room? Liu Mu sees her arrive and invites her, Captain. Captain, let's sleep together. Before she can even react, Lelia Aalalia walks out and slams the door. Boom, she silently curses, Sleep my ass. Why do they have to sleep in her room? They are all royalty. They should have claimed several rooms just like her. But why didn't she? Tell everyone to stay out of her room? Lelia Eolalia sits dejectedly with her back against the door. Living with 4 future heroes, this is no longer just a simple issue. What is going on? She reassures herself. Forget it, I still have to stay in the temple for 3 more years. There must be a way. Anyway, it follows the script. She won't see them again later. Not long after returning to Ilaria, the real Lee Eolalia will pass away. Early the next morning, several female students gossip with each other. Ah, look over there. He is the kid the 4 of them call Captain. The boy is the crown prince of Ilaria. At this moment, Lear is sitting alone eating a sundae. Everyone goes wild over her beauty. He's so handsome, the girls are mesmerized by Lelia's looks. In the distance, Juliana passes through the hallway. She sees Lelia and thinks she is lucky to have woken up so early today. What is happening? Why is he alone? Usually, he is always with the other 4. Juliana holds the handrail as she approaches her. She thinks now is the best opportunity to get close to him. Lelia notices the person standing opposite her. Juliana gives a polite curtsy. Hello, you are the crown prince of the Olaria Empire, correct? She quickly replies. Ah, yes. The girl excitedly introduces herself. I am from the Nia Empire. My father is Earl Shares. Lelia looks at her for a moment, then smiles and speaks up. I see, do you need something from me? Lelia's smile truly makes Juliana blush. She shyly says, Ah, that. I want to be your friend. Do you often stay with those boys? Lelia immediately knows who she is talking about. Ah, them? Juliana says, yes, everyone calls you captain. I think you are amazing. She counters that. It's actually not that amazing, it just happened naturally. The girl argues back, it really is amazing. Hearing such praise, Lelia cannot hide her pride and thinks, what should I do? It seems I am very popular, a beautiful girl likes me, my goal of becoming invisible has completely shattered. This is all because of that royal gang of 4. She recalls the events of a few days ago when the group of 4 simultaneously burst into her room. Captain, good morning, Lee irritably shouts. Don't just barge in here whenever you want. Usually, wherever she goes, they follow. No matter where I go, they are always there. Liu Mu happily calls her, Captain, Captain. Everyone excitedly calls Lelia Eolalia, Captain, Captain. Meanwhile, Aesika and Calisi happily follow her. Lelia thinks about it and feels gloomy. She truly cannot rest in peace. Today she woke up early to escape those pests, but the gazes of the girls watching her are still filled with infatuation. After the 4 royals became her subordinates, everyone's curiosity toward her increased. Those from Olaria are all lower-ranked nobles who have never seen the real Crown Prince Lee, so there is no need to worry about being discovered as an imposter. But the problem is, her personality and Lee's are completely different. The real Lee was not only arrogant, but also hopeless. However, there is no need to worry about being compared to the real one. She can act in a relaxed manner, which is great. 3 years from now, after she returns to Olaria, Emperor Lady Osi and Prince Lee will soon die due to someone's rebellion. At that time, she wills Juliana speaks up, calling Lelia Crown Prince Lee. Ah, sorry, she smiles and replies, go ahead. The girl says, actually, I want to ask you something. And then Juliana's entire face turns red. Lelia sees this and silently praises her. Her face is so red, how cute. She speaks first. If you have something to ask, just ask. Juliana hesitates, then she summons all her courage and speaks. Has Lord Jellyfight said anything about me? Lelia blankly utters, huh, Juliana shyly explains, actually, I am His Highness Jellyfight's fiancé, but His Highness Jellyfight treats me. It is now Leah's turn to blush. Ah, I see, is that so? She thinks to herself that the girl just wanted to ask about Jellyfight. Then Lelia politely replies, it seems I cannot help. He and I have never discussed this topic. Juliana softly says, I see. She also mentions that she and the subordinates usually rarely eat together. Suddenly, someone's shout rings out. Captain, it turns out the group of 4 has pushed the door open. Calisi leads the group, saying irritably, you brat, why did you run off alone? When I woke up and found you weren't in the room, it scared me to death. Leah's face turns pale. They woke up so fast, these lunatics. Jellyfight glances at Lelia, then realizes there is another person here. Juliana is startled by his gaze. Oh my, then she turns tail and runs. Well, let's talk next time, goodbye. Juliana runs past. Liu Miu with a red face. Ayasika hesitantly asks who was that. Just now, Liu Miu asks innocently. The captain's girlfriend? Kalasi has the same. Question, this guy's girlfriend? Lelia thinks irritably, that was just a temporary hallucination. Ayasika is flustered. Kalasi, your relationships with girls are usually quite vague. The captain is very handsome. Hearing this, Kalasi shouts, what? My relationships with girls aren't bad either. Lelia covers her mouth and thinks, Ayasika, I'm not happy to hear you say that. Liu Miu speaks up. Just as Ayasika said, the captain is very popular with the girls. Kalasi, are you stupid? Kalasi blushes and says, what? You calling me stupid? Liu Miu changes the subject. Let's see what we're eating today. Kalasi shouts angrily, don't look down on me. Ayasika turns to ask Lelia, who is sitting in a daze. Captain, is it true, so your girlfriend? She stops to look at Ayasika for a moment, then Lelia quickly replies, oh my, of course not, if she were my girlfriend, wouldn't that be a huge problem? She is Prince Jellyfight's fiancé. Kalasi cries out in surprise, what, you actually have a fiancé? Jellyfight closes his eyes and says, don't you all have fiancés? Kalasi replies, I don't, Liu Miu says in disbelief, liar. Ayasika, sitting next to them, says shyly, I don't either. Liu Miu is shocked and exclaims, what? Lelia lets out a silent awe in her mind. She sighs, thinking, you're hated by the emperor, so of course you don't have a fiancé. Then Liu Miu turns to ask Lelia, then what about the captain? Being called out, she is a bit startled. He asks, surely you have one? A fiancé? Lelia gasps in surprise. Huh. Well, Kalasi says, resting his chin on his hand, oh my, I don't think the captain has one. Liu Miu asks cheerfully, it's impossible not to have one, right, captain? Lelia hesitates, that. Well, that is to say, she breaks into a cold sweat. Thinking that in the original story, no fiancé was mentioned for Li. After all, Li is just a minor character. Lelia is silent for a long time, then thinks deeply, but if I say the wrong thing, it will get complicated. The real Li was loved by the emperor, so it's normal for him to have a fiancé, but bringing me here probably wasn't that simple. Minimizing Li's relationships is key. Lelia sighs softly. After thinking for a while, she understands the situation within her knowledge. Doing her best, she begins to fabricate a lie. That. My body was originally weak, so fearing I would worry, they didn't tell me in advance. I seem to remember my father saying something similar, or maybe not. Jellyfight says that is a possibility. She breathes a sigh of relief. Hugh lied my way through. However, Kalasi asks suspiciously, but you said your body is weak, yet you carried me all the way down the mountain, even though you look sickly, your strength is enormous. Lelia hastily explains, at that time the situation was dangerous and I forgot my exhaustion. If the priest hadn't treated me, my arm would have been ruined long ago. Kalasi, you should thank me. Just how much did I want to save you to be able to unleash such incredible strength? He is so embarrassed by her words that his entire face turns red. Liu Miu turns to look at Leah seriously and asks, Captain, if I were in danger, you would do the same, right? She exclaims, huh. Liu Miu shouts irritably, what? Are you suffering? I was the first one to become your good friend. Did you forget? Is your head broken? Lelia waves her hands. I know, I remember when that time comes, I will definitely protect you. Ayasika shyly asks her, Captain then? Will you also save me? Leah proudly replies, Ayasika, if it's you, I will carry you every day. She thinks that because he is smaller and lighter than her. Hearing this, Ayasika chuckles softly and says emotionally, that's wonderful. Lelia cannot help but pat Ayasika's head. He is so adorable, just like an elf, so cute. Is he really older than me? If she had a younger brother, would it feel like this? Although their eye colors are different, their hair color is similar. She gently touches a strand of his hair and says, Ayasika, speaking of which, we have the same hair color. Other people might think we are brothers. Ayasika blushes and says, brothers. You consider me an older brother you can rely on. Kalasi says helplessly, really older brother, you two really know how to say things that cause a bloodbath. Liu Miu speaks up with his hands on his hips. Oh my, sometimes I really want to shut the captain's mouth. Lelia puffs out her cheeks, thinking what could it be? Suddenly, she notices something. That guy is too quiet. Jellyfight. Leah looks at him for a moment and some thoughts cross her mind. The expression of a lonely child. He follows the others and stays by her side, but he is actually very cold, making her unable to help but care. Lelia takes a deep breath, then calls out, Jellyfight, I'll tell you now, I would do the same if it were you. At least you won't cry like Callicy and won't make me carry you. Being called out, Callicy gets angry. Hey, who are you calling a crybaby? Lelia replies, who else could it be? Of course it's you, Callicy mutters helplessly, you really are. Her words deeply move Jellyfight. Lelia tells everyone, I'm not asking you, I'm certain. All right, everyone, let's start eating. Liu Miu interrupts, wait, Captain. Didn't you eat before we arrived? She excitedly replies, I can still eat more. He whispers, the embodiment of gluttony. Callicy ponders and asks, are you really sickly? Lelia snaps irritably, oh my, you're so noisy. I'm leaving. Night falls. In the bedroom of the four of them, someone's sobbing is heard. Aesika grips the bedsheets. Looking extremely pained, suddenly he jerks. Awake, Aesika's eyes glow brightly. He sits there panting as if he just had a nightmare. Aesika trembles as he covers his eyes with his hand. A voice echoes in his mind. It's okay, you are safe now, you can rely on me. Aesika's eyes open wide, looking quite terrifying then. He closes his eyes and cries. Aesika sits on the bed with his knees pulled to his chest, silently pleading. Help me, Captain, a kid asks. You said you wanted to go out. Plates of cakes and tea are arranged on the table, looking beautiful and appetizing. Liu Miu rests his chin on his hand, leaning back against the chair. Yes, don't stay in your room all day, go out and play occasionally. Callicy licks a bit of cake from the corner of his mouth and asks, what, go where? To the courtyard. Liu Miu immediately counters, no, he suggests. Let's go outside the temple, the sacred neutral zone also has a commercial district. Jellyfight sits with his legs crossed, holding a book like a mature adult. He looks up and says, although it is a bit far from the temple, it does exist. This is a neutral zone and commercial activity is very lively. Li timidly asks, even so will the priests let us out? Liu Miu puts his index finger to his lips and gives a sly smirk. With sparkling eyes, he says, the three of you were attacked by a pack of wolves on the mountain. This incident is enough to affect the relationship between the empires and the Holy Land, but we haven't disclosed it. Jellyfight immediately understands Liu Miu's point, which means we have a hold over the temple. Liu Miu replies instantly, exactly. He smiles mischievously again. Now we must restore discipline to lift the priest's spirits. Let's take a trip outside. Anyway, they will arrange guards for us. Won't they? Li thinks silently. Outside, saying she doesn't want to go out is obviously a lie. She has only been to the final tower of the imperial city and has never been anywhere else. If she misses this chance, she might never get to go out again. Liu Miu says loudly, all right, everyone, let's head out. Immediately, Aesika remains seated in his place then. He hesitates. I will stay here. Liu Miu Luishably is surprised that Aesika Hailuxibo would make such a decision. What, why, let's go out together. Aesika quickly finds an excuse. I'm too sleepy, I'll stay here and sleep, you guys go, go, go. He walks toward the door. Liu Miu calls out after him, hey, wait. Sweat pours down Li Aelalia's face, her mind filled with a mess of thoughts. Aesika is afraid of crowded places, not just because of the psychological trauma his father inflicted, but also because he fears interacting with others. Can I help Aesika? Suddenly, Li's eyes light up as if she has thought of something, right? Liu Miu scowls, grumbling in annoyance. What the heck, this guy finally has a chance to go out and play. Li's voice rings out. Let's go. Liu Miu freezes for a few seconds. Li asks again, what, you don't want to go? Liu Miu stammers, I do. But he hesitates, saying, leaving Aesika behind, just us feels a bit. Li widens her eyes, looking at Liu Miu, slightly surprised by his attitude toward Aesika. Liu Miu, who didn't even like the sight of Aesika at first, as expected, Liu Miu is a good guy. Li smiles and says, it's fine, let's go, hurry up and get ready. Liu Miu is responsible for convincing the priests. Liu Miu is still worried about Aesika. Captain, are we really leaving Aesika behind? A luxurious carriage is brought forward. The street scene outside is much more bustling and crowded. Crowds of people move back and forth. The four children witness this scene and cannot help but be surprised, peering in all directions. Liu Miu speaks up, "This can't compare to the busy streets of my Roseberry Empire." Kalasi Asika remains expressionless. There is nothing to see. He is bored to death. Jellyfight Nia adds, "But it is very clean." Lee thinks to herself, "So these royals." The knight politely says, "Princes, it's very crowded here. Don't get lost." Lee smiles politely. "My will." "Be careful." "Thank you." Just as Liu Miu thought, the priests agreed to let them out. The range of activity is limited. To the bustling district near the temple, they have arranged 5 nights for us. Lee looks left and right as if searching for something. "Then let me go look for it." Suddenly her eyes widen as if she has found the item she needs. The 3 boys see this and ask, "Captain, is something wrong? What are you looking at?" "Over there." They are surprised to see Lee holding a doll. "You aren't just a daddy's boy, but you also have to hug." "A doll to sleep." It is a shop with a wooden cabinet containing shelves of pretty dolls. The shop owner smiles kindly and welcomes them. Then he is stunned to see the children. "What? Why are holy knights in here?" He stands still and observes. Could they be royalty? Customer arrives and politely greets the shop owner, but the owner does not take his eyes off those children. Lee's attention has fallen on a doll with rabbit ears and a pretty red bow tied around its neck. She gently picks it up with affection. Liu Miu looks at Lee with a bit of disdain. "Do you really want to buy that? Captain, do you like dolls? Isn't that a girl's toy?" Lee replies in annoyance. "Hey, who decided that only girls can like rag dolls?" Liu Miu doesn't know how to argue back. "True." Lee hesitates and asks, "But do you guys have any money?" Kalasi answers calmly, "I don't." Liu Miu fumbles in his pockets. "Me neither, because I don't need to use money." Lee places her last hope on Jellyfight, her eyes sparkling as she asks, "Jellyfight, you definitely have money, right? You're the smartest, you must have some." Jellyfight replies calmly, "Yeah, I have money." Lee immediately cheers happily. "Among these subordinates, you are the only one who can help. Lend it to me, I'll pay you back later." Jellyfight says generously, "It's not much money anyway, you don't have to pay me back." Lee is overjoyed. "Really? Then can I buy one more rag doll?" Jellyfight sighs helplessly. "Since you're so happy, just do whatever you want." Lee doesn't stop praising him. "You are the best. Jellyfight, you really are a good person." Jellyfight is speechless at her chatter and says, "Fine, just hurry up and choose." Lee still looks at him with gratitude. In the original plot, there are 2 stories about the doll. The first is about Ayasika. Ayasika, one of the candidates who has a one-sided love for the female lead Juliana, immediately goes to see her when he hears the news of her marriage to the male lead. Faced with Ayasika's late confession, Juliana gently but firmly rejects him. "Take this. This is one of the rag dolls my father and brother bought for me. It's cute, isn't it? Don't tell my brothers. I'm grown up now. It feels strange for someone to give me a rag doll, but I really like it. It feels like it protects me for a lifetime. Consider this as a gift for you." Juliana's father and brother sent her too many rag dolls to handle, so she gave one to everyone she met. But all of that happens later. This doll is Ayasika's only special doll, called the Red-Eyed Monster. "Ayasika, you killed your own father to ascend the throne." Thinking of how he slowly escaped the nightmares torturing him after Juliana gave him the doll, I wonder if it will be effective since I am not the female lead. I only hope his heart stabilizes. Lee happily picks 2 rabbits. "I want this one and that one." Kalasi starts to feel disbelief. "Rabbits and 2 of them." Jellyfight asks, "Is one for Ayasika?" Liu Miu and Kalasi freeze. "What, 2 identical dolls?" Kalasi is suddenly excited. "What, so that's how it is? Then can I buy one?" A doll. Jellyfight immediately pours cold water on him. "Not you." Kalasi scolds him angrily. "Hey, how shameless." Liu Miu also asks excitedly, "What about me, can I?" Jellyfight refuses without hesitation. "You can't either." In the end, Jellyfight also gets scolded by Liu Miu. "Scumbag!" Those 2 just stand there staring at Jellyfight. Jellyfight sighs helplessly and finally says, "Oh my God, everyone pick one." Liu Miu and Kalasi cheer, "I'll buy the biggest one." The 2 run toward the doll cabinet. "Which one should I pick?" Jellyfight shouts, "Buy the smallest one." Lee stands there watching them tease each other. "Hey." Hey, she cherishes the rabbit in her hand. Now it has become her own doll. Why does it make her so happy? I want to help Aosika's heart. Without any falsehood, but the reason I chose the doll is, ah no, maybe it's because Lelia wants a rag doll. I will not. Act like the original, but maybe. Greed will be born, but if I have this child, it will surely be fine. The second story involving dolls, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. The female lead Juliana in the original is a girl loved by everyone, extremely gentle. But she didn't live in a happy environment from the start. Her biological father was a domestic abuser who abused Juliana. Her painful life lasted until she met someone. That person is someone everyone thought was dead, the former emperor of the Oleria Empire, Perseus Oleria. Perseus fell into his younger brother's trap. He lost his beloved wife and newborn daughter. After being stripped of his throne, he hid with the twin princes for a long time. Juliana's mother became Perseus's wife as a supporter to help him reclaim the throne. It was a contract marriage. Therefore, Juliana became the emperor's daughter. Perseus summoned the original ministers and those dissatisfied with Lady Osi's regime. It took 10 years after being usurped to finally execute his brother. The moment the true emperor of the Oleria Empire returns. For reference, at this moment, Crown Prince Li has already departed from the novel. The minister who always held a grudge against Lady Osi has been constantly poisoning him. Finally, his life comes to an end. Juliana becomes the sole empress of the empire and lives a dream life. She wants to be closer to Emperor Perseus. It is a happy time that her biological father could not provide. Juliana wants to hold her father's hand like a normal child. Juliana's father shouts, "Don't touch me." Perseus instinctively brushes off the child's hand. Poor Juliana, her inner self is hurt and her will becomes depressed. Perseus is the same. Juliana sits snugly in her mother's arms. The girl asks, "Does father hate me?" Her mother gently comforts her. "Juliana, it's not like that." Juliana looks up at her mother, her eyes on the verge of tears, but her mother looks ahead and says, "Look at that." Juliana's father is walking over with a giant teddy bear. He gives the bear to the girl. "I scared you just now. I'm sorry, I'm not used to being touched by others. Can you forgive me?" Juliana reaches out and takes the teddy bear. "That's great." She hugs it and smiles brightly. "Father doesn't hate me." Juliana's father is stunned for a moment. His eyes widen at Juliana's cuteness. The two brothers stand at the door peeking and also gape in surprise like their father. Through this incident, Perseus and the two brothers completely fall for Juliana, and from then on, they never stop giving her rag dolls. In this content, there is no Lelia Eolalia because she is not the protagonist. Lelia Eolalia. At 10 years old, Lelia still lives in a tower without light. After ending the impersonation of Li from the temple, what awaits her is living her life in the tower as before. Lady Osi and Li are dead, but this time Perseus holds Lelia's fate. The subjects meet daily to discuss how to handle Lelia Eolalia. The meeting takes place with countless opinions from the subjects. That usurper loved that child dearly, even bringing her to the main city to prepare a lavish banquet for her. This kind of rebel seed should be killed early. But she is only a 10-year-old child, and furthermore, she is the daughter of Princess Ailesi. It's better to use her in a state marriage. Marry her to Marquis Tiberius, who has made great contributions. Perseus is tired of the slow meetings, and eventually doesn't even want to hear Lelia's name. This matter is left behind. And Lear is left to live in the tower. He doesn't care about his sister's daughter because of his hunger. But it's also very normal because Lelia's mother, Empress Ailesi, was a villain who tortured Perseus's late wife, Elizabeth. The smart and lovely Juliana has everything. Lelia has nothing, a sad and thin face. Because of hunger, she has no strength to become a wicked, jealous girl who bullies Juliana. To survive, she sneaks out into the dense forest behind the city to look for fruits. It is an uninteresting side role. That day was the same. If she hadn't met Juliana, she would have just been a passerby. Lelia walks to the garden where Juliana is sleeping. On a carpet, next to Juliana is a basket of fresh fruit and delicious cakes. Lelia stands looking at the fruit basket with craving, then she hurriedly takes the cakes. Lee stuffs them into her mouth and eats ravenously. A sound makes Lelia jump. It turns out Juliana shifted. but she is still sound asleep. Juliana hugs the teddy bear in her arms, looking very happy. Lee frowns at Juliana. The jealousy makes her feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Lelia's eyes widen, thinking of something. Attracted by the sweet scent nearby, greed instinctively rises in her. She knows she is doing things she shouldn't do. Lelia reaches out toward the teddy bear. She grabs it tightly. Lee pulls the teddy bear to her chest. Lelia peeks at Juliana, who is still sleeping soundly, and then she slowly steps back. But even so, she still wants to hug the rag doll that represents love. Lelia turns and runs, but suddenly a loud voice booms. "Hey, wait. A moment, who are you?" Lelia startles and stands frozen. Her face is pale as she turns her head toward the source of the voice. Lelia turns back, terror in her eyes. It is an authoritative voice, also carrying reproach. "Is there a thief in the Imperial City?" Juliana's two brothers walk over. One speaks as he walks. "You dare steal the princess's things? Have you no shame?" At the same time, the sleeping Juliana wakes up. She tilts her head and looks at her in surprise. "Huh!" At this moment, one of the brothers sees Lelia. He is surprised. "Are you the one bullying our daughter?" Upon hearing this, Lelia panics and turns to look back, her voice trembling slightly. When Juliana sits up and sees Lee holding her doll, she is startled. "Huh, my doll!" A loud scolding rings out. "Not only did you bully my mother, but you also want to steal my sister Juliana's things. You dare steal in the Imperial City." Hearing her brother's words, Juliana immediately turns to stop them. "Brothers, brothers, don't be like that, don't say that." Then she turns to look at Lee and introduces herself. "Hello, my name is Juliana. That doll is my favorite. Can you give it back to me, please?" Lee looks at the doll and hesitates, but then Lelia still decides to return the toy to the princess. After receiving the doll back, Juliana is very happy and says thank you, but her two brothers are not like that. One says there's no need to say thank you to a thief. The other raises his voice. "Hey, aren't you going to apologize?" Receiving no response from Lelia, one of the princes steps forward and says, "Kneel down for me right now and apologize to Juliana." But he is stopped by his own sister. "Cedric Damien, enough. Hasn't she already returned it to us?" Hearing these words from his sister, he rejects them. "Juliana, I know you are very kind, but sometimes she must exhibit the grace of an imperial princess. This kind of matter cannot simply be overlooked." Hearing this, Juliana lowers her head, replying sadly, "I understand." Next, they approach Lee. He reaches out his hand, laughing and smiling, then presses Lelia Eolalia's head down with a murderous tone. "Bow down now." 100 times, he begins to speak in a low voice, slamming his head against the ground 100 times. Lee struggles to squeeze out a single word. Apologies, Princess. Your Highness, I apologize. Princess, I apologize. Princess, I apologize. Princess, I apologize. The words continue to echo until a call rings out and two people approach. They are the Emperor of the Empire and his loyal minister. Upon hearing the call, the princess turns her head and calls out, "Father!" The Emperor approaches his daughter, picks her up, and says it is almost time for dinner, time to return to the castle. The princess's two brothers run over. "Father, you are breaking the rules. It is our turn to carry Juliana." Lelia Eolalia can only stand there watching their family when she suddenly catches the Emperor's gaze. Looking toward her, he only stares with cold eyes before turning away. Juliana is gentle toward thieves, and her brothers are blindly devoted to her. Emperor Perseus is indifferent to everyone except Juliana. As these images surface, they abandon Juliana like a prop on a stage. Juliana is a girl loved by no one. Returning to reality in a room, Aesika Haluxibo sits on the bed with his head down. Lelia Eolalia opens the door and shouts, "Aesika, we're back." A moment later, Aesika Haluxibo looks toward them and replies, "Well, welcome back, Captain." Suddenly, what catches Aesika Haluxibo's eye is a stuffed rabbit, a rabbit with red eyes. Just like his, before Aesika Haluxibo can understand, Lelia Eolalia's voice rings out. "I went out to buy this for you." He asks uncertainty, "For me?" Lee kneels on the floor and answers kindly, "Yes." Her finger moves close to the soft white rabbit as she continues, "This doll will help you share your sadness and pain and will always protect." Aesika's heart, his expression gradually turns into a mix of surprise and warmth. Liu Liushibli speaks up, Captain, you're really good at talking nonsense. Jellyfight Nia adds, how naive. Are you really the same age as us? Callicia Asika chimes in, sometimes I truly doubt it. Hearing them, Lelia Eolalia is startled and asks angrily, what didn't you all buy? Cloth dolls too. The three of them dodge the question. Easika Halyuksibo stares at the doll and asks, so we all have the same cloth dolls? Lelia Eolalia says triumphantly, isn't that right, Easika, even though they say that? They just claim they definitely wouldn't buy dolls like us. After all, they are just 10-year-old kids. The other three turn completely red. Liushibli shouts angrily, Captain, you are the same age as us? He then pushes a bear in front of Lelia Eolalia, telling her to keep it. Li playfully teases, you and I are not on the same level. Actually, I am only 7. Liushibli doesn't back down. What a joke, there's no way that's true. Not long after, night falls and they drift off to sleep. On one of the beds, Lelia Eolalia is still awake. The girl lies on her side, staring intently at the white rabbit in her hand, whispering softly, mine, it only belongs to me. Her hand gently strokes the bear as she falls asleep, recalling the image of them playing happily with cloth dolls together. She falls asleep with joy and a thought, I'm not jealous of Juliana's doll anymore, this is my treasure. The next evening, a shout rings out, good news, the priests finally agreed to add another bed. This will reduce the damage caused by Liushibli's sleep kicking. Callicia Asika speaks up, but it still won't stop it completely. Jellyfight Nia pouts, that's so unfair. Meanwhile, Liushibli quickly jumps onto the bed looking annoyed. I only knocked you off the bed 2 or 3 times, forget it, go to sleep you guys. Later, he seems to hear a sound and sits up. Liushibli looks out the window. It's raining. It looks like it will be a heavy downpour. Jellyfight Nia adds, I've turned off the lights, good night. Everyone, boom, loud thunder cracks outside. While Liushibli is in the middle of a dream, he rolls off the bed, hits the ground, and screams. He is jolted awake by the fall and groans. He suddenly startles, hearing someone crying, sob, sob. He looks toward the bundled blanket right by the window. Sob, sob. He knows immediately that it is Easika Halyuksibo. Then he looks at Lelia Eolalia's bed. She is sound asleep. Liushibli calls her Li, making Li startle awake. Li, Lelia Eolalia slowly sits up and asks, what's wrong? Liushibli is urgent. Li, wake up, Easika. Easika is having an episode again. Lelia Eolalia panics upon hearing this. Easika. Liushibli explains the situation. He can't breathe, I'm going to call the priest. Lelia Eolalia steps onto the floor. I know. I'll take a look. The two approach and call Easika's name. Suddenly, Jellyfight Nia and Callicia Asika are already standing by Easika's bed, holding a flickering lamp. They call out. Lelia Eolalia freezes, her eyes wide with panic as she calls Easika's name. At this moment, Easika Halyuksibo is trembling as he sits by the bed, his head lowered and his hands tightly covering his ears. Seeing this, Lelia Eolalia rushes over and calls. Li, she puts her hand on his face to reassure him. Li, look at me, look at me. Easika's eyes are bloodshot, tears and snot running down as he looks at her. Lelia Eolalia calmly reassures him, breathe in slowly, it's okay. She places one hand on her heart and the other on his shoulder, follow my rhythm. Easika Halyuksibo begins to follow her lead and she praises him. That's it, you're doing great. Boom, another crack of thunder outside makes him jump in fear. Lelia Eolalia calls his name. Easika Halyuksibo speaks in terror. Whenever it rains, father, mother. Lelia Eolalia looks at him with pity, thinking, your mother passed away on a rainy day. Lelia Eolalia places a hand on his shoulder, gently comforting him. Don't be afraid, it's just raining, nothing bad will happen. She leads Easika Halyuksibo back to bed and carefully tucks him in. Lelia Eolalia falls silent. It's a bit troubling, I knew from the start this wouldn't be effective. Looking at the rabbit on the bed next to his pillow, she picks up the small rabbit and places it near Easika Halyuksibo's face. She smiles gently and says, Easika, when you're scared in the future, talk to it like you're talking to me. Easika Halyuksibo reaches out and takes the stuffed rabbit. He presses his face into the doll and replies, Lelia Eolalia smiles slightly, feeling a bit relieved. She turns her head to one side and notices something. The other three in the room are observing, standing there with their lamps. Calasia Sika speaks up. Hey, is this kid possessed by a demon? Or something? Lelia Eolalia gets angry instantly. You jerk. She walks over and pinches his cheek, telling him to watch his mouth. Possessed? What are you talking about? Calasia Sika's cheek is pinched painfully and he cries out, Ow, it hurts, stop it. Jellyfight Nia asks about the situation, so. Do you know why he's like that? Lelia Eolalia replies cautiously, Of course. Then she lets out a sigh. Lelia Eolalia stands before the two of them and explains, Listen, I already told Luomu Luoshibili the reason I don't think Aasika is possessed. Under the flickering lamplight, she tells them the truth behind why he became this way. Lee says while hugging the stuffed rabbit among the children. Do you understand? It's just psychological trauma. Each of you must have one or two things you're afraid of, right? Luomu Luoshibili nods along, while Aasika Hyluoxibo looks on blankly. Jellyfight Nia rests his chin on his hand and asks, Then what are you most afraid of? Lee hesitates, clutching the white rabbit to her chest. Well, hunger, if I say that, they will definitely think it's weird. She bows her head slightly, hesitating. I fear the people of the empire going hungry. Calasia Sika breathes a sigh of relief and throws up his hands. What nonsense! Well, you will definitely be a good emperor in the future. Jellyfight Nia nods in admiration, as expected of the crown prince, truly different. Then Lee takes the opportunity to ask them back. So what are you afraid of? Aasika Haluoxibo hugs the rabbit, looking tense. For me, it's my father. Luomu Luoshibli sits next to him and stammers, For me, it's monsters. When it's Jellyfight Nia's turn, he crosses his arms and states firmly, I have none. Lelia Eolalia thinks to herself, Even if you did, you wouldn't say it. Then Lee curiously looks at Calasia Sika. Calasie, what about you? Although his words are a bit shaky, he is no less confident than Jellyfight Nia. Me, how could I be afraid? Even when my uncle sent wolves to kill me, didn't I drive them back in the end? Lee feels helpless at Calasie's words. You should know fear. Suddenly, the timid Aasika Hyluoxibo chimes in. I know what Calasie is afraid of. Calasie Asika scowls. What are you trying to say, kid? Aasika Hyluoxibo looks at the stuffed rabbit in his hand and gives the answer. G-girls. Aasika Hyluoxibo immediately recounts the image of Calasie Asika running away in embarrassment. Last time a girl was talking to you, you panicked and ran away. Calasie Asika is afraid of talking to girls. Right now, Calasie Asika's face turns as red as a tomato as he shouts in denial. No, I never. Before he can finish, he lunges toward Aasika Hyluoxibo, but luckily Jellyfight Nia blocks him in time. Take those words back right now. Luomu Luoshibli rushes to shield Aasika Hyluoxibo and tries to calm the struggling Calasie Asika down. Hey, calm down, he's just starting to feel better. Calasie Asika continues to argue relentlessly. What does that have to do with me? Get out of the way, let go, calm down. You idiot, everyone knows you're shy in front of girls. What? Jellyfight, don't you dare fan. The flames. Suddenly, a strange sound appears, making the argument stop abruptly. They all turn to look in one direction. It turns out Lee is watching them and bursts out laughing with her eyes closed. What on earth are you guys doing? Finally, the argument comes to an end as quickly as possible. Calasie Asika looks at her with a hint of annoyance. No need to laugh like that. Lee continues to laugh to her heart's content, but it truly is funny. He can only let out a helpless cry. Really? Watching the scene, Luomu Luoshibli smiles gently and whispers, Now we know what we're afraid of. Of course, excluding those two. Calasie Asika's face is still grumpy, while Jellyfight Nia is perfectly calm. Suddenly, he raises his hand and shares his thoughts. Now everyone say what you like. Aasika Hyluoxibo is confused. Like, Luomu Luoshibli patiently explains. It could be food, animals, books, or plays. A favorite artist is fine too. Anything. Tell us some things you like. Lee answers while wiping a tear from laughing too much. This isn't bad. It's more interesting than talking about fears. At this moment, Jellyfight Nia rubs his chin in thought. Like. Next to him, Calasie Asika crosses his arms, focusing intently. There really is a lot. It's hard to choose. Once again, Ayasika Haluxibo looks at the rabbit and says, I like. She also hesitates. Thinking along with them, and I. Lee's narration begins as the scene shows the five of them gathered warmly together. That night we talked a lot. Likes and dislikes, strengths and weaknesses. It was as if we wanted to fill the time we didn't understand each other, ignoring the sound of the rain outside, laughing and talking until dawn. The night scene gradually shifts to images of them experiencing the beautiful seasons of their innocent years together. That day, the relationship between the five of us became closer. We celebrated birthdays and spent the holidays of the empires. Together, in the blink of an eye, our relationship could be called friends. When I wake up, I realize 2 years have passed. Time returns to the present with a soft call from a girl. Lee, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A girl with 2 soft ponytails shyly holds out a letter to Lee. Please accept this. Lee holds the letter, staring at it for a long time, then gently touches the letter to her lips. She thanks the girl politely. Thank you, I will treasure it. It's only a thank you, but it makes the girl's heart flutter. Even the others standing nearby, they watch her back as she leaves, whispering incessantly. What now? Crown Prince Lee Aalalia is so gentle. I will write a letter too. Lee is currently in a room with a table full of colorful letters. She gently places the recent letter on the table. A sudden voice attracts Lee's attention. You received another letter. It is Khaleesi's voice walking out of the bath with Jellyfight. Receiving letters every day, doesn't he get bored? He joins in and asks Lee a few questions. Didn't you guys say you were going to the library? Where did you go? She hesitantly asks back. Is the sword arts training over? Khaleesi responds with a sigh. Yeah, I'm so hungry, Jellyfight adds. That's because you guys run like wild horses. He brushes his hand, looking indifferent. Sorry, because we don't use sophisticated sword techniques. Lee wonders and asks, what about the others? Jellyfight explains clearly. They bathe so slowly, so we came out first. Are we going out later? Suddenly, a pair of legs runs out after Jellyfight's voice. It is none other than Liu Miu and Ayasika. They also just finished bathing, so Ayasika calls out, Captain. He wears a gentle smile behind the white towel, drying his golden hair. Are you there? Lee drags her words, hesitating. Suddenly, he holds out both hands containing letters toward Lee. Captain, this. Khaleesi observes everything and is completely shocked. Ayasika, you? Liu Miu stands behind and immediately clarifies Ayasika's potentially misleading action. No, these are what the priest gave the captain. She accepts the letters and smiles slightly. Is that so? Thank you. Lee opens the letters and reads, finally whispering in her mind. Are you guys too tall, except for me? A dazed and somewhat beautiful image of Ayasika appears. I've been eating and drinking well here. I've grown much taller, but even the pretty Ayasika is taller than me. It hurts my pride. As for the captain's dignity, while I rested because I was unwell, their sword arts became increasingly excellent. It feels like I'm the only one left behind. Returning to reality, she sighs and announces, Go change your clothes, then we'll have dinner. They respond in unison and quickly go to change as Lee requested. All right. She looks pensively at the letter in her hand. The handwriting is squiggly, but Lee can still decipher it. Oleria Empire, Emperor Lady Osi. In the large, comfortable room with golden sunlight streaming through the window, Lelia's small frame looks truly lonely. Her eyes look at the letter emotionlessly. Based on the content inside, Lelia's hand unwillingly clinches the paper. Outside, the 4 friends are in high spirits after changing. Khaleesi waves. Hey Lee, let's go eat. Her mood is still affected by the letter. Her eyes coldly glance at them and she ignores him, turning to walk away. Seeing his call ignored, he stops her confused. Hey Lee, where are you going? Why are you walking straight? She heartlessly brushes Khaleesi's hand off her shoulder and raises her voice. Don't touch me. He stands dazed, his hand frozen in midair. Lee, Ayasika rushes forward with a worried face. Captain, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Can we help with anything? The answer received is a harsh rejection. So annoying, don't talk to me. This sudden change in attitude leaves him unsure of how to react. Liu Miu has to speak up. Hey, what's wrong with you? They're just worried about you. Jellyfight evaluates. You don't tell us the reason, this isn't like you. Lee mutters to them as well as to herself. Not like me? What exactly counts as being like me? Her hands clench until they tremble, reflecting her emotions. You guys know nothing. After saying that, Lelia leaves everyone behind and runs away. This series of confusing actions makes everyone worry. Ayasika whispers, Captain. She runs straight back to her room, closes the door tightly, and pants. Her feet walk softly. Entering the room, Lelia collapses into a chair. As the impulsive emotions pass, she reflects. This is terrible. But I don't know what else to do, just like a fool, even now. The letter from Emperor Laodiosi of the Oleria Empire. It contains nothing special. It only writes, do not forget your duty, be obedient. He fears his secret will be revealed and wrote a warning. Even without writing to me with the speech-restricting curse, I can't say anything anyway. It seems the Emperor is very worried. However, just a few words are enough to remind me of my own situation. Fake Crown Prince Lee, I've been with everyone for the past 2 years talking about many things, but I haven't told a single truth. Name, status, gender, all are fake. A year after we part ways, the 4 of them will learn one thing, news of Prince Lee's death. Lee, at first I hoped for that too. Lelia remembers what she told herself in the past. Forget it. 3 years at the Holy Land will be fine. It follows the script anyway, then I'll never see them again. From a troublesome person disguised as the Crown Prince to being freed from these annoying kids. I originally thought so, but during the happy times with everyone, I unknowingly began to desire for this life to continue forever. Immersed in joy, I even forgot that I'm just an imposter. What will happen to everyone after hearing news of my death? Liu Miu, Ayasika, Jellyfight, Kalasi, they are all so gentle, they will probably be very heartbroken. What if they receive the news during the war against the dragon? What if they are hit too hard and injured while fighting? Instead of that, it's better to make them detest me. Increasing the distance between us might be better. While lost in thought, a call startles her. Captain, all 4 of them gather in the room, making Lee choke up. Why are you guys here? You're not allowed in here. Liu Miu stands at the front, determined. Seeing you like this, how could we not care if we did something? Before he can finish, she shouts, so noisy, you don't need to worry about me. Ayasika is flustered. Captain, you're really strange. He still doesn't give up on persuading her. Hey, if there's something wrong, tell us. Kalasi chimes in. What the hell is going on? You have to speak up for us to know. Jellyfight, the most rational of the group, points out. Although we don't know what happened, we can all see you're doing this on purpose. Ayasika approaches Lee. His voice stutters but clearly conveys his heart. Suffering. Didn't you say you wanted to share it together? You were the one who told me that, Lee. He grabs her hand, his voice sincere. Whatever difficulties there are, you can lean on us. I want to help you too. Hearing those comforting words makes it hard for Lee to say anything else. Ayasika looks at her expression and becomes even more worried. Captain. The hand he is holding trembles slightly. Their concern pierces Lelia's mask. Her emotions overflow, causing tears to stream down incessantly. In a moment of weakness, Lelia confesses, If I... She tries to suppress her emotions, her whole body shaking. Lelia bows her head, making a decision. Even if I die, I hope you guys won't be sad. Those words cause Ayasika's blood-red pupils to widen. What? Liu Miu incredulously takes a handkerchief from his pocket. What are you saying? Could it be a nightmare? Or are you in a bad mood because our days together are numbered? Kalasi gestures with his hand, saying no. Even when we return to our countries, we can meet immediately in the dragon-slaying squad. Although the dragon-slaying squad is very dangerous. As your older brother, I will protect you. I'll never let anyone hurt or kill you. She still bows her head, whispering, I might not be able to join the dragon-slaying squad. I might die before then. Jellyfight's eyebrows knit slightly. Lee, is something wrong? A force that wants to kill you. Lee tries to cover it up. Someone has taken my throne. My health is not good. Even if I cannot join the dragon-slaying squad. Don't be disappointed. You must fight safely and return victorious. Each word sounds like a final testament, leaving everyone speechless for a moment. Then a soft sound rings out. Don't, she asks back. What? Ayasika's lips tremble. I don't want that kind of thing. I don't want it. Captain, you can't die. You're not allowed to. You must not die. He also bursts out crying like Lelia, making Liu Miu even more flustered. Hey, Aasika, why are you crying? Lelia's face is flushed, and her eyes, like a clear autumn lake, continuously shed tears. She looks at his current youthful face. Although Aasika is a crybaby now, later, after obtaining the long-sealed demonic sword, Aasika Hyluxibo will become an immortal being. Then she looks over at Kalasi. Although in the original plot he is a warrior with only one arm, he can freely swing a greatsword that no one else can lift. Mercenary Kalasi Asika. Next is Jellyfight, possessing the Holy Emperor Grills, a more powerful divine power, master of the holy sword Jellyfight Nia. Finally, Liu Miu, who obtains the Dragon Heart and becomes the youngest tower master in history. Dragon speech mage Liu Miu Liuashibili, constantly lying Li thinks, I am nothing. Being friends with future heroes, I feel very proud. That's why I'm so heartbroken. Why am I by your side? Li bites her lip. You guys will become the remaining great protagonists in history, so, even if I am no longer in this world. You absolutely must not be sad. Days pass and another morning begins. After a night of confiding, the group's relationship returns to normal. One of them knocks on the door. Captain still sleeping. Kalasi teases, You're not crying alone again, are you? Liu Miu counters, but Kalasi continues. Why aren't you coming out? Are you crying again? Inside, Lelia's hands clinch the blanket as she trembles with anger. She shamefully buries her face in the pillow as they laugh at her. These losers. It's crazy, I'm really going crazy. I cried so much yesterday, how can I face them? It's so embarrassing. Please delete the memories of me crying from your minds. After rolling around for a bit, Lelia mutters to herself, But I've revealed information about Lee's death to them. That's enough. Perhaps it will be less of a shock when they suddenly receive news of my death. Outside, Kalasi is still rambling incessantly. It seems he really is crying. Crybaby Lee, crybaby. Her face darkens. The others are fine, but she absolutely cannot overlook Kalasi. But I'm alone, it's useless anyway. Now the time remaining at the Holy Land is only half a year. I must create more memories with everyone before it's too late. We might never see each other again. Seeing that Lee hasn't responded for a while, the person outside reminds her. Lee, today is Jellyfight's birthday. Are you really not coming out? She quickly puts the stuffed rabbit on the bed and replies, Sorry, I didn't hear you because I was sleeping. I'm coming out now. Scene change. Inside the brilliantly decorated room, everyone shouts together, Happy birthday, Jellyfight. He still wears that unchanging expression and softly replies, Thank you. Everyone, the four of them each hold out a letter. Gift for you. Sending letters on birthdays is like a habit. Kalasi rests his chin on his hand. No way, I really want to go out and buy things. Liu Miu informs him, That's a bit difficult. They didn't just arrange guardian nights for us. Aasika smiles happily. I have to say this is the first time we've left home. I think it's wonderful. Lelia crosses her arms and sighs. Isn't it, Liu Miu, you just? Like acting recklessly, he quickly replies. What? Wasn't the captain the one who finally decided to go out? Are you playing dumb? It's been so long I don't remember anymore. Liu Miu's face turns red with frustration. Finally, he says something without a head or tail. Forget it, you won't regret it. Today is the last time I'll treat you like this. Li is confused. What are you talking about? Liu Miu crosses his arms confidently. Starting from this time tomorrow, the captain will have to prostrate before my thoughtfulness and charisma. Actually, it has already arrived today. She looks indifferent. So I'm asking you, what exactly is it? Aasika says, just remembering, tomorrow is also a birthday. Lee is an important person. Kalasi also remembers. Right, that's it. You said it was the second day after my birthday, right? So whose birthday is it anyway? Liu Miu Liuashibli suddenly asks. Do you have a secret girlfriend? Hidden away, you're making the guy next to you scream in terror. Lelia Aalalia is startled. What is he talking about? What girlfriend? She stammers in embarrassment. It's just, there is a very important person, a friend's birthday. Aasika Hyluxibo interlocks his fingers, looking aggrieved. Is that person more important than us? Lelia Aalalia immediately retorts. How is that possible? No, it's not that I'm unsure. It's likely possible. When I was young, those people I first met. His eyes turn red as if he is about to cry. As he wallows in sadness, her hand rests on Aasika Hyluxibo's head. Lady Osi Aalalia reassures him with a gentle gaze. You don't need to be so sad, Aasika. You are also a very important friend to me. He feels embarrassed but is no longer sad. Understood, she leads the conversation back to the main topic. All right, let's continue the party. Another harmonious memory frame of the group of friends appears. They cut the cake and chat intimately. Watching this scene, Lee feels a sense of peace mixed with a hint of bitterness. To enjoy delicious cake with important friends around. Once I return to my homeland, everything ends. Her lips press together. She truly does not want to go back. Night falls. Inside the pitch-black room, a single faint light flickers at the desk. Lee sits there, sighing in frustration. How will she survive the remaining time at the CRS Holy Land, although it is important? It is now time to return to the Empire. The biggest problem is, how do I prevent my own death? Well, it should be fine, right? The original plot states. I died in an accident due to carelessness. If I stay away from the lake, even if time passes, as long as I pay a little attention, I can avoid it. The real issue is that with my current strength, it cannot be solved. The deaths of the reigning Emperor Lus and Crown Prince Lee Aalalia, the return of the former Emperor Perseus, and the matter of the 4 people joining the dragon-slaying squad. In that battle, Kalasi Asika is incurably injured. During the battle to eliminate the frenzied dragon, Kalasi Asika is responsible for the final blow, because only Kalasi Asika can wield the greatsword. The blade is embedded with a holy relic gem that the CRS Holy Land is searching for. Only that sword has the power to pierce dragon scales. Kalasi Asika is in the middle of a fierce battle. His small silhouette stands resilient against the massive, vicious dragon, using that sword to pierce the frenzied dragon's weakness. Finally, the frenzied dragon falls. Peace returns to the world, but that peace is bought at the cost of Kalasi Asika's life. While subjugating the frenzied dragon, Kalasi Asika stabs the dragon's reverse scale, but because of the frenzied dragon's final attack, his entire body is burned and his bones and flesh begin to melt. If not for Jellyfight Nia's holy power, he would have died on the spot. Thanks to Jellyfight Nia, most wounds heal, but the only thing that cannot be cured is Kalasi Asika's eyes. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Esquora Empire who have suffered for a long time yearn for a new emperor. Kalasi Asika, you defeated the frenzied dragon and became a hero, ousting the tyrant and saving yourself. A mother covers her child's eyes and screams, "Don't look, you'll be cursed." Kalasi Asika strides with a straight posture, shoulders broad, chest slightly out, exuding the aura of a leader. However, one cannot see Kalasi Asika's eyes. The symbol of the Aska imperial family is golden eyes. One can clearly see the eyes of the Son of Heaven, but after losing his sight, the color of Kalasi Asika's eyes becomes strange. The public begins to shun him, saying Kalasi Asika is cursed by the frenzied dragon. Outwardly, they praise him as a hero. Behind his back, they call him cursed and fear him. No one wants Kalasi Asika to become emperor. Despite this treatment, Kalasi Asika holds no grudges. To avoid making people afraid or uncomfortable, he even covers his eyes with a black cloth, accepting everything so everyone else can live. But the original female lead, Juliana, softly comforts him. Juliana sweetly lures him into her trap. Kalasi Asika, I don't think you are cursed. Those eyes saved everyone in this world, so how could they be a curse? After that day, Kalasi Asika becomes one of Juliana's spare tires. But in the end, this love story has no happy ending. Finally, Kalasi Asika abandons everything and retreats from the world. One arm and one eye, country and family, love and friendship, all gone as if they never existed. He remains alone forever. Lelia Aalalia sighs. In the silent night, this is too much. Is this really the treatment for the greatest hero? Do you need a hand? Kalasi Asika smiles brightly like a fool. But what awaits Kalasi Asika is such a terrible future. I cannot find a way to change Kalasi Asika's fate. Only Kalasi Asika can deal the fatal blow to the frenzied dragon, to stab the reverse scale. One can only use their own body to bear the consequences. Even knowing this, nothing can be done. Smiling and comforting his pale companions, that is none other than Kalasi Asika. She tortures herself, thinking over and over but finding no solution. And yet I can't do anything for him. I'm currently a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to even save myself. If only I had magic abilities like the female lead in the original work. Though she cannot heal with magic, she could at least make a living. Under the flickering candlelight, Lee tries to meditate to stay calm, but she feels absolutely nothing. Mana. To use magic, one needs the power of nature, that is mana. Those with mana affinity absorb it and undergo cultivation. Some channel mana into weapons and their bodies to enhance their strength. These individuals are known as aura swordsmen. Those who utilize magic are called mages. She feels frustrated. Having transmigrated into a novel, it would be great if she could use some type of magic. If you know a bit about alchemy, although alchemy is a type of magic, its power is considered a forbidden heresy in this world. Within it, the philosopher's stone can grant all wishes, heal all wounds and diseases, and even resurrect the dead. The ultimate goal of alchemy is to create these two things. A stone comparable to the holy relics of the CRS Holy Land, far exceeding divine healing capabilities, the elixir of immortality. Although no alchemist has successfully created the philosopher's stone or the panacea, the CRS believes the concept of alchemy is a challenge to the gods and has banned it, but many people need an alchemist's medicine. Those potions sell for high prices in the underground world. Lelia Eolalia sits, her body trembling. Naturally, if the temple discovers this, it will result in a witch hunt followed by a heretical trial and being burned to death. But can it make money? If there is a panacea, it can heal Kalasi Asika's eyes. There is no need to worry about impossible outcomes. For now, she must worry about her own situation. I don't want to starve to death in the tower, nor do I want to become a prop for a political marriage, taking advantage of the chaos to seize the throne or using the opportunity to escape the imperial city, though a single mistake means death by the castle guards. Begging Juliana to save me, kneeling on the ground. Juliana is very kind. If I say I'm hungry, besides food, she might provide all sorts of assistance. But if Emperor Perseus, Cedric, and Damien find out, they will kill me before I even get near Juliana. Her face flushes slightly, her cheeks covered in a thin layer of embarrassed mist. Lelia Eolalia suddenly has a stroke of genius. Ah, what about that place? In the Imperial Forest, there is a small log cabin, the secret base of Elizabeth, the former empress of Emperor Perseus. That place is a secret research facility. Perseus prepared for the mage Elizabeth to immerse herself in her work. The log cabin contains magic items Elizabeth created, and emergency food preserved by magic. I remember this from the original story. Seeing Juliana use magic, Perseus recalls his late wife, although he gifted the entire cabin to Juliana. Lelia is so anxious she can feel her heart pounding in her chest. If she can reach it before Juliana receives it, there might be food. Stealing without being detected, and of course, there are magic items. As long as I have magic items, escaping the castle is certain. Lee Eolalia gently places the notebook on the table and leaves. If caught, it will be disastrous. Regardless, I have no future staying in that castle. Even if it's more dangerous, even if I become a lowly thief, I must take the risk. Her room is submerged in the night, so silent. She can clearly hear her soft breathing. She hugs her rabbit tightly, lost in thought. It's fine even if no one stands by her side. Lelia Eolalia leans her head against her plush toy, as if wanting to cry everything out for relief. But she will find her own path to survival. Everyone is amazed by the strange pen. What exactly is this? Liu Miu Liuishibli introduces it with a proud look. I asked my father to custom make it. Roseberry is a nation rich in gemstones and magic. This is a magic pen that the five of us can use to communicate. Just write like this. Lelia Eolalia and Easika Halyuksibo stare in shock as a scroll manifests before them. Jellyfight Nia catches the scroll in surprise. Oh! Kalasi Asika looks as if he's gained new knowledge as paper appears in midair. Whoa, incredible. This is my gift, everyone use it well. Liu Miu Liuishibli explains happily. As long as someone writes, everyone receives the letter. So we will take turns writing. But remember, the jewel on the magic pen is a mana stone. If you remove it, you cannot write. She continuously praises the magic of the pen. Liu Liushibili, this is top tier. Liu Liushibili takes the chance to flex. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You will definitely surrender to my charm with both hands and feet. Everyone, hurry up and praise me. Li Eolalia answers helplessly. Just to move on. Yes, yes. Lelia Eolalia holds the pen tightly like an inseparable item. With this, I can communicate with everyone before the government announces the crown prince's death. He tilts his face to invite everyone, now that the introduction is done. Let's eat cake. Calasia Sika is completely fed up after eating cake for 2 days straight. He forces a smile. Let me light the candles. He is curious who will blow them out. Liumiu Liushibili is stunned by the redundant question. Isn't it the captain? This is the birthday of someone very important to Captain Jellyfight Nia. Light the candles on the cake. Light them. Under the shimmering candlelight, she stands there quietly as if time has just stopped. Everyone shouts, "Happy birthday! What are you doing? Why aren't you blowing out the candles?" Lelia Eolalia bows her head slightly and lets out a soft breath, making the candles on the birthday cake go out instantly. In that moment, her emerald eyes drop, reflecting a deep sadness that no words can describe. After Lelia Eolalia blows out the candles, the bright lights flick on and the space fills with warm, golden light. Kalasi Asika claps. Loudly boom, "Congratulations, what, why are you crying again? What, why cry? I really don't understand you." Easika Halyuksibo worries for her. Li Eolalia, what's wrong? Is anything uncomfortable? Lelia Eolalia wipes her tears, trying to smile to reassure everyone. It's nothing. Li Eolalia received everyone's wishes before, but thinking this year is the last time, I got greedy and made an unreasonable request. The others don't know whose birthday it is, yet they are willing to celebrate together. Kalasi Asika feels a bit touched, though he still doesn't understand why she's crying, while Liumiu Liushibli grins foolishly while holding a handkerchief. For her, this makes me feel happy and grateful since today is my birthday under the name Lelia Eolalia. Lelia Eolalia wipes away her tears. She flashes a happy smile because everyone is here to celebrate her birthday. Everyone, thank you all for celebrating with me. Everyone awkwardly tries to comfort Lee, but she cries even harder than before. He stands there sighing, choked up and speechless. Lee's mouth trembles as if she is about to wail, but next year at this time she will be living alone again. Suddenly Liumiu Liushibli calls out, "Hey Captain, turn around." Did she respond? He finally musters the courage to ask that. Is the person you missed on your birthday today someone you haven't seen in a long time, like your late mother? Lelia Eolalia is utterly confused. Huh! Both Liumiu Liushibili and Kalasi Asika bow their heads hesitantly. Even Easika Halyuksibo and Jellyfight Nia have things that are hard to express. She stammers an explanation. No, it wasn't that. Lelia Eolalia pauses to think. Indeed, none of the people here have a mother. Easika's father killed his biological mother. After Kalasi was born, his parents passed away one after another. Jellyfight doesn't have a biological mother, only a hateful stepmother, and Liumiu's mother committed suicide right in front of him. Lee secretly wipes her tears because she isn't the only one who suffers such a fate. She plops down under everyone's gaze. Lee grips the fork tightly and stabs it into a delicious, eye-catching piece of cake. Lelia Eolalia eats non-stop, causing Kalasi Asika to panic. Whoa! His eyes turn into O shapes and his mouth into a Y. Hey, why don't you cut it? Jellyfight Nia frowns. How rude, what are you doing? He is worried. Li Eolalia, what's wrong with you? She answers while eating. Eat quietly, brother, if you don't, I'll finish it all. Liumiu Liushibli is shocked. What did you say? Are you saying if we don't eat fast, you'll finish everything? He gets goosebumps. If it's this kid. It really is possible. We should eat quickly too. They enjoy the delicious meal together happily. The sky fades into night and then quickly moves to the next day. Afternoon arrives and the sky turns to twilight. Layers of clouds are dyed orange gold as if melting in the late sun. Amidst that brilliant scenery, Lee's voice softly echoes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Kalasi Asika laughs and teases. Oh my, you won't be moved to tears by the sunset, will you? Liumiu Liushibli joins in and pulls out a handkerchief. Handkerchief's right here. Easika Halyuksibo truly worries for her. Lee, I also have a handkerchief. Lelia Eolalia punches the two of them in the head. Stop mocking me. Despite being hit, Callicy Asika remains unfazed. Oh my, you're really not crying before you'd start wailing at the slightest thing. Her face is full of resentment, ready to explode, but finally, Lee swallows her anger. Yes, I won't cry anymore. I absolutely won't cry anymore because there are only a few days left to be with you all. I'm reluctant to waste time on crying. I want to do more things with you, see more beautiful sights, and laugh to my heart's content. So whenever I recall these memories, I hope to only remember your smiles. So please remember my smile too. The days spent with everyone were very happy. Thank you for letting me meet you all. It's truly wonderful. Against the deep blue sky, a magnificent palace appears. A line of carriages stops in front of the main gate, creating a majestic and quiet scene. The intricately carved door echoes with the steady knocking of a maid. Crown Prince Lee Aalalia. Lee, the Olaria entourage, has arrived. She wants to shout something to feel better. Suddenly, Lee purses her lips to gather her spirit. She turns around with a face full of sorrow. I'm coming. Finally, the day of parting arrives when Lee goes. Outside, she sees Callicy Asika embracing and comforting a crying Aasika Hailuxibo. Hey, stop crying. We'll meet again in a few years anyway. Do you have to cry? Wah wah. You're just a crybaby devil. Aasika Hailuxibo's voice trembles as he sobs. You must write letters. Jellyfight Nia bows his head in sadness. I will miss you all very much. Liumiu Luishibli shouts irritably. I really hate this atmosphere. Stop crying. As soon as he speaks, the atmosphere hits a low note. Liumiu's face shows clear discomfort and no less tension. Suddenly, Liumiu reaches out toward Jellyfight Nia and hugs him as a farewell. To Callicy Asika's surprise, Liumiu also hugs him tightly. Aasika Hailuxibo stands, frozen in shock when Liumiu approaches for a surprise hug. To Lelia Aalalia's surprise, Liumiu carefully instructs, everyone must stay healthy. If anything happens, you must write a letter. She falls silent, deep in thought, remembering. Liumiu, at their first meeting, he showed a very arrogant attitude. Jellyfight, I hate that kid. Furthermore, I hate him too. He's both cowardly and stupid, and there's that Callicy Asika. Lelia Aalalia involuntarily bursts out laughing, remembering how he said he hated everyone back then. Her laughter attracts the boy's attention. Liumiu Luishibli breaks into a cold sweat, confused. What? You were just wailing, so why are you suddenly laughing? Callicy Asika asks. In confusion, is this guy really okay? Jellyfight Nia sighs and shakes his head. I'm not too sure. Lelia Aalalia blushes and smiles awkwardly. You guys really are, Callicy shows his attitude as he takes Lee's angry punch to the head. Wait, why is it always just me getting hit? You should have hit Jellyfight instead. She isn't one to back down. And shouts, who told you to usually annoy people? Lelia Aalalia stops her hand in embarrassment, her face showing grievance and dissatisfaction. He blushes with embarrassment upon hearing her voice. Callicy Asika, you really are stupid. Callicy stands frozen and dazed, not knowing how to respond. Lelia Aalalia continues to express herself. That's why I'm often angry, but I don't hate you, because I can talk to you comfortably without any complications. That's why I treat you more kindly. After you return to your country, you must be careful, especially careful of your uncle. He bows his head and scratches it. In embarrassment, got it. She turns to talk to Jellyfight Nia. Jellyfight at. First, I thought you were intentionally keeping your distance from us, but the reason we could play together is thanks to your role as the center. With you around, I feel very reassured and can rely on you. After you return to your country, be careful of those who want to exploit your power. He responds with a gentle voice. You should worry about yourself. Instead, Lelia Aalalia lets out a soft laugh. She opens her eyes wide and looks up at Aasika Hailuxibo. Lelia Aalalia gently walks to his side and advises, Aasika, you have worked very hard these past 3 years. Instead of running away from painful memories, he endured patiently. Practicing speaking, he can accomplish anything. It's truly wonderful, even if we are separated. As long as we have this rag doll, we are still together, so? Aasika Hailuxibo bursts into tears with emotion, his voice trembling. I will treasure it. The corners of her mouth curl into a happy smile, reassured. Lelia Eolalia quickly changes her attitude as she looks directly into Liu Miu Liushibli's eyes. Finally, Liu Miu, fix your rotten temper. Especially toward those. You meet for the first time, I have nothing else to say but that. He screams in offense. At her, what did you say? You really are. She bows her head and closes her eyes, mentally preparing for Liu Miu's head flick, but his hand stops right on top of Li's head. Liu Miu's cheeks turn red and the corners of his eyes tear up. He suddenly pulls her into a tight hug. You take care of yourself, Captain. Lelia Eolalia sheds tears with emotion and pats his shoulder to comfort him. Thank you for saving me at the swimming pool. You are a brave and gentle person, Liu Miu. After that, the servant carefully takes Liu Miu's suitcase. The remaining four stand below watching his carriage entourage and shouting loudly, Li, have a safe trip. Remember to write. You must stay healthy. We must meet next time. She falls silent, her face full of thoughts. Lelia Eolalia bows her head and purses her lips with emotion. She is sad, thinking they will never meet again, even if the Emperor dies. That curse will follow her forever. Lelia Eolalia sniffs and wipes her tears with her sleeve. She purses her lips and thinks to herself, but I have the memories I experienced with you. In my heart, I am no longer alone. Liu Miu Liushibli looks back directly at Lelia Eolalia upon hearing her voice. Everyone. Tears are still in Aasika Halyuxibo's eyes. Jedi Fight Nia has regained his composure. Kalasi Asika turns a gentle gaze toward her. Lelia Eolalia speaks. Sincerely, thank you for these past years. See you again. Several carriages roll away from the castle under the sunset. Kalasi Asika sits dazed in the carriage. In the end, only that person didn't object. Previously, everyone else had objected one by one when they heard his confession. You want to be a mercenary, Kalasi Asika? Are you serious? Kalasi nodded in affirmation. That's right, since my uncle wants to eat me alive anyway, it's better to leave on my own. Jedi Fight Nia immediately objected. No, regardless, he firmly held his ground. Who says that being royalty means you must be royalty until you die, even without the Emperor's throne? This won't change. Every surprised eye turns toward Li when she speaks up. You want to be a mercenary? That's a great idea, Kalasi Asika. If it's you, you'll definitely become an excellent mercenary. Kalasi Asika flashes a satisfied smile as he recalls this. He looks outside. Come to think of it, what was that dream yesterday, being bitten by a wolf on one arm? In the dream, I searched for a long time but couldn't find that guy. It was as if saying, if that child wasn't there, it would be like this. What kind of dream was it anyway? After returning to my country, my uncle, aunt, and their two children are plotting. But for some reason, I'm not scared at all because that person believes in me, a mercenary better than anyone else. Then I'll just become the most powerful mercenary. By the inside of the castle, Lady Osi Eolalia speaks in a cold voice. And what about the child? The subordinate kneels in salute to report. She has been taken to the original East Tower. What should be done, Your Majesty? The old man orders loudly. Don't kill her yet, she might be useful later. Station soldiers where she won't notice. If anything happens, report it immediately. Lelia Eolalia is taken by two subordinates to a cold tower. She grips her suitcase handle tightly. I'm back, having to live here again, but I won't continue living like this. Once I find a way out of here, I must live well to show you all. Lelia Eolalia sits at the table and picks up a pen to write a letter. She sits by the window writing. Late rising kids, you guys aren't sleeping in like birds, are you? It's cloudy today, it looks like. It's about to snow. I just finished breakfast. The servants brought it to my room. Since returning to the main city, the food here is much better than the temple and the bed is more comfortable too. The best part is there's no noise from you guys. You'll be surprised when you see my bed. It's truly comfortable. But is everyone carrying their rabbit dolls? Li. Lelia Eolalia stands up and ties her hair high. Her whole body trembles as she exhales frost. Ah, so cold, luckily. My bag wasn't stolen, food and cold weather clothes and the rabbit doll. It's truly great. Lelia Eolalia places the rabbit doll neatly on a cushion in front of the fireplace. She diligently puts wood into the fireplace. Luckily, there's a fireplace. I can breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go check the dry wood under the tower later. Then Lelia Eolalia rubs two pieces of wood together to strike a fire. While doing so, she thinks, when living at the temple, the priests lit the fireplace every morning. I really miss resources and civilization. Ignite! Lelia Eolalia is overjoyed when the fire starts. Oh my! But the smile doesn't stay on her lips for long. Lee's mouth gradually twists. She screams in despair. Are there dry branches inside? Arg, it's better than freezing to death, but my eyes sting so much. Is this magic? Lee persists in lighting the fireplace. Before the snow gets heavier, I need to collect more wood. It's colder inside the tower than I thought. I could die if I don't. Light the fireplace. Luckily, there's a water pipe. It seems to use mana to heat the water, but being able to have hot water is lucky. Though the small flow is frustrating. After returning, I plan to go to Iris's secret house, but I'm afraid of being followed by Lady Osi Eolalia's people, even if I want to get magic items and food. Actually, if I act recklessly, he will suspect me. I might even lose my life. I can only quietly wait for the opportunity. Come spring, the Emperor will no longer have time to monitor me, because Lee Eolalia is indeed poisoned by someone close to him. Soon after, Perseus's rebel army enters the imperial city. It will definitely be chaotic then. After the change in emperors, I cannot do anything conspicuous before the situation stabilizes. Perseus does not watch me like Lady Osi. No, it is better to say he has no interest in me. I will be freer than now. However, after Lee dies, I will no longer be able to write to everyone. She gazes pensively at her empty desk. There is no reply. Everyone is asleep. Lelia's face shows clear confusion. After a moment of thought, she makes a decisive choice. I will go out and pick up some branches. A gloomy winter envelops the trees. Around the tower, she walks with a soulless gait, holding a bundle of dry wood. Lelia thinks as she walks, it is so cold. Why wasn't I more decisive? Let us live for 10 years. Why only 3? Am I really all alone now? Lost in thought, she fails to notice what is ahead. Her foot trips over a small stone on the ground. Leah gasps and falls. The dry wood slips from her hands. In pain, she braces herself against the ground and looks down. Lee trembles. As she stands up, she moves her legs with difficulty to rise. Lee looks at her injured hand with a dazed, red face. Although she feels very self-pitying, she tries to stay calm and clenches her fist. Lelia carefully picks up the fallen dry branches. As she gathers them, she encourages herself to have a plan. Lee already has her own plan. When spring arrives, after the Emperor changes, we will go to Elizabeth's house to steal grain and magic props. Even if I take them, Elizabeth will not be angry, right? And then I will try not to be discovered by Juliana and her brother. I do not want to say it 100 million times. Her Imperial Highness, I am sorry, just like in a novel, and then take the opportunity to run away. Although I did not fall into a lake or act weak-like. In novels, if I continue to stay here, I will be married off to strangers like a commodity. I will not be so foolish as to become a tool for a political marriage. So before that, her train of thought is interrupted. As Lelia looks up at the scenery before her, she immediately makes a decision. So soon it is already snowing, I must act quickly. As night falls, the snow storm grows heavier inside the tower. The fireplace provides warmth. She steps out of the bathroom and exclaims, "Ah, it is so cold." Lelia looks at the snowstorm outside the window. The snow is falling so hard. Luckily, I gathered a lot of wood. Her attention is drawn to the desk nearby. A beam of light emanates from a blank sheet of paper on the table. Lelia joyfully picks up the letter. There is a reply inside. Lee, you are so diligent. Knowing you are living well, I am at ease. I am also living very well. I was worried, but I did not have nightmares like last time. This is your credit. She smiles happily as she reads this reply. Letter. She carefully studies every single word. Calisi lies on the bed, reading the letter from Lelia. Are you not afraid of being discovered? I feel embarrassed just imagining it. So I temporarily hid it under my pillow. Jellyfight carefully reads the letter. If I had known, I would not have bought it for you. Do not forget that I was the one who bought that doll for you. Liu Miu picks up her letter and reads. Everyone seems to be doing well. Am I the only one who feels uncomfortable? It is. So boring here, I feel. Happier in the temple, so let us go slay the frenzied dragon together first. Is it not interesting? Lelia bursts out laughing as she reads their replies. This is nonsense. Everyone is still the same. Tears involuntarily well up in her eyes. Lee sadly sniffs as she recalls. Happy memories with everyone. A moment later, she crawls under the covers to sleep. I will write a reply tomorrow. Leah hugs her rabbit doll to her chest. Very quickly, she falls into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Lee sadly purses her lips and cries. In contrast to the black, snowy night outside, the inside of the tower is brightly lit by the fire. Morning arrives. Quickly, some of the wood she gathered remains unused. On the desk lie numerous letters from everyone only. A little food is left on the table. Lelia stands at the foot of the tower practicing her voice. The snow finally melts. The snow in Olaria is too heavy. Moreover, there was so much of it that I was worried about. What would happen if I could not leave the house? Luckily, the snow melted before the food and wood ran out. It was like a winter hibernation. She suddenly looks up at the sky and gets in idea. Lelia carefully looks around. Come to think of it, those monitoring me have disappeared. I'm not important enough to risk monitoring in such heavy snow. Maybe I can escape their surveillance just like this. Although she is not completely at ease, she can expand her activity. Radius, inside the castle, a maid carefully approaches lady. Another servant follows behind. About that, if you have nothing to do now, could you lend a hand? She is confused and frightened by his appearance. They are talking. I am truly sorry, please forgive me. Lowe's nods in agreement. All right, since you are done, I will leave it to you. That maid stutters. In fear, yes, she is still confused even. After he leaves, the young maid eagerly asks the middle-aged maid, is he not His Majesty's confidant? What are you saying? Could you be? She awkwardly denies it. It is not like that. The young maid continues curiously, is the domestic situation unstable lately? It is indeed a bit worrying. I heard there are signs of rebellion in the local areas. The middle-aged maid warns in a stern voice. That is right, so they told us to pay attention to the Crown Prince's safety. Several months have passed since I returned to the tower. The snow has melted and the weather is getting less cold. Now there is no need to gather wood. When the snow fell to find food, I went everywhere searching for the fruit gathered by small animals bit by bit, expanding my activity radius. But for fear of Lady Osi's surveillance, I did not dare go far, so I still have not found the small wooden house used by alchemist Elizabeth. Luckily, because of the snow, the people monitoring me when I was stuck in the tower disappeared, but the food supply is also completely cut off. All my servants were killed by Lady Osi. For a child to survive through the winter is already reaching the limit, so although the warming weather is a joy, when spring comes, Lee will die. At that time, I will not be able to write to the children anymore. Writing to them all winter was my only joy. Whenever I have time, I sit at the desk. At such times, Lee is always restless and anxious. It is too early. I must be patient. There is a reply, right? Is writing letters late at night too much? Prince Lee, you live a happy life in the castle. It would surely be suspicious to write letters all day. Thus, I can only restrain myself. Thinking back, she feels a bit embarrassed and sighs. She is like a social media addict in her past life. Her father never did such a thing. Although I am alone, they can be considered the pillars of my heart. Lelia's face shows a hint of sadness. So at least I invite Crown Prince Lee, may you live a little longer. While lost in thought, she suddenly hears many people shouting loudly, My lord, what happened? Seeing this, Lelia immediately hides in a nearby bush. To assess the situation, knights, those people are shouting as if in shock. How can this be, His Majesty? Trusted him so much. It is true, His Majesty personally threw him into prison. Who knew he would poison the princes? Food. Hearing those words, Lee collapses onto the ground in horror. The poisoned prince, could it be that Lee is dead, refusing to believe that truth? She runs away quickly. She runs with a stinging pain. How is it possible? I never thought he would die so soon. Returning to the tower, she looks at the letters on the desk and knows she must do Something, she must hide all these letters. Is there any way to tell everyone? Li is dead. You have been writing letters with them all this time, but it was actually me. No, even in a letter, I cannot reveal my identity. If I write that Li is Li, it will violate the speech-restricting curse. At that time, I will lose my life. If I write that Li is dead and even the person who took the initiative to write was not Li, that will not work either. She is helpless. As if there is nothing she can do. She cannot tell everyone the truth of the matter, hearing a sound. Outside, Lelia is startled. Could it be that they have arrived so quickly? Outside the castle, there are men, wearing tight armor along with large, powerful horses, their imposing aura overwhelming. Others, standing at the front, Perseus. Eulalia gives the order to quickly conquer the area around the castle and enter. The city, the soldiers shout in unison, yes. His entire being radiates a black killing intent as he speaks with a voice of hatred. I must handle Lady Osi personally. The soldiers shout, do not fear, we are the regular army, under the Emperor's banner. Perseus enters. Inside, Lelia is somewhat afraid. The ground shakes. He is here. Emperor Perseus has surely arrived. The soldiers will break into this tower. Because of the restrictions, I cannot convey the core content, but I will leave some clues. Among the four, Jellyfight and Liu Miu are the smartest. They might realize if I just write names, if it is this right. Now it is truly time to part. I hide a stack of letters and a pen with its magic stone removed under the tree. In the future, there will be no more chance to use these things. Anymore, now Leah has disappeared, even if I pretend to be an adult. I am currently just an 11-year-old child with no power. It is so frightening what is happening now and what will happen later. The fighting lasts for 2 days. A soldier opens the wardrobe and sees Leah. He shouts, she is here. Lady Osi Eulalia, who usurped the throne, has been killed by His Majesty Perseus Eulalia. After she is found, she no longer has her usual cheerful and gentle appearance. Instead, she has a cold face and deep eyes. Someone enters and says, you are the daughter of the deceased Queen Ailasi, Lelia Eulalia, correct? Emperor Perseus has summoned. Can you come with me? Ailasi Eulalia, she is the younger sister of Lady Osi and Perseus, the only queen of Oleria. She is the most noble woman in the Oleria Empire. Before her brother Perseus married Elizabeth, Ailasi hates. Because Elizabeth holds a status equal to her own, Ailasi seeks every way to attack her. It is exactly like the cruel imperial princess trope found in novels. As time passes, Ailasi's anger does not fade. Later, things worsen when Elizabeth gives birth to twins. While Elizabeth has heirs to the throne, a man she loves also appears in Ailasi's life. That knight's eyes are emerald green, and he looks at her with pure affection. She falls for a commoner knight. Unfortunately, the knight dies early, but Ailasi is already pregnant with his child. Once Ailasi prepares everything, she waits for the moment of birth. On that same day, someone else goes into labor earlier than expected. That person is Elizabeth. Elizabeth sends the twin princes to the countryside to wait for the birth. Coincidentally, Perseus is away on an expedition. Shortly after, Perseus's father, the current emperor, collapses. Between her husband's sudden expedition and the emperor's suspicious death, everything is a conspiracy orchestrated by Perseus's younger brother, Lady Osi Eulalia, to seize the throne. Elizabeth discovers this and immediately dismisses all her attendants to give birth alone. Afterward, Elizabeth clutches her newborn and runs to find someone. She knows Lady Osi will never spare Perseus's child. If the baby stays with her, it will surely die. She cannot think of anyone in the imperial city who can help. If Ailasi becomes a mother on the same day, perhaps she can save this child, Elizabeth hopes. At that moment, Ailasi is in total despair. Her child is stillborn. With tearful eyes, Ailasi glares at Elizabeth. Did you come here to mock me? You want to say this is my karma? Elizabeth, holding the baby, tries to speak. That, Ailasi cuts her off. My husband is dead, I have nothing, so if you want to mock me, go ahead. Elizabeth bites her lip, preparing to say something. World shaking, she then kneels and bows her head in a desperate plea. Imperial consort Ailasi, I beg of you, please, princess, can you take this child? Emperor Li will surely kill me. If this baby stays by my side, it will definitely die, so. As a fellow mother, please show mercy, Ailesi scoffs, she. Grits her teeth in fury. Holding her dead child, Ailesi screams maniacally, "What does that have to do with me? I want to curse you and your children." A nearby maid tries to intervene. "Your Highness," but she continues to howl, "No, I will kill you right now." Suddenly, the sound of a crying baby makes Ailesi stop. Infant Lelia Eolalia looks at her with sparkling, tearful eyes. Seeing this, Ailesi bursts into sobs. Now Ailesi lowers her head, clutching the baby tightly to her chest as she wails. In the end, she cries out as if venting a lifetime of sorrow. The scene is heartbreaking. After Ailesi calms down, she says to Elizabeth, "Leave the child." Elizabeth bows in gratitude. Maid picks up Ailesi's dead child and says, "Princess Elizabeth, please, the princess's child." It was a boy, we rely on you, we rely on you. Elizabeth takes the deceased infant into her arms and replies, "I understand." She turns to leave the room, then presses her face against the unfortunate child. "So cold, it is my fault, you and your mother. We're separated, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Inside the room, Ailesi holds Elizabeth's child. She presses her face against the baby and gasps, "So warm." Then Ailesi remembers her husband's skin tone. The child slowly opens emerald green eyes to look at her. Ailesi hugs the child tight. "Those are Elizabeth's eyes. They are beautiful." The maid, standing nearby, calls out, "Your Highness." But there is no response. She raises her head to look at Ailesi and realizes she has lost consciousness. "Your Highness, Princess Ailesi." After that, the plot progresses rapidly. Lady Osi Eolalia hears that Elizabeth gave birth to a stillborn boy and rejoices, glad he doesn't have to get his hands dirty. News then arrives of Perseus's death during the expedition. Lady Osi plans to bring his own twin sons to the imperial city. Now nothing stands in his way. Lady Osi poisons Elizabeth, the throne. That should have belonged to his brother is now his. On the other hand, Ailesi suffers from mental illness. Predicting her own death, Ailesi entrusts the child to the only maid who knows the truth. Closing her eyes, the maid follows Ailesi's orders to keep the secret and care for the child. However, she suddenly disappears after stealing Ailesi's jewelry. Hearing that her parents back home were branded as heretics, she was thrown into prison and stole the jewelry to save them. Later, she and her parents flee across the border, thus no one knows the truth except her. A soldier knocks on the door. "I have brought the person." The person inside responds, "Enter." A man looks at Lee and asks, "Are you Ailesi's daughter?" Indeed, her emerald eyes are striking, matching that man's eyes. That man is Perseus Oleria. That's right, Lelia Eolalia's biological father. In the study, Lelia stands opposite Perseus. The atmosphere is incredibly awkward. Due to the requirements of the original plot, his heart is heavily wounded. The death of his beloved wife Elizabeth, the stillbirth, and the fact that he personally killed his younger brother Lady Osi, but that is just the setting the original plot gave him. Why is he wounded? Naturally, it is to provide a stage for the female lead, Juliana. All this tragedy surrounding Perseus exists solely for Juliana to heal him. The two face each other in silence. Lelia shifts her gaze, thinking she is only a comparison tool for the original plot to highlight Juliana. What she remembers is the scene of Perseus wholeheartedly embracing and protecting Juliana. So much favoritism, while she exists only to cause harm to Perseus. She turns her hollow eyes back toward him. Perseus frowns, staring at Lee, specifically at her emerald eyes. He bites his lip, then Perseus orders, "Take it away." The guard salutes and replies, "Understood, Your Majesty." He then grabs Lelia Eolalia's shoulder, making her flinch. Then Lelia turns and says, "I can walk by myself." Suddenly, she shrinks back in fear, because the guard's face is cold and terrifying. Having no choice, Lelia follows the guard. Outside, the people around look at her with ice-cold eyes. Lelia looks at them and thinks, "No one here will help me." Inside the study, Perseus stands, looking out the window, lost in thought. In the original plot, it is only after Lelia falls into the water and drowns that Perseus learns the truth. When everything is beyond saving, the wet nurse returns to the palace to tell Perseus about Lelia's true identity. Failing to protect his own child, he falls. Into despair, she thinks that since she has no evidence now telling him, these words would surely make him think she's insane. He won't embrace me even though we are blood relatives. I won't help myself with stupid expectations. I know better than anyone that it is not easy to survive in this world. As Lee walks out into the hallway, someone blocks her path. Is it her? The two princes speak up. I want to see her move aside. The maids try to stop them. But your highness, Sidri barks, silence. You are Lelia Aelalia, the one who bullied my mother. Lelia freezes upon hearing her name. He raises his voice at her. The daughter of Aelisi Olaria. Lelia bites her lip and looks at them, thinking, the two princes who hate me, my brothers. Crick shouts at her, I bet you're just as shameless as your mother, right? Do you know? The day you were born, our younger brother died right after birth. Our mother died shortly after, all because of your mother. Queen Ailisi conspired with Lady Osi and tortured our mother constantly. How do you have the face to even exist? You are a murderer's daughter. Lelia hears this and can only remain silent, turning her face away. The two princes stop and stay quiet for a moment, then one says, Hey, are you listening? Suddenly, a melodious voice calls out to them. Brothers, Juliana hurries over. What are you doing here? Are you planning to leave me behind and go play by yourselves? Meeting her for the first time, Lee is surprised. So cute, like an angel. Demian is the one who turns to call her first, Juliana. Lelia thinks in shock. She is Juliana. Demian turns back to Juliana. How could we ever leave you behind? We were looking for you too. Juliana lets go. They don't forget to insult Lee before leaving. What are you even supposed to be? What are you looking at? Filthy. They walk away laughing and talking. Juliana, what should we play today? How about the courtyard? She suggests they all have tea. By afternoon, in the tower where Lelia is staying, she talks to a stuffed rabbit. If they were by my side, what would they say? They would surely defend me, right? Then she says, what did you say to our captain, Lelia? Pauses and sighs softly. She bows her head and sobs, wanting to write a letter, wanting to hear their voices. I want to see them, I don't want to be here. Lelia stops crying. She shakes her head vigorously and slaps her own cheeks to wake up. She calms down. Wake up, only I can protect myself. I won't stay helpless like a child. She regains her strength and determination. Perseus has taken the throne. He will surely be more indifferent to me than before. Food supplies are running low. They likely won't provide me with food anymore. Looking at it from another perspective, it means I won't be monitored, like Lady Osi used to do. In other words, now is the chance to reach Elizabeth's small hut. Lelia finally finds Elizabeth's house. Panting, she exclaims, found it. Elizabeth's magical hut. Lelia gently opens the door and steps inside. She looks around the living room, surprised by how clean it is. It seems someone is maintaining this place. Then Lelia walks through the kitchen, touches the table, and thinks, is this where my mother used to live? If she were still alive, what kind of person would she be? In the novel, Elizabeth was a gentle, kind-hearted person. If Elizabeth were alive, she would surely have used her life to protect me. What am I doing? I must finish quickly and go back. Lelia exclaims excitedly. Found it, Elizabeth's food storage. It uses food preservation magic created by Elizabeth herself. A marvelous spell that can preserve freshly made food for 100 years, even if it looks empty. Just by breaking the bottle, food will appear, including bread. She puts the food containers into her bag. Juliana was supposed to discover this, but since it involves my survival, I have to survive first, even if I feel a bit guilty. She originally intended to take Elizabeth's item as well, but it doesn't seem to be located here. She looks out the window and thinks, it's not here, I believe I can learn magic. The small house is clean, meaning someone visits frequently. She cannot stay long. Lelia Aelalia opens the door and leaves the house. There will be other opportunities. She will return next time. Lelia Aelalia walks alone through the forest toward home when she suddenly hears whispering voices. Lelia Aelalia hides behind a nearby bush to observe. It turns out to be a servant comforting Juliana. Your Imperial Highness, please pull yourself together. Let us go to the bustling district, buy a new dress, and your mood will improve a bit, or perhaps go see the princes. Their swordsmanship training is almost over. Lelia Aelalia watches the weeping girl and silently says the name, Juliana. The maid tries to console her, saying His Majesty was too harsh. The imperial princess only reached out to touch him, yet he rejected her. Juliana shakes her head and replies, "No, my father is a good man, he is just not used to me yet." The maid calls out to the princess. To the side, Lelia Eolalia suddenly recalls this plot point. "I understand now." "Is it this specific moment?" Perseus refuses. To let Juliana hold his hand, Perseus gives her a doll to appease her. "This is a big deal. I remember a discussion in the novel about what to do. With Lee, falling into the stream can be avoided if I am careful, but I have no way to escape the engagement. Before that, I must find a way to escape this castle. I must strive to leave this place and find Elizabeth's item." At the training grounds, someone calls out to Calasiasica. Uncle Calasiasica," Cedric approaches and asks him, "Are you really watching our swordsmanship training?" Calasiasica replies, "Ah yes, both of you have potential. There are no children better than you in Hupilin, but do not be complacent, work harder. One day in the future you become swordsmen who leave your names in history." Hearing his praise, the two princes shout in unison with excitement. "Amazing! Uncle, please guide our swordsmanship tomorrow." Calasiasica politely declines. "I am sorry, I have business to attend to tomorrow." The two princes' faces immediately slump. "You are busy every day." He apologizes, mentioning there is a place he frequently visits whenever he comes to the Imperial City. Sunset falls, and dawn rises again. Calasiasica stands on the corridor looking down at the courtyard. Below, two maids approach and ask about Lord Calasiasica of the House of Duke Hupilin. That is right, the younger brother of the former empress. Elizabeth. A moment later, he notices two servants approaching. Calasiasica bows politely to them. He then turns and walks away, leaving the two servants to gossip. After the death of Empress Elizabeth, the Hupilin ducal family was devastated. Lord Hupilin was so grieved after losing his sister that he couldn't even speak. How pitiful. Fortunately, he has recovered his health and can visit the imperial city now, can't he? Is it because the influence of the two surviving princes has grown relatively large? Suddenly, Calasiasica thinks with irritation. "Perseus, this man witnessed my sister's death, yet he married a new empress and even has another daughter. If the new empress gives birth to a son and threatens my nephew's status, then Hupilin will become your enemy. This bastard, the place he heads to is Elizabeth's log cabin." Calasiasica feels a surge of emotion, thinking of how his sister always stayed in this small cabin while she was alive, obsessed with magic research. He whispers, "Sister." Suddenly, Calasiasica detects something unusual. It seems someone is trespassing. Inside, he cautiously turns the door handle and slowly steps into the room. Calasiasica shouts, "Who is there?" Lelia Eolalia is sitting dazed on the floor right in front of him. She startles and turns her head to look at Calasiasica. Lelia Eolalia looks panicked and gazes back at him with emerald green eyes. Calasiasica is also very surprised to see her. "You are," the voice calling out to her makes Lelia Eolalia jump. Calasiasica looks at her in confusion. "Who are you?" He looks at the trembling Leah and thinks, "A girl, you look truly terrified. Are you afraid of the sword or?" Calasiasica then speaks up. "Are you a servant of the imperial palace? Did you come to clean this house? Why do you not answer? Do not tell me you are doing something that cannot be disclosed. What is your name?" Lelia Eolalia looks at him in fear. Then she lowers her head and replies while shaking, "It is Calasiasica." Staring at Lelia Eolalia, he suddenly realizes something while she bites her finger in fear. And then Lelia Eolalia looks up at him. Calasiasica is slightly shocked. "Those eyes, it couldn't be." He quickly shakes his head and thinks, "What an absurd thought." Then Calasiasica glances at Lelia Eolalia again, eyes the same color as his sister's and the silver hair characteristic of the Olaria imperial family. "Don't tell me this girl," he growls. "Are you the daughter of Princess Ailasi?" She cowers as if confirming his question. Calasiasica roars in anger. "It seems so. This place belongs to my sister Elizabeth. That woman tormented her cruelly. The daughter of that woman has no right to be here. How dare you sneak in here like a mouse? Get out now." Lelia Eolalia is scared to death by his threat. She trembles quickly stands up, and then Lelia Eolalia runs past him. She flies out of the house without looking back. Kalasi Asika stops to breathe. He bows his head and says, I am doing the same to a child. What the hell am I doing? No, but in the end, she is still the daughter of that princess. Compared to what his sister endured, these harsh words are nothing. Kalasi Asika tries to control his emotions. He thinks of Lelia Eolalia, her disheveled appearance lacking any dignity, limbs as thin as dry branches. Does no one take care of her? Anyway, she is still a princess's daughter. Can the life of a fallen royal be this pathetic? He clutches his head and shouts, damn it, who is worrying? About whom? Then Kalasi Asika thinks of the two princes. He only needs to ensure his nephews do not end up like this. He does not care what happens to that girl. At the tower where Lelia Eolalia stays, she lies on a mat, completely covered from head to toe. Lelia Eolalia curls up and hugs the stuffed rabbit to her chest. Now her face still shows extreme fear. Lelia Eolalia looks at the plushie and thinks, at least I still have this doll. I bought it to soothe Asika's panic, but in the end, the person who relies on it the most is me. And then Lelia Eolalia pokes her head out from under the blanket. I am truly shocked that person called Elizabeth's sister. I know Elizabeth has several siblings. The Hupilin ducal family protects the northwest of the Olaria Empire. It is a prestigious noble house, though in the novel they end up in ruin. The Hupilin family always resents Emperor Perseus for failing to protect Elizabeth. Even so, he must have come to the imperial palace to visit the twin nephews. If I tell him the truth, will he help me? After all, he is my uncle. If he knows I am Elizabeth's daughter, perhaps he will take me out of this place. Lelia Eolalia recalls what Kalasi Asika shouted at her. How dare you sneak in here like a mouse? Get out now, she tells herself. He probably won't believe me anyway. Even my biological father doesn't recognize anything. Footsteps echo outside the room. Lelia Eolalia thinks in surprise, footsteps? Who? Don't tell me that person followed me. Boom, the door is kicked open. Lelia Eolalia fearfully hugs her stuffed animal. As she cowers before this person, she wonders how did he find this place? Perseus storms in. Did Princess Ailasi say? With you, answer me now. She clutches her doll tightly, trembling as she thinks. Emperor Perseus, how could he? Did he see me stepping out of that small wooden cabin? He growls, that cabin is not a place where Ailasi's daughter should set foot. Return with me. Why did you go there? Lelia Eolalia still trembles, unable to say a word, and then she bows her head down. Lelia Eolalia softly replies, I have nothing to eat. Perseus exclaims in shock, what? She continues, because I am too hungry. That is why I went there to find food. But I did not steal anything. Shortly after entering, someone discovered me, so I ran out immediately. Thus she closes her eyes and thinks, I am not saying anything wrong. After all, if I honestly admit to stealing Elizabeth's food, Perseus might kill me in a fit of rage. I lie to save my life, but aside from this, he will one day realize I am his daughter. I cannot let him kill his own kin. Lelia Eolalia fearfully pleads with Perseus. I am the one who entered that cabin on my own. Please forgive me. He scans the room, then Perseus asks, does no one bring you food? But this place is cleaned thoroughly. Lelia Eolalia honestly declares it. That is right, she thinks. It is normal because I clean every day. The emperor views her as a child who does not know how to clean, but perhaps ordinary noble children really do not know how to do anything. He wipes the corner of his mouth and asks, after Lady Osi Eolalia's death, has no one looked after you? Now that Lady Osi Eolalia's henchmen are gone, but it makes sense. If you truly stole something, Kaliu would not let you go. Then Perseus suddenly stares at Lelia Eolalia. She looks back at him, confused, and then Perseus turns to leave, thinking that she looks thinner than last time. He says, I will order someone to bring food to you, but do not return to that wooden cabin again. If you go there again, I will make you follow in your mother's footsteps. The encounter ends. Lee watches his figure gradually disappear. She trembles violently and thinks, I will not die that easily. Nor will I do as you say. To escape the imperial capital, I need the magic item left by Elizabeth. Now that the emperor has discovered me, my life is at stake. from now on. I must be careful, I absolutely cannot be caught. One afternoon, a maid brings a basket of food. This is today's meal. Lelia Eolalia steps forward to receive the basket. Thank you. She watches the maid leave. Since that day, Perseus made an arrangement, ordering a servant to bring food every day. It is mostly hard bread and ripe fruit, but it is a feast. The food problem is resolved. Honestly, she has Perseus to thank. She thinks to herself that the problem is the timing each day is not fixed. Sometimes the maid brings food in the morning, sometimes in the late afternoon, and sometimes late at night. Lee thinks to herself, because I do not know when they will arrive, I do not dare leave this tower. The emperor sent a maid not just to follow. Are they watching me? The maid instructs, there is a banquet tomorrow, so I cannot come. Therefore, I am bringing tomorrow's food as well. Keep that in mind, then goodbye. The tower door closes and the maid leaves. Lee thinks with a hint of joy, finally an opportunity. Wait, no, this is to test if I fall into a trap. Absolutely not. The next morning, servants are decorating the garden for the banquet. Everyone is incredibly busy with preparations. Lelia Eolalia hides behind a bush and thinks it seems they really are holding a banquet. Soon it will be Juliana's birthday. Before that, they host a party to make friends of the same age. I remember this part has a very important play because Juliana meets the male lead at this banquet. It seems that is what happens during this event. During today's party, the two become close friends and later develop into lovers. I recall a minor incident occurring during this time. A noble boy at the banquet pushes Juliana, causing her hand to be pierced. It is a major accident. Regardless, everyone in the imperial city today, including Emperor Perseus, is focused on the banquet. She stands up and leaves. Today I must find Elizabeth's magic item. The banquet ends and night falls. The two princes are walking with Juliana. Juliana, was the party fun? She replies, yes, it was very enjoyable, plus I made friends. Demian replies, that's great. He turns and asks her, wait, it wasn't a boy, was it? Juliana gives a strained laugh and looks around, then asks, anyway, where are we going? Cedric holds a lamp, looks at the sky and asks, the moon is full today, but why? Can't we see it clearly? But isn't there a high tower nearby for stargazing? We will see it from there. See, that's the place. Over there, the group heads toward the tower. Cedric groans, it looks terrifying. Demian says, this tower is so old. Cedric opens the tower door. Ahead is a clean spiral staircase. When they go upstairs, they find Lelia Eolalia's room. Cedric asks suspiciously, it seems someone lives here. Demian asks worriedly, is there a vagrant hiding here? Cedric replies, how could that be? Suddenly, Juliana walks deep into the room. Cedric calls her Juliana. Lee's doll is placed under the mattress and it catches her attention. Juliana innocently holds it in her hands. This is so cute, brothers, look at this. Suddenly, Juliana sees a shadow entering. It is Lelia Eolalia returning to the tower. She trembles at the sight before her. What are you doing? Lee sees the doll in Juliana's hand. Memories of her childhood with the quartet and the doll rush back. Don't, that's right. She loses her cool and leaps forward to push Juliana away, screaming, it's mine. She stops and stares at the person in front of her. Juliana falls to the ground, resulting in an injury to her hand. How did it turn out like this? Cedric hurries over to help. Juliana, are you okay? She holds up her bloodied palm to reassure him. Ah, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Lee's thoughts drift back to a few hours ago. I waited outside for the banquet to start. After confirming no one is coming, I sneak into Elizabeth's house. I start searching for the magic item until evening. If I miss this chance, I won't get another. Finally, I find it. By the time I reach the tower, it is pitch black. Then, I hear noise coming from the tower. I don't understand why Juliana is here, but the thought of her taking my doll fills me with rage. Cedric sees Juliana's wound and shouts in panic. Good heavens, she's bleeding. Go find a doctor immediately, I'll carry you. She confusedly declines. It's not that serious. Meanwhile, Demian roars in a fit of rage. Hey, are you crazy? How dare you? Juliana quickly intervenes to mediate. Brother, I am fine, it's all my fault. I just thought the doll was so cute and couldn't help but pick it up. I shouldn't have touched it without permission. I'm sorry, but you look familiar from last time. What is your name? Lee is suddenly stunned, speechless before Juliana's friendly smile. Fragmented images flash through her head. In the novel, Juliana is still gentle toward Lelia Eolalia, the one who tried to steal her doll. She never considers me a thief. Now I have hurt her. Yet she is still very kind to me. Compared to her, nothing about me is more tragic. Or shameful, thinking this, Lelia Eolalia stammers with guilt, I'm sorry. However, the interrogation of one of the twin brothers cuts her off. Who is this person? Demian glares at her and answers curtly, she is the daughter of the woman who killed our mother. Juliana looks at him awkwardly, questioning the meaning of those words. Huh, he continues in a cold tone, you don't need to apologize to this kind of person. Cedric also realizes Lelia Eolalia's identity and mockingly remarks, I wondered who lived here. It turns out the murderer's daughter is living so well. How? Unfair, he glares at her with a mix of disgust and malice. Then the two brothers grandly declare, however, starting today this place belongs to us. In the future it will be a stargazing spot. Demian arrogantly asserts, Juliana, this is a gift for you. Juliana is flustered, wanting to stop this arbitrary behavior. Brother, wait, Cedric continues to bark at Lee. Did you hear that? Then get out, now. Demian does not forget to look down and command, wait, that's right. You still haven't apologized. Juliana bows her head and kneels to apologize 100 times. Lelia Eolalia's eyes widen in shock, and the light in them gradually fades. Juliana still tries her best to soothe the tension. Brothers, I am fine. However, both of her brothers insist on carrying out this lesson to the end. Juliana, I know you are kind, but this cannot be ignored. You are also gentle with the maids. You are now the princess of the empire. She injured the princess and should be executed immediately, but you are letting her go. The affectionate atmosphere between them leaves Lelia Eolalia feeling like a lost soul. In the end, it turns out like this. Is it all because I was too reckless? In the novel, these three were not supposed to come this evening. The one who injured Juliana today was not Lee. I thought the script would develop differently. After seeing her stand there motionless for a while, Demian shouts loudly, Hey, what are you dazed for? Despair surges through Lelia Eolalia's hollow eyes. If what is meant to happen will eventually happen, then all my thoughts of survival and all the effort I've made until now. She abandons her pride and bows her head solemnly to the ground. Princess, I am sorry. As Lee's mood collapses, does any of this still have meaning? A moment later, servants quickly enter and bow. Your Highness, we have kept you waiting. Cedric glares coldly. You're here, Demian immediately delegates tasks. We will be stargazing here, please clean up. Also, Juliana is injured, bandage her wound. A male servant respectfully takes the order. Understood. The servant's work style is extremely efficient. They finish clearing the tables and chairs outside the tower. Not stopping there, the group bluntly drives Lelia Eolalia away. The cleanup is done, please. Leave, we are tidying up here, do not get in the way. She heavily drags her feet as she leaves. In the middle of the silent forest, the sound of Lee's footsteps echoes even more clearly. She continues to walk along the worn dirt path out of habit. Soon, the familiar small house appears in Lee's sight. Soft moonlight shines through the window, becoming the only light source in the abandoned house. Lelia Eolalia hangs her head, muttering to herself. Emperor Perseus will kill me if he finds out, or perhaps he will arrange a new place for me to stay. I might even be married off to a stranger, monitored for the rest of my life. If this is considered living, is a miserable life better than a beautiful death? But fortunately, I brought something out of the tower. I brought the letters and pens, papers crowded with lines of text are spread across the floor by Lelia Eolalia. Her hand reaches out to caress a nearby paper like a treasure carrying countless memories. The lines begin with Aesica's confession. Lately I can't sleep, how about you all? Below is Khaleesi's answer, I can sleep even while lying down. Next is Jellyfight's mockery, I heard that fools without brains sleep very well. Khaleesi threatens angrily, do you want to die? Meanwhile, Luomu complains helplessly, because you guys added more paper again. Aesica also gently reminds them. It really isn't easy, please preserve them. Lelia Eolalia reads through the content like that. Is it not? Thanks to them, my luggage is all paper. Then she suddenly stops and swallows her words. The last line on the paper is Luomu's confession. Actually, I can't sleep either. I miss the days spent with you all. I really want to see everyone again soon. The white scrap of paper is immediately soaked. Tears fall incessantly down Lee's cheeks. She rubs her eyes forcefully as Lelia Eolalia tries her best to shout as if to hide her extreme sorrow. There's nothing to cry about, I'm not sad at all. Around me, friends, friends. Yet she still cannot erase the beautiful memories of her childhood. At this moment, Lelia Eolalia no longer bothers to suppress her sobs and cries out loud. In that dark, cold house, her trembling figure looks even smaller and lonelier in this world. The bright moon still silently illuminates the house. Right at this moment, a flash of light appears from the wall-mounted shelf. Lelia Eolalia is still kneeling on the floor. With a dazed face and tears not yet dry, that light quickly catches her attention. Something was glowing just now. Is there a gap here? As she touches it, the light source intensifies. Before Lelia Eolalia's astonished gaze, a spot on the wall emits a blinding aura accompanied by a series of unusual sounds. The faint image of a door slowly emerges. Lelia Eolalia hesitantly guesses, could this be a secret door? Lelia Eolalia slowly pulls open the wooden door. As soon as she steps in, an old-looking pocket watch, lying abandoned on the floor, enters her sight. Lelia Eolalia carefully picks up the antique to examine it. A pocket watch, an unbelievable magic item. In the novel The Pocket Watch that Juliana showed to Emperor Perseus, she said she found it in Elizabeth's wooden house. Juliana turns the watch under the moonlight. The watch grants a wish. This thing is actually a holy relic like a pocket watch. It turns out the two combined become one half of a holy relic. Despite losing half its power, the hidden strength remains extraordinarily great. Juliana's lover, the man who picked up the remaining pocket watch, then turned the hands. I wish to become strong. The weak male lead obtained power just like that and joined the dragon-slaying squad. On the other hand, Juliana's wish was, Lelia Eolalia unconsciously speaks the wish aloud. A harmonious family, even without this thing, wouldn't your wish have come true? The CRS Holy Land does not acknowledge those who rise from the dead. Therefore, they consider alchemists who crave such power as heretics. The pocket watch is a holy relic found in the CRS Holy Land, so it cannot achieve resurrection. In other words, not every wish is granted, and every wish comes with a price. But even so, if I can just complete this relic, breaking Lady Eolalia's silence magic will become easier. No, perhaps just this is enough. If I can dispel the speech-restricting curse, I want to write to my friends immediately, find them myself, apologize, and tell them that I have deceived them over the years. I'm truly sorry I lied to you all, but I really like you. In my past life, I never missed anyone this much, the one who was always by my side was. A thought flashes through her head. I hate people who have died. Not stopping there, the image of an unfamiliar dark green lawn hits her eyes, leaving Lee a bit confused. What? This isn't the unfamiliar ceiling, it's unfamiliar grass. It's too close, isn't it? It's as if they're deliberately making me kneel and kowtow. Demian's rude urging once again interrupts Leah's train of thought. Hey, move faster, there are still many times left. She instinctively looks up to see, Lelia Eolalia catches the sight of Perseus gently embracing Juliana in his arms. Juliana, I've arrived too late. She flashes a radiant smile. No, father, thank you. That beautiful atmosphere makes Lelia Eolalia realize the truth with alarm. This is not my memory. However, she has no control over her body and instinctively moves her mouth. Father! Yet that call goes unanswered. Lelia Eolalia in a tattered dress walks aimlessly on bare feet. Without direction, returning to reality, she is slowly moving into another room. Lelia Eolalia stops beside the bed bathed in bright moonlight. She gently cherishes the watch. This should have belonged to Juliana. Thinking this, Lelia Eolalia presses her other palm against the clock face. She quietly murmurs, I'm sorry, but I absolutely will not stop. Please help me. Please untie the curse that binds me. Silence it. Then a fragment of memory floods back into Lelia's subconscious. She watches her own footsteps. Wait. Wait for me. Where are you going? Wait, please don't go there. What are you doing? Stop right now. Please, Leah. The suffocating sensation of cold water causes her to snap awake from the trance. Heaving gasps ring out clearly in this desolate, uninhabited place. She clutches her chest, trying to stabilize her breathing. Lelia's face is pale with fear that it was all a dream. The influx of information makes her panic. Fortunately, it is just a dream. But what happened just now in the novel, Lee? Lelia, she reorganizes everything in her head. That time was similar to now, but she was thinner and filthier than I am now. Lelia's complexion visibly improves. She tries to wipe away the tears of grief for her favorite character's plight. It turns out she didn't accidentally fall into the lake. She jumped in on purpose. It was pitch black there, and the water was freezing. After crying for a long while, Lelia suddenly notices something. She snaps to attention. Right, the pocket watch. The watch she used is lying alone. Lelia picks it up to check, because the pocket watch glows. Her consciousness begins to fade. Her doubts never seem to subside. Was my wish granted? No, if that's the case. How do I confirm my wish came true? Although I could tell someone that Lee is Lelia to confirm the silence magic is gone, if the curse remains, I will lose my life. Lelia starts to feel uneasy, exhaling a long breath while rubbing her temples. I didn't even think about this. Why should I gamble with my life? No, that's the truth. Just as Lelia pauses for a beat, she looks around, suspiciously searching for the source of a sound. How is that possible? I heard a notification sound. Lelia follows the growing noise toward a wardrobe. Inside, a drawer of a wooden box, a jewelry pin emitting a shimmering light catches her eye. Lelia confusedly picks up the blue gem. She has clearly searched here many times before. When did this appear? Curiosity surges, prompting her to touch the surface of the gem. The surrounding scenery is instantly replaced by a digital interface. A notification board quickly appears. System optimization complete. Lelia stands dazed, not understanding. The system continues to communicate via messages accompanied by celebratory music. System optimization finally finished. Lelia stares, unable to utter a full sentence. What? The message continues to scroll. System, thank you for waiting. She asks blankly. What? What? A small figure of an alchemist flickers into view. System, new recipes suitable for the environment added. Please confirm. Seeing the same ceiling, a sickly body, seeing the end of a life. That was my entire existence. When Lelia lay on her deathbed, she heard all the malicious gossip from her relatives through the door. It's good she's dying with her parents. We won't have to worry anymore. Even staying in the hospital won't make her better. Isn't this just throwing the entire inheritance down a foul sewer? It's fine. Just endure a little longer. Anyway, the mortality rate for this disease is 100%. I only held on because of those words. I wish she'd die sooner. Knowing those truths, she bitterly gripped her blanket. Lelia's vision is the white ceiling of the hospital room. She tremblingly raises both hands to look at them. Those hands slowly overlap, blocking out all light. No one in this world needs me, but Lelia is suddenly drawn to a sound in the room. A phone. Screen displays a blue background with the words, System, level up. She picks it up. On the screen are images of happy beasts and a message. System, congratulations on reaching level 100. Congratulations, Master, Legendary Alchemist, the great alchemist who commands 3 dragons. You have achieved these titles. Use the final achievement reward to complete the ascension. System, you can now craft the Philosopher's Stone. Even while bedridden, Lelia is shocked and excited. Level 100, Philosopher's Stone. Could I be the first to reach the endgame? It makes sense. Who else would play this grindy labor sim for so long? There are thousands of recipes and infinite resident quests. Only I spent the time to accumulate such a great achievement. After speaking, she feels a pang of sorrow. A notification appears. System, Philosopher's Stone, produce recipe without materials? She marvels. Oh my God, no materials needed. Is this something only a legendary alchemist can do? An inexplicable symbol appears. System, beginning transmutation. Time remaining 10 seconds. Lelia stares at it, her heart urging it on. Faster, faster. Faster, the process finally completes. The product is a blue diamond-like gem. The alchemist interface reports excitedly. System, Master has successfully produced the Philosopher's Stone. Please use it to grant any wish. Lelia holds the phone, tapping the screen in confusion. What wish? Where is the input box? The game company wouldn't just give this away, right? What am I supposed to do? After a moment of panic, Lelia regains her calm. She wishes, let me use my alchemist title, my alchemy tools, and the dragons. Keep everything. as is, and reincarnate me into the game Alchemy Gacha. The phone screen now only shows the image of a massive diamond. Lelia laughs at herself in self-deprecation, throwing the phone aside in disappointment. What am I doing? Have I read too many reincarnation novels? Better to read a new web novel. Ah, but the one I finished a few days ago still lingers. I don't want to start a new one. Suddenly I have nothing to do. Whatever, I can die without regrets now. My life was hard. I hope the next one is more interesting. She stops. Speaking, Lelia covers her eyes as if to wipe away tears. She still cannot hide the prayer. From the depths of her heart, she really wants to live. As she dies, Lelia irritably convinces herself, what's the use of a wish? A sage alchemist is like a fart. No. Maybe there's still a chance. I could reincarnate in the game right now. There's a saying. Faith brings blessings. Wait. At that moment, her soul hurled toward a sphere of light. The current Lelia now knows everything. She helplessly covers her face. I remember now. I was reincarnated. This way, I was finally able to be reborn because the philosopher's stone granted my wish, and now the appearance of the alchemy system is, Lelia observes. The alchemist interface then stops. She reflects. So cute. Wait, no, it didn't appear before, which was inexplicable. Now that it's complete, it shows. There were other factors. It seems it could only be the influence of the pocket watch. The watch didn't dispel the speech-restricting curse directly, but by fulfilling my past life's wish, it gave me a medium to break the magic. Her eyes fixate on the system panel. In other words, the speech-restricting curse is still there. On the system panel, all items have infinite quantities. This surprises Lelia even more. All alchemy materials collected in her past life have reached the limit. Everything is here, all the recipes I collected. She is so moved she wants to cry. This is truly wonderful. On the screen, another line appears. System, Philosopher's Stone, requirements not met. Lelia realizes she cannot craft the Philosopher's Stone. The alchemist interface suggests, System, Master lacks the alchemist title. To regain the legendary alchemist title, please complete the newly added recipes. The screen changes again. The things appearing on it pique her curiosity. Many new recipes contain materials she has never seen before. The little girl controls the beasts to gather materials suitable for the environment. Lelia speculates, just like in the game, will the dragons go out to find materials for quests? And the vending equipment, it can all be used here. The system panel displays the item high-quality recovery potion in large quantities. She tries clicking one. Immediately, the item appears in Lelia's palm. Oh my God, drink it now, she doesn't hesitate and drains it in one gulp. The effect of this item leaves Lelia in constant awe. How? It actually works. I'm full of strength. In other words, even this tool works. With these, I can escape the Imperial City. Her movements pause as she remembers something. If the Lee in the novel also had such an escape route, she looks at the screen and the alchemist interface sleeping in the drawer. Lelia kneels devoutly and declares, I arrived late, I'm sorry. Let's run away together. Since this place isn't fit to live in, let's go somewhere we can survive. Lelia, you have me now. Let's live on for real this time. At sunset, a caravan prepares to depart. A soldier with a leg in a cast grumbles on the carriage. Not being able to ride a horse is a knight's disgrace. Thesis opines, if you don't like it, let the capital's priest heal you. Hearing that, the man frantically refuses. Don't let the priest heal me, I'd rather die. She doesn't push and reminds him, you're so stubborn. Then stay still in the carriage. Don't move until we reach Landinium. You won't die in the meantime. Thesis turns and leaves. The man reaches out, speechless, only letting out a few sounds. He gives up, turns over, and grumbles, is this some kind of joke? Once the man seems asleep and the carriage is quiet, Lelia suddenly pokes her head out from a chest nearby to observe, sighing in relief. Luckily, no one found me. Hiding here, everyone I, Lelia Eolalia, am now escaping from the capital of the Oleria Empire. A few hours ago, Lelia, wrapped in a black cloak, whispered proudly, finally it begins, an interesting reincarnation story in this world. Finally, it's my world. She hopes so. Unfortunately, in this world, alchemists are considered heretics. If the temple finds out I'm an alchemist, I'll be sentenced to death. If I secretly sell potions to nobles, life might be easier. She huddles in a corner, watching the caravans leaving the city gates. But I'm a helpless child and that hasn't changed. I could be seen as a heretic with a high risk of death. I must act cautiously. Near Lelia's ear. A ticking sound rings out. The alchemist interface appears with the system panel. System, exploration dragon has returned. Proceed with the next exploration. 1 gold. Coin, she agrees to continue. The girl immediately follows suit. All right, auto sell shoes for 1 coin. Lelia operates the system panel, marveling. So convenient. Game money can't be used in reality, so I'll keep using auto search. Unlike my past life when I searched locations on a map, in this real-life version, the materials collected vary based on my location. Every time I reach a new place, I must gather all nearby materials. She is someone who never played an AR game before. Lelia understands herself well. In her past life, if it were this type of system, she definitely couldn't have played it. Although she's currently a powerless child compared to yesterday, things are very different. If a dangerous situation occurs, it can be solved with many fire bombs and sleeping potions, victory through quantity. Coincidentally, merchants frequently enter and exit the imperial city for Juliana's birthday. Party, hiding in a luggage carriage to flee the imperial city, she has finalized her escape route. As the sun sets on the day, Lelia creeps toward a carriage. She gasps in exhaustion but is overjoyed. A safe. Escape. Lelia's thoughts wander. It was easy to escape the imperial city. But what now? I risked my life to escape, but I'm homeless with no one to lean on. Is this how a runaway teenager feels? But now, I can't go back. I can't go back to the tower, nor can I go back to Elizabeth's small wooden cottage. The miracle was that in that small cottage, it felt so comfortable. Being held in mother's arms. A doll, a rabbit pen and letter, a pocket watch, and a necklace are all I have. Though I hate that I couldn't bring everything from the cottage here, if only I could. Looking in the mirror, she resembles her mother slightly. Perhaps that makes her feel less lonely. Lelia Eulalia walks in silence. Forget about him. Even my father doesn't recognize me. I don't look like my mother. Her eyes fill with loneliness. She is sorrowful. That tower holds more than just bad memories. Her nanny was a kind soul. Though she abandoned Lelia to save her own parents who were falsely accused of heresy, Lelia understands. The nanny wasn't in a position to take a child with her back then. Later, that same wet nurse risked returning to the Empire and revealed Lelia's true identity. She told Emperor Perseus who the real killer was. Lelia tightens the straps of her bag and wonders, what use is regret now? Suddenly, she looks up as if detecting something. Ahead is a convoy preparing to depart. 2 people are talking. Are we departing? We need to treat the poisoned patient. He says the priests in the capital aren't a good match for him. She peeks around the corner, listening intently. She spots a knight. It's her first time seeing that specific armor set. Where are they from? They continue gossiping about going to Landinium City to find a priest to heal the wounds. Lelia freezes. Landinium City. She remembers Liumiu Luishibli once saying, I want to go to Landinium City. Lelia had looked at him with curiosity. Liumiu, seeing her ignorance, became agitated. What? You don't know? Are you an idiot? Landinium City is in your empire. It's the holy land of knights. The 5 knights of the prophecy founded the city. Lelia quickly corrected him. Ah, I know it. I just haven't been there, he shouted louder. What? Are you lying? Even if you're the crown prince, you've lived way too sheltered a life. She suppresses a smile, remembering that day. Liumiu, that brat, said he wanted to be a knight but ended up becoming a mage. Landinium City, the land of knights. Anyone can go there regardless of nationality. Lelia calculates her chances. If she reaches that place, maybe she can find a way to cross the border. Fine. Destination, Landinium City. She clenches her fists with determination. Currently in the carriage, a knight with a leg injury grumbles incessantly. Is this a joke? Thesis is here too. It hurts like hell. Once he falls asleep, Lelia crawls out from a crate, her infiltration successful. But how do I get out later? I thought this was a ceremonial carriage. I didn't expect a patient inside. From their conversation, they were talking about this man. While she's grateful for the cover, it's uncomfortable. Let him sleep with some sedatives. Outside, the commander barks orders. All right, let's move. Her face flushes, her mind is hazy. Are we finally moving? I'm so hungry, I didn't eat yesterday. Even though I've used several recovery potions, I have no physical strength left. Outside, chaotic voices erupt. What's happening? Is that possible? Lelia wonders dizzily. What's the noise? The voices continue to argue. Where did this brat come from? I saw this kid in the capital, followed us all the way here and no one noticed. How were we supposed to know? The kid has zero killing intent. Her eyes snap open. The knights surrounding her see she is awake. She's up. The carriages are being rearranged. It seems the party has arrived. After being discovered, Lelia's face turns pale. She frantically searches for a solution. I'm caught. What do I do? Should I run? They are all knights. How can I possibly escape them? A knight notices her trembling and speaks with concern. Your complexion is terrible. Are you okay? A voice comes from behind. What's the situation? The soldier reports. Sir, this brat snuck into the carriage. It seems they followed us from the capital. The man stares at her intently. From the capital, and it's a girl. The leader of the convoy is Duke Hyperion. He observes Lelia with a cold, sharp gaze. Terrified by the look, she takes several steps back. A knight quickly intervenes. Sir, how can you look at her with such a scary expression? Duke Hyperion looks confused. Huh, are you mocking me? The knight panics. No, of course not. Duke Hyperion sighs and gives an order. Forget it, call a doctor. The child looks ill. The knight obeys immediately. Yes, sir. The Duke slowly approaches Lelia, who is frozen in place. You came all the way from the capital. Impressive, aren't you hungry? Lelia looks up. His voice is surprisingly gentle for an elder. For the first time since leaving the temple, her body stops shaking. Duke Hyperion reaches out his hand. Come, follow me. I'll have some hot food prepared for you. A moment later, the table is filled with meat and fruit. The two sit opposite each other. Lelia bites into a piece of meat, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe it's meat. How long has it been? So delicious. This is a campsite, but they have so many spices and fresh ingredients. This man is definitely high-ranking nobility. Seeing her regain her energy, Duke Hyperion begins the dialogue. All right, speak. Why were you hiding in the carriage? Lelia hesitates. This is it. Her mind races. He looks scary but acts like an angel. Should I tell him? If this goes well, I might get help. She decides to tell the truth. My family hates me, so I ran away. Lelia anxiously grips her clothes. She bows her head, whispering each word. Anywhere is fine. I just want to survive. The Duke isn't surprised. Where do you plan to hide? Lelia hesitates again. Duke Hyperion explains, where you lived before might actually be safer. The world is dangerous for a child, especially a homeless one. Lelia stiffens. She can't help but shout. Her reaction startles him. I won't go back to me. That place was even more dangerous. Duke Hyperion strokes his chin in thought. Lelia watches him nervously. What if he really sends me back to the capital? She speaks with a tremble. Please help me. I don't want to go back. Just pretend you never met me. I won't follow you anymore. So please. Duke Hyperion suddenly interrupts with an unrelated question. Can you read and write? She looks up stunned. He makes a serious proposal. My group needs a servant who can handle paperwork. If you are literate, you can have the job. Lelia replies instantly. I can read. Duke Hyperion nods, satisfied. Good, then come with us to Landinium City, the holy land of knights. Her face flushes with excitement. Yes. Later, while Thesis is tending to the horses, someone calls out. Squad leader, good news. Sir, let this child be the leader's servant for this trip. Lelia follows behind and greets her politely. Hello. Thesis nods in response and looks down to inspect her. She notes Lelia's snow-white skin and eyes like spirits dancing on a lake. Despite the messy hair, the silver strands are soft. She looks thin and small due to malnutrition. But she has a beautiful face. Thesis's attitude softens. She leans in. You're so cute. How old are you? Lelia answers, I'm 10. Thesis continues, what's your name? Lelia fumbles. The girl who brought Lelia speaks up for her. It's a secret. His Grace said not to ask. I can't help it. Lelia looks at them uneasily. Is it okay to leave it like this? A white-gloved hand reaches out. My name is Thesis. Just call me Knight Thesis. Lelia boldly takes her hand. Her eyes sparkle with joy. Please take care of me. When introductions are over, Thesis makes a request. Change your clothes first. You're too dirty. I can't have you by my side like this. Lelia is reluctant. No, I can't. This is a stealth cloak from the temple. I'm trying not to be spotted while wandering through dark alleys. It's too early to step into the light. She wipes away tears. Starting now, I will change everything. Everything will get better. In the afternoon. As the convoy passes the city gates, guards stop them. Halt, the driver asks. What's the matter? The guard is blunt. We need to inspect your cargo. The driver tries to refuse. We don't have time. But the guard shows an ID badge. No exceptions. This is the Emperor's order. The driver is curious. Who are you looking for? Is it an escaped convict? The guard explains. No, silver hair, blue eyes, a girl about 10 years old. Inside the capital, the streets are bustling with horses and people. Lelia has changed her outfit and hairstyle. Unused to the attention, she blushes at the compliments from the female knights. So pretty, this dress finally found its rightful owner. How lovely, just like a princess. I've always wanted a little sister, want to be mine. Surrounded by their enthusiasm, Lelia feels awkward. I barely made it to Roseberry Empire. What's going on? I am a servant to Knight Thesis, the squad leader. I've lived with the knights for 2 days now, during this trip. How should I put it? They dress me, feed me delicious food, and even brush my hair. When it's time to depart. Thesis stands by the carriage, urging Lelia. Don't hesitate, get in. Inside is Duke Uperian. This is a high-tier luxury carriage. She is confused by the favoritism. This isn't how a servant is treated. They're treating me like a noble lady. They're too kind. While Lelia stands frozen, Thesis appears. Sorry for the wait. I was late buying clothes that fit you. Someone praises the squad leader's thoughtfulness. She just smiles. Seeing the pile of items, Lelia looks scared. Huh! Thesis quickly explains. Don't worry, this was bought with His Grace's money. I can buy even more for you. Lelia screams internally. Which part of this is supposed to be reassuring? She clenches her hands in silence. Why? Is everyone so good to me? I haven't done anything for them. I don't know when their attitude will shift. Once we reach the city, they might hand me over to the guards or even sell me. I keep thinking these dark thoughts throughout the journey. The better they treat me, the more scared I get. If even they abandon me, I'll completely break. The female knights carry the luggage. Thesis watches them and announces, We're taking a detour today. They reach a street with stairs leading toward the sea. The gates there are wide and covered in flowers. Lelia runs up to see the view. She is breathless, so beautiful, she wonders if the sea connects to foreign lands. I should have studied more geography, a voice calls out, it's Thesis mentioning the poisoned knight. She continues, he refused treatment from the capital's priests, so he came to Landinium City. This place has priests sent from the neutral zone temple, their skills. Aren't bad, Lelia remembers the knight. The guy from back then. The one with the cast on his leg in the carriage. She had hidden in the crate right next to him. Thesis informs her. He should be healed by now. We'll stay a few days to rest and resupply, then we must leave Landinium City for our territory. Lelia gazes out at the sea. What now? I wanted to come to Landinium City. Because I thought I could escape abroad and become someone else. Her hand twitches on the stone wall. Isn't this what I decided from the start? I can do this alone. Yet Thesis offers again. If you're willing, would you like to return with us? You might think I'm pushy, but His Grace is truly a good man. As a lord protecting his territory, he is reliable. But His Grace has suffered much sadness. It's been a long time since we've seen him this happy. Lelia listens in shock. Thesis turns to leave with one last invitation. If you want to come, we're heading to the border. Think about it before we depart. She stands still, weighing her options. I have no reason not to go with them. Night falls. While everyone is asleep, a piercing sound shatters the silence of the room. Ding. She looks over at Texas and breathes a sigh of relief as she sees her sleeping soundly. Lelia Eulalia realizes, can only I hear this? At this moment, the system pops up with a report. System, master. System, new material detected. She is somewhat surprised. Alchemy confidently continues the introduction. Receiving dust in the corner. Lelia Eulalia comments that the name doesn't sound very good. She stares at the notification screen again. Looking closely, it is one of the materials commonly used in a new recipe. Found it so quickly. All right, alchemy continues to let the dragon collect materials. Lelia Eolalia operates the text system. Auto-search 1 gold on the screen. Alchemy winks playfully and carries out the order. Understood, starting auto-search. She watches the text and gradually relaxes her body. Although material discovery can only be done in places I have visited, collecting is very easy. This is great. She collects many materials and then uses the familiar alchemy. After knowing many things, can I repay them or not? One day, those people who treat me gently. The next morning, Lelia Eolalia changes into a new outfit. Someone asks, "Did you sleep well last night?" Duke Hupilin happily invites her into the carriage. "I am very happy to travel with you. Quickly, get in and sit down." The carriage rushes through the forest. Sitting in the carriage, Duke Hupilin asks, "We are about to enter my territory. Have you seen the map of the Oleria Empire yet?" Lelia Eolalia shakes her head in embarrassment, not daring to answer. She thinks to herself that she saw the map of Dracania in the temple but never looked closely at the map of Oleria. Hearing this, he isn't angry and tries to explain. "Is that so? I don't know how to explain it. My territory is all." Boom, the carriage shakes violently. Outside, someone shouts, "Something happened." The coachman hastily reports, "Sorry, someone up ahead is questioning us." Leah's whole body freezes upon hearing that. Her face becomes expressionless. Questioning, could it be? He sees Lelia Eolalia's entire body trembling uncontrollably. She tries to breathe and regain her composure when a hand knocks on the glass door. At the same time, a voice comes through. "By the Emperor's order, may we search the carriage? We are looking for a silver-haired girl around 10 years old. Please cooperate." No response from inside makes the man outside even more impatient. "Please open the carriage door so we can check inside. Sir, do you hear me? Can we open the door?" Each of his urgings makes her tremble even more, fearfully clutching her head. Seeing Lelia Eolalia's darkened face, Duke Hupilin's expression also darkens. He reaches toward the door, and it immediately bursts open forcefully, making the person outside stagger back. Duke Hupilin steps down from the carriage with a grim expression. He questions in a deep voice, "How dare you search my carriage?" Seeing his aura, the man stammers in fear, trying to argue. But this is the Emperor's order." Duke Hupilin remains silent. "Then go back and tell the Emperor if he wants to know what's inside my carriage, tell him to come and see for himself." Of course. If the Emperor still has any face left, he certainly won't dare to appear before me. Outside is chaotic, while inside the carriage, Lelia Eolalia is terrified, silently bowing and covering her face. At this moment, his gentle voice rings out, making her startle and look up in fear. "I kept you waiting. We're setting off immediately. Sit down." Lelia Eolalia watches Duke Hupilin sit calmly in the carriage, her heart churning violently. Resolved so smoothly, he didn't hand me over to the soldiers. But how should I explain this? He certainly won't dare to appear before me. He knows that person is me. If I tell the truth, will he help me hide? No, I can't do that. They are the first people to treat me, not Li, so gently. I cannot let them get involved in dangerous matters. The chaotic hesitation in her mind makes her eyes turn red with tears. Lelia Eolalia bites her lip hard and speaks with difficulty, trembling, I'll get off the carriage here." Just then, his deep voice rings out again, completely ignoring her trembling words. "Where was I? Ah, right, you said. You've never seen the map of the Oleria Empire. Where we are going is the northwest border of Oleria, the area furthest from the capital. That is the territory of the Hupilin family." A spark of hope flashes in her eyes, filled with amazement. He gently continues, seeing the fear in her eyes during their first meeting and remembering his daughter. "I am a strict father, so she was always afraid of me. But in the end, I lost that child forever. I'm a foolish father. If I had been a gentler father, I could have seen that girl's smiling face many more times. There is nothing in this world more precious than that. This feeling of regret makes me suffer for a lifetime, so I cannot abandon you. Your eyes look like my daughter's eyes. My lovely daughter, Elizabeth. Regarding that, can you tell me more about your story?" Another beautiful new day arrives at the Hupilin Duke's mansion. In the room, Kalasi Asika sleeps lazily on the bed. In his ears echoes the helpless voice of someone. Brother, seeing him not moving at all, that person shouts loudly, Brother Kalasi Asika, how long do you want to sleep? He tiredly supports his head. Adequsi, lower your voice. Adequsi stands by the bed, arms crossed, complaining. I thought you finally returned from the capital, drank too much at the party, and ended up with a hangover. He tiredly supports his head and speaks, You're going too far. A gentleman has his unavoidable hardships. Hearing this, Adequsi becomes even more frustrated and questions him. What does the conduct a noble should have to do with age? Kalasi Asika listens and lazily says, Don't speak like father. She turns around, waves her hand dismissively, and says, If you don't want father to talk to you like that, go take a bath and get ready. Father said he would return to the territory today. Hearing this, he startles in surprise. Is that so? Before the mansion doors, the noble carriage comes to a halt. Duke Hupilin steps out of the carriage. All the servants there simultaneously bow respectfully. Duke, you're back. He gives a faint, his gentle gaze glancing at the person inside the carriage with a light smile. Duke Hupilin approaches to take Lelia Aelalia's hand. He gently says, Come here, Lelia Aelalia. Before the magnificent and vast mansion, an elegant figure steps out. I am very glad father returned safely. Was there any inconvenience on the way? Please rest for a while. Duke Hupilin smiles faintly and nods. Thank you for coming to see me. Is there nothing else during the time I was away? She smiles. Gently and nods, then answers with some awkwardness. If something had happened, right now father wouldn't be his usual self. You look happy. Also, who is this child? Could it be? No. Although I know noble society is very loose in some ways, how could a strict father? How could he be like this? I'm so disappointed in you. To think father has an illegitimate child. This is so filthy, don't you feel ashamed? Before mother, seeing Adequsi misunderstand everything, he sighs helplessly and cuts her off. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly bring mother here. Adequsi, where is your brother? She composes her emotions and answers with some confusion. Jaren hasn't returned yet. Father returned earlier than expected. Brother Kalasi Asika returned a few days ago and is still resting. Duke Hupilin hears this and says, Then tell Kalasi Asika to come see me. I have something to say to that boy. Hearing his deep voice, she finally obeys him obediently. I understand. I'll go invite mother first. Father, please wait in the drawing room. Watching the departing figure, Lelia Aelalia bows her head nervously. Seeing this, he gently speaks to reassure her. You don't need to worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you. If it were that girl, she would surely say. Duke Hupilin suddenly goes silent, looking pensively into the distance, making Leah look up in confusion. Finally, he gently takes her hand. Let's go, Lelia Aelalia. Hearing this, Lelia Aelalia also responds gently. Yes, grandfather. I told everything to Duke Hupilin in the carriage. Although on the surface I am the daughter of Empress Ailasi, my biological mother is the former Crown Princess Elizabeth. Only the wet nurse abroad can prove this, and I was imprisoned in the tower by the former Emperor Lady Osi Aelalia, but I didn't say anything about my life in the tower. I don't want Duke Hupilin to be even sadder, and there might be a risk of violating the speech-restricting curse by telling what happened in the temple, but the Duke and I secretly escaped the imperial city. I met many good friends and had many interesting encounters with them. I told everything to the Duke. The Duke listens quietly to my story and calls me his granddaughter. Sitting with Duke Hupilin in the drawing room, she thinks tensely. Even so, for the Duke to suddenly declare a child of unknown identity as a blood relative of the ducal family, others won't easily believe it. There's no way the Hupilin family would admit it. Suddenly, a sound comes from outside, making Lelia Aelalia startle. She turns her face to look over anxiously. Adequsi and Becky support Lady Lissingdeluo into the room. She says softly, Mother. Watch your step. Thank you, you may leave now. Becky hears this, bows obediently, and withdraws. Yes. Supported by Adequsi, she enters and is surprised the moment she sees Lelia Aelalia. She looks at Lissingdeluo tensely. This is Elizabeth's mother, Duchess Lissingdeluo. Lissingdeluo's lips tremble when their eyes meet. She staggers toward Lelia Aelalia, surprising Adequsi. Mother, she gently takes her hand. Lissingdeluo bows slightly and says softly, "You've finally come back, Elizabeth." Then she suddenly reaches out and hugs Lelia Eolalia tightly, surprising her. Lissingdeluo hugs Lelia Eolalia, her voice a bit choked. "I have always been looking for you, my daughter. Come here quickly. Why are you so thin? It's okay now. Mother will be with you. You don't have to worry about anything." She is dazed by her words, but then gently reaches out to hug Lissingdeluo. Lelia Eolalia's hand grips the edge of her clothes, tears streaming down her face. She sobs in response, "Mother, mother." Seeing this situation, everyone in the room goes outside to give them some quiet space. Adecusi looks at Duke Hoopilin's tall back in amazement, speechless. "It's not that. Father, after all, she is." She suddenly startles as she hears the faint sound of his sobbing. "Father." Could it be he is crying? He is known as the father of the Hoopilin household. Elizabeth has never met her sister again since she was a child. Is that child really that much like her sister? Stepping into an unfamiliar room, Lelia Eolalia looks around curiously. "Is this mother's room?" Duke Hoopilin gently approaches the table, places a small box on it, and says softly, "Starting today, this is your room. It has been cleaned very thoroughly. Use it with peace of mind." She asks in surprise, "I can use it?" He gently says, "Of course. My wife Lissingdeluo has a mental illness." Lelia Eolalia falls silent at these words. Mental illness is an ailment that cannot be cured by divine power, which brings the dead to life and regenerates a broken body. If the illness lasts too long, it cannot be cured, and brain-related mental issues like Alzheimer's are also a type. Duke Hoopilin places his hand on the small box and looks out the window. "Since Elizabeth passed away, my wife started to get sick. I met many alchemists, but they had no way. However, I knew she could recognize you. This is a gift for you that I originally intended to give to Elizabeth. This is the last thing meant for Elizabeth. I will choose a gift for you later." Seeing the small box he hands over along with those warm words makes her a bit confused. Duke Hoopilin continues, "You are not a replacement for Elizabeth. I am your grandfather, and I want my granddaughter to be happy." Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps comes from outside the door. Kalisi Asika pushes the door open forcefully and shouts, "Father, what on earth happened?" This sudden action makes Lelia Eolalia startle, her face turning pale with terror. Seeing her, Kalisi Asika's face darkens. "Explain this to me, Duke." Hoopilin sees Kalisi Asika's agitated face and steps forward to shield Lelia Eolalia, sighing, "Kalisi Asika, what are you doing? Is there a problem?" Kalisi Asika questions with a dark face, "Father asks me if there's a problem." Father calls this a question. "Father, don't you know whose daughter this child is?" "She is Ailesi's daughter, but why? Why is she here? How could you?" "Bring her into my sister's room. If father does this, can I still consider you my father, Duke?" Hoopilin listens to the questioning. He remains silent for a long time, offering no response. Finally, he speaks softly, filled with helplessness. "I apologize on behalf of your incompetent uncle. Don't you recognize your own niece? Leo, this child is the daughter of Elizabeth." Hearing this, his swollen red eyes widen in shock. "What, my niece? Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you have Alzheimer's?" Duke Hoopilin approaches Leo and gives him a sharp rap on the head, making him groan in pain. Leo clutches his head and stares at him blankly. "Just use your words, father." Duke Hoopilin sighs with a light smile. "You useless fellow." Suddenly, a call from outside surprises Leo. "Leo, father is here." Upon seeing the newcomer, Leo exclaims, "Big brother." The Duke looks at the man and says, "Jaren, you've arrived?" Jaren smiles. Jaren replies softly, "I intended to come with my family, but father sent someone to Parma to inform me of an emergency. I left my wife and children at the dormitory and came here first." The Duke says indifferently, "I will take good care of my daughter-in-law and grandchildren." Jaren sighs, "It's fine." Jaren finally notices Lelia in the room. Her cautious demeanor makes him curious. "But who is this child?" The Duke replies gently, "I urged you here to talk about her." Jaren looks at him in surprise. Jaren gazes intently at the child. The stare makes Lelia nervous and fearful, not daring to speak. After a while, he replies softly, "Is that so? I understand." Duke Hoopilin strokes his chin and nods in satisfaction. "We will find a private place to talk. Lelia, rest in your room." Lelia obediently replies, "Yes." Duke Hoopilin adds, "I will arrange a maid for you." Lelia replies gently, yes. The Duke leaves the room with the others. Leo glares at Lelia. For a long while, then finally snorts coldly and departs. Lelia sighs at his attitude. The room falls silent, leaving her in deep thought. Why does it feel like such a big deal? After leaving the capital? No, after meeting Alchemy, so many things happened like a dream. The Hoopilin territory, her mother's room, if she can live here, she might escape her fate of death and grow up safely. She looks at the box in her hand and bites her lip, wondering if she should open it. Finally, she opens the box and her eyes light up, and exquisitely. Carved music box sits inside. It's so beautiful, but what is this? She picks up the music box and opens it, observing. The internal mechanism, Lelia murmurs. It's a music box, the sound is. Clear and beautiful, gifts that were never given. What was grandfather thinking, keeping them all this time? Grandfather. Grandmother, the Hoopilin family eventually collapsed in the original story. A great noble house that rose with the empire wouldn't fall easily. But as Juliana grew up, the Hoopilins faced misfortune. The Duke died suddenly of unknown causes, followed by the death of the eldest son, Jaren. Leo, the second son, disappeared. Atticusi was caught issuing forged notes for gambling, although Jaren's eldest son succeeded as the next master, the young head. Became a mere figurehead. Juliana comforted the grieving CRRI and Damien, remembering. This, her heart feels heavy. There was no mention of her grandmother, but something bad must have happened. I won't allow this to happen in the future. In the original work, they bullied us. Even if it's taboo, it doesn't matter. Lelia speaks solemnly. Alchemy, can you help me? Alchemy immediately appears, winking with a smile. Master, did you call for me? She makes a serious request. I need a recipe to change the future of this family. Elsewhere, Leo slams the table in anger. I won't. Accept it, father, how can you believe her? There's no proof she's sister's daughter. Atticusi, sitting beside him, says softly, brother, I advise you to calm down. Leo yells in frustration. She reminds him again to think calmly. There's also no proof she is Princess Ailesi's daughter. There is no harm in letting the child stay temporarily. You don't think a 10-year-old child can endanger the Hoopilin family, do you? Leo grinds his teeth, feeling a bit guilty. No, it's not that. Atticusi continues, in other words, brother, you are trying to kick a powerless 10-year-old, who might be our niece, out of the house without any evidence. Am I wrong? He panics, speechless. She says seriously that the royal family is searching for her, so they need time to investigate. Furthermore, think about mother's reaction. Jaren coughs. She looks like Elizabeth when she was little. Leo argues, how does she look like her? Except for the eye color, she's nothing like her, Jaren replies seriously. As her older brother, I know Elizabeth's childhood appearance better than you. Jaren's certainty silences Leo. At this moment, Duke Hoopilin breaks the silence. Enough. I don't intend to seek your consent anyway. I won't send her to the capital. The royal family isn't looking for her to protect her. Even so, I don't plan to hand her over. Atticusi agrees darkly. Fortunately, this place is far from the capital. No one would think our family is protecting Ailesi's daughter, so the royal family won't investigate. Jaren asks how to explain it to the vassals. The Duke replies calmly, as if prepared. I will tell them we found a child who looks like Elizabeth to help with the Duchess's illness. Jaren is relieved. I see. The Duke stands up. This must remain a top secret. He leaves. The room falls into silence. The three siblings remain still. Atticusi is the first to speak. I believe the child. Leo still disagrees. Atticusi says softly, I don't trust the girl, I trust mother, as long as that child can bring mother peace. I won't drive her away even if a sword is held to my throat. Leo's eyes waver. If she really is sister's daughter, she could comfort mother. But what if she is Princess Ailesi's daughter? That woman bullied and insulted sister, eventually breaking her. Sister died. How can I be sure that won't happen to our family? Jaren sighs and places a hand on Leo's shoulder. I won't let you blindly trust her. Investigate her background and observe her behavior. Leo murmurs, big brother. Atticusi warns, don't bully her. I'm not asking you to hold her hand, but you understand, right? Leo wipes a tear. I know. He sighs tiredly. Standing in Lelia's bedroom, Leo strokes his chin. Then his eyes fall on the vials on the table. He mutters in surprise, these aren't ordinary medicines. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell these are alchemical potions. Why are these here? Leo glances at the door and sees her entering cautiously. He crosses his arms, wondering. What she's doing? That's a magic potion, Leo speaks suddenly, do you? No alchemy, she clenches her fists. Leo thinks no fool would admit it. That would be admitting to being an outcast. Alchemists were seized by the gods and burned alive, even a child should know that. Suddenly her voice rings out. Yes, that's right. The blunt confirmation shocks him. What? She says calmly, I know. Alchemy, what of it? Leo shouts in excitement. What did you say? Lelia lowers her voice. Do you want to report me? If you do, I won't be alone, her reminder. Snaps him back to reality. This brat. Is she talking about father's dealings with alchemists to treat mother? I really can't report her because of our family's link to alchemy, Lelia says softly. Grandfather Duke Hupilin promised to protect me. I am certain he will, so even if you catch my weakness, I'm not afraid. Even if you don't believe me, I don't care. I know alchemy, so what? Her indifference leaves him speechless. That, he swallows his words and leaves hurriedly. How rude, he departs, leaving her to breathe a sigh of relief. In the hallway, he remembers the past. Sister, this is very dangerous. Please don't do this. If the temple finds out, you'll be burned to death. Yet you know alchemy, Elizabeth's smile from back then makes Leo gaze into the distance. Is she really sister's daughter? In her room, Lelia gasps in panic. He really scared me. What's the point of knocking if he enters without waiting? And he's my uncle. She was preparing materials for a recipe. He knows she's an alchemist because she admitted it. It should be fine, right? The signs of a frenzied dragon will appear in a few years and get stronger. The temple will be too busy to interrogate a child about being an alchemist. But I shouldn't cause trouble for Duke Hupilin. I'll act more carefully. Wait, this is Mother's room. Is there a secret space like the cottage in the Imperial City? If not, can I make one? I want to hide my pens and paper. She smirks, feeling refreshed. It was so satisfying to see Leo's dumbfounded face. He never expected me to admit it. Leo's stunned expression flashes through her mind. What, you? She says calmly. Will you report me? Lelia looks out the window. If you want to do it, go ahead. I don't need to be afraid. I can say what I want without hiding, being protected by others. So this is what happiness feels like. She closes her eyes and bites her lip, looking at the electronic screen. System, alchemy recipe, Alzheimer's treatment potion. Required materials. Vanilla, 099. Memory fragments, 010. Fiber fragments, 01. Remembering crypto, 01. Sparkling dust, 09999. Lelia murmurs that she must gather the materials to repay this favor. A knock startles her. She immediately reaches out to hide the potions. Wait, come in, from outside. A maid enters and bows. Excuse me, I am Becky. Your servant starting today. Lelia replies awkwardly. I'm Lelia, please look after me. Becky stares at her, she's so beautiful. Yes, Lady Lelia. Call me if you need anything. I've prepared tea and cookies. Would you like to taste them? Her eyes sparkle. I want cookies. She enjoys the treats while Becky watches hospitably. By evening, she is well cared for, putting on a nightgown. Lelia feels relaxed and content. Becky smiles, saying the Duke ordered her dinner to be served in the room. Lelia replies, then I'll leave it to you. She smiles, I understand, please wait a moment. After dinner, she falls onto the bed, touched by the kindness she's received. Is it really okay to be treated this well? She looks around drowsily, thinking about her next steps. The main goal is to survive until she is 19. That should avoid the death flags of the original story. Before that, she'll use the alchemy system to save her grandparents from death. Even if the Duke's death was from illness, the potions will work. By protecting them, the fate of the duchy will change. After she grows up, she will return to the Oleria Empire. Lift the speech-restricting curse. Jayat, the protagonist of the original work, holds the clues. The day she knelt in the tower. The birthday party at the Imperial City where Juliana and Jayat meet. Jayat, a commoner, saved Juliana from kidnappers and slave traders when she was being mistreated by her biological father. To her, he has a special meaning. Later, she is adopted by nobles. Juliana becomes princess. Finally, they meet again at the imperial city. Thinking of this, Lelia Eolalia sighs inwardly. It truly is a fateful encounter. They are the protagonists of a romance novel. Later, Jayat will possess half of a pocket watch and gain immense power to become a swordsman through divine blessings, one of the warriors who defeats the frenzied dragon. Must I escape that person's hands and take the half-pocket watch? To dispel the speech-restricting curse, I need the complete holy relic. It is absolutely impossible to take it by force. Even multiple lives would not be enough. But there is a good opportunity. Peace is restored after the death of the frenzied dragon. Juliana considers what to do with the relic. Finally, the two decide to return the holy relic to the temple. Jayat loses the relic during this process. That is the chance for me to obtain the holy relic. Once the speech-restricting curse is dispelled, I can meet my friends again. Everyone must be adults by the time they defeat the frenzied dragon. Perhaps they have forgotten me by then, even. So I still want to meet them. Everyone is the hope of my life. Are you all living well? I hope Aesika no longer has nightmares. Kalisi, I hope your family is not too cruel to you. Jellyfight does not know how to care for his own heart. I hope he does not push himself too hard. Although Liu Umyu does not show it, he is more cowardly than others. I hope he can lean on those around him. Everyone, I hope you are all happy. I will definitely come to see you. Kalisi silently stares at Leah. With a flushed face, she silently watches him. The two sit opposite each other in silence. Lelia Eolalia finds it increasingly confusing how things turned out like this. Since arriving at Duke Hupilin's estate, I have lived a comfortable life. Everyone, including Becky and the maids, takes dedicated care of me. My grandmother, Duchess Lissingdeluo smiles when she sees her. Lelia Eolalia, you're here? Thanks to grandfather's introduction, when her mind is clear, she treats me like her biological granddaughter. Fortunately, while in the garden with her, I discover her medicine. One of the ingredients in that formula is scented grass. Lelia Eolalia looks at the ingredient list. Scented grass 3699, memory shards 010, old fabric 01, reminiscence crystal 01, sparkling spark dust 0/999. She is surprised. She has gathered 36 items unconsciously already. Aunt Adecusi stands in the distance, staring at us. I cannot pretend not to see her, so when I greet her, I am like a stray cat on the street. I run away soundlessly. It makes her feel helpless. Don't be in such a hurry. Running in high heels is hard. She is not like Jayat. Now the most important thing is gathering materials. It is impossible to collect materials that Kalisi does not have. She stays in her room, checking the system interface. The materials needed are far too many. At that exact moment, I think, system, master materials have not been detected in the current stage, but they can be unlocked with crystals. Special materials marked with different colors cannot be opened, but common materials can be obtained immediately. On the screen, the required material list displays. Scented grass 3699, memory shards 010, old fabric 01, reminiscence crystal 01. Sparkling spark dust 09999. Currently in this combination, sparkling spark dust cannot be unlocked yet. Crystals are an in-game currency, obtainable by increasing favorability with alchemists or achieving achievements. Additionally, there is another way to get crystals. Lelia Eolalia quickly realizes it's the top-up issue. The good news is that in-game currency can be used, which is obtainable when increasing favorability with alchemists. She is somewhat panicked by this information. Is it advising me to top up? This is money. Alchemy is trying hard to tempt me. Worrying only slows down the crafting speed. The girl happily points at the suggestion notification. The crystal box glows. Lelia Eolalia muses at the sight. Why does it feel like alchemy has gained its own consciousness lately? Is it a hallucination? Even if I want a top-up, I don't have any money. But I need 9,999 sparkling spark dust particles. I must try to unlock them as soon as possible. It's better to use auto search mode. I don't know when everything became so advantageous for top-up players. I want to earn money. It seems the only way is to sell alchemy potions, but I don't have a distribution channel. How can I sell alchemy potions without being discovered by the temple? I'll have to ask grandfather later. Although small problems will arise, I'll slowly prepare for a peaceful life in the future. Except for the relationship between me and Uncle Calisi. Currently, Lelia Eolalia sits at the dining table, deep in thought. Forget about improving it. Why does it feel even worse? Even though he shows nothing when grandfather is present every time it's just the two of us, it becomes like this. She eats with a bit of distress, but this fried chicken is so delicious, especially this seasoning, absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, Lelia Eolalia freezes. Staring ahead, does he hate me? That much does being with me make him lose his appetite. In the novel, after Elizabeth passed away, Calisi was severely traumatized, even losing his ability to speak for a time. Perhaps that's why he cannot accept that I could be the daughter of Ailesi. Although I sympathize with him, I don't want to live my whole life like an invisible person living according to his whims. I can only maintain a certain distance, that is. What I still think, in the garden. Calisi's voice catches her. Attention, that, I want to eat dessert with you. Things ended up like this. At this moment, Becky is a bit awkward. Master Calisi, I have prepared the dessert you requested. A beautifully plated cake is brought to the table. She thinks anxiously. Even though I know Master Calisi dislikes Lady Lee, he's letting the lady eat this dessert. Lee is also extremely confused. Why, what is this? Becky, why is your face so serious? Is it poisoned? Impossible, I know that even if he hates me, he wouldn't do such a thing, so she cuts a small piece of cake and puts it in her mouth. Becky sees this and screams in shock, "My lady, you don't have to force yourself to swallow it, spit it out quickly." Contrary to her panic, Lelia Eolalia praises it. "It's delicious, this is so good, I didn't expect such a tasty dessert." Meanwhile, Becky seems stunned by this scene. Lee actively suggests, "Becky, what is this dessert called? I want to eat it every day." Calisi sees this and is very surprised. Hearing Lelia Eolalia's question, she immediately replies, "It's Alia." He suddenly remembers the past when a woman commented, "Elizabeth and Calisi really love this dessert, huh?" Calisi remembers this and muses. "Not just children, even many adults dislike this dish. I am the same." She happily exclaims, "The cinnamon sauce inside is truly delicious." He comments, "I also especially like cinnamon sauce." Calisi knows the hidden reason, that's why everyone refuses to eat it. Praises ring out, "You two really do have the same taste." Elizabeth stares at him and says, "Calisi, we really are very similar." Calisi smiles and looks up. "That's right, sister." She continues to affirm, "It's really delicious. If only I could eat it every day, how wonderful that would be." Returning to reality, he remains silent. Becky blankly blurts out, "I have prepared mouthwash for you." Lelia Eolalia dazedly replies, "I still want to eat more." Calisi remembers the time he heard the interrogations. "This is the place prepared for my sister. Elizabeth, this place is not a spot where the daughter of an evil woman who once tortured her like you can come. How dare a stinking rat like you crawl here? Get out." At once, he suddenly feels self-reproach. What on earth have I done? What did I do to a dirty child who was scared and trembling? I was immersed in my own emotions. Not only did I not reach out to help, but I also hurt her using hateful weakness as an excuse. I abandoned a 10-year-old child, leaving her to face death. Calisi's hands suddenly clench into fists. My weakness and stupidity almost took the life of her daughter. He suddenly trembles and blurts out, "Lelia Eolalia, what on earth have I done to you? Sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. That day, the day I met you, I should have saved you, I should have protected you. Even if it cost my life, I am truly, truly sorry." When the carriage stops, the servant speaks up. "Master, you are back. Was this inspection successful?" Duke Hupilin gets out of the carriage and replies, "Yes, the harvest in the territory this year is much better than in previous years. Even the wholesale prices need a little adjustment. Send a report to Jaren later." He obeys and replies, "Yes." He suddenly remembers and says, "Also move the things in the carriage to Leah's room. I bought a few gifts for Lee on the inspection route." The servant quickly replies, "Understood." Duke Hupilin suddenly feels curious. "Where is Lelia Eolalia?" He immediately reports, "Lady Lelia Eolalia is out on the balcony." He walks to the balcony and his face immediately darkens. Meanwhile, Calisi is still sobbing. Uncontrollably, Lelia Eolalia sees this scene and becomes even more panicked. Duke Hupilin asks in confusion, "What is this? Why is Calisi?" Seeing this, she awkwardly explains, Grandfather, it wasn't me, he sees. Lelia Eolalia's panic and blankly remembers the past. Elizabeth, did you make Calisi cry again? She hurriedly explains, it's not like that, father, we were just discussing things. Calisi just suddenly started crying, it wasn't me, I'm sorry. So Calisi, give me a smile, he remembers. That and suddenly laughs self-mockingly. Calisi just laughs manically like that. She is dazed at the sight. He was just crying suddenly and now laughs like a madman. He is still laughing with no sign of stopping. Then Calisi sadly mutters, I really am a useless younger brother. Lelia Eolalia remains silent as she remembers that scene. Then she sighs sadly. Stop thinking nonsense, I must pull myself together. Is that person sick? Now suddenly crying and then suddenly laughing loudly. Anyone looking at him would see it's not normal. Among the siblings, the one closest to Elizabeth is also the one who hates me most. Lelia Eolalia remembers the moment he admitted it. That day, the day I met you, I should have saved you. Suddenly there is a noise outside that startles her. Is it Becky? The room door opens. She still thinks it's Becky and says, come in, until she sees Calisi. Lelia Eolalia is surprised and sees him cautiously say, I have something to say to you. Can we talk for a bit? Moment later, the two sit opposite each other. In the room, she stares at Calisi and speculates, after leaving, did you cry again? Your eyes are all red. He is suddenly startled as he realizes something. Then, Calisi smiles awkwardly. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. No, I should say. Every time you see me at my worst, first I apologize. That day in my sister's small hut when I met you again, I suddenly grew angry at you. I'm sorry. If I had been calmer then, more rational, perhaps you would not have had to suffer so much. Lelia Eolalia listens to Calisi's confession and her face suddenly flushes, while he curiously asks, living in the imperial city, what was your state of mind? Making a living there must not have been easy, right? At least I should have reached out to help you. Clearly I could have done it, but I didn't. I truly feel ashamed of myself. Lelia Eolalia, please forgive this uncle. This foolishness, she cannot believe it. She blurs out, you believe me now? Ah, I am that person's daughter. Calisi bows his head in confirmation. I believe you. From now on, I will never doubt you again. Then he unexpectedly kneels. Calisi speaks with total sincerity. As family, no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. Do you agree to let me stay with you? Lelia still cannot believe this reality. She never imagined a day like this would come. I once wanted to say, please help me, someone save me, but I couldn't tell anyone. In the imperial city, no one needs me. If I just disappear, everything will be perfect. How could I not know that? Calisi sees her reaction and suddenly smiles. He says gratefully, thank you for trying to survive. Until now, if I lost even you, I might never forgive myself for the rest of my life. The fact that you are here is my salvation. Lelia, thank you, Lelia is suddenly overwhelmed by Calisi's words. She suddenly stands up as Lelia rushes forward. He lets out a cry of disbelief. Calisi is extremely worried. Lelia, are you okay? She cannot help but exclaim, I didn't expect your SDR to be this high. He hears this and is stunned. Then Calisi lets out a soft sigh and remains silent. He pats Lelia's head. All these years, it has been hard on you, Lelia. A moment later, Calisi asks curiously, you want to sell items created by an alchemist? What is the reason? Lelia explains awkwardly. Well, I need money. He becomes even more puzzled. That is why I am asking why. You do not lack money, or is there something specific you want to buy? If there is something you want, do not hesitate to tell me. Just say how much you need and I will prepare it for you immediately. What do you want to buy? She thinks gloomily. Honestly, it is too hard to say. To be honest, I want to top up the game. Can you give me 10 million CH? How can I possibly say that out loud? Earlier, Lelia cried out in disbelief. 10 million CH system. Master, to obtain all materials for the special formula according to the exchange rate of this world, exactly 10 million CH is required. After gathering enough materials, the special formula system will open, and once the special favorability level is reached, crafting will be possible. To obtain rare materials, the corresponding system must be unlocked. She suddenly feels anxious, so that means to craft. Equipment with special materials I must. Collect all formulas and then open the system. The system screen is displaying. System. Required materials, fragrant flower 3699, memory fragments 010, old thread fragments 01, memory crystal 01, sparkling ash 89999. Based on that, Lelia calculates that to craft grandmother's recovery medicine, she must obtain all the formulas first. System. Visiting other regions will unlock new formulas. Please travel to other locations to complete the formula collection. She looks at the screen and ponders. This is too unreasonable. There are imperial checkpoints everywhere. Asking me to travel all over the world is completely impossible. System, master, if the favorability level is not unlocked, even with enough special materials and collection conditions, you will not be able to receive the items. Therefore, please collect all formulas first. Lelia feels frustrated. In the end, isn't it just telling me to top up quickly? After a moment of thought, she replies, I want to do big things when I grow up, so now I want to accumulate all kinds of EXP. Currently, the only thing I can sell are items created by alchemy. After saying this, she thinks, but that violates the taboos of the temple. With a trivial reason like this, I'm afraid no one will accept it. Calisi hears her and exclaims, you are already thinking about the future so early, you are so mature. Yes, I will do my best to help you. Lelia cannot believe it, thinking this man really has no limits when it comes to family. Meanwhile, he calmly continues, items created by an excellent alchemist certainly have a market. The problem is how to sell them. You need to decide whether to sell to those willing to risk their lives to buy them or dilute the potion's effects, and sell to those who do not know it is an alchemy potion. Whichever choice you make, you need father's consent. I will speak properly with father about this. As for this, it is a deposit. Please accept it first. Currently, I only have this much available, sorry. She looks at the money on the table and is stunned. Only? You only have this much? This is a lot, he speaks calmly. It is only 500,000 CH. Lelia suddenly realizes that the way nobles view money is indeed vastly different from ordinary people. Suddenly, Calisi recalls the past and assesses, my sister was smart and brave from a young age. You might even be more excellent than her, but do not push yourself too hard. As long as you discuss it with me, I will definitely cooperate fully. Being helped by him, she blushes and replies, thank you. Calisi, after a while, Calisi leaves. Then I shall go now, we will talk later. Lelia lets out a small sound of confirmation. Then his legs suddenly tremble. Calisi collapses and sits down, muttering, damn it, this is too cruel. Lelia cried while recounting what happened in the imperial city. For a child, it is indeed too cruel. Emperor Lady Osi abandoned Leia in an empty tower. After Emperor Perseus reclaimed the throne, he regarded Lelia as the daughter of Princess Ailesi and hated her. She couldn't find anyone to rely on to prove the secret of her birth, and the result of quietly enduring everything was being kicked out of the tower she lived in. Furthermore, this was caused by Lelia's own half-brothers, who are also my nephews, Sidric and Damien. At first, when I learned Sidric and Damien were still alive, nothing made me happier. It felt like I had hoped to continue living. I would protect my nephews in my sister's stead. His eyes are full of sadness. This must not be told to her grandparents. They will be devastated. Then Calisi forces himself to stand up without a word. Suddenly, a voice catches his attention. Did Calisi talk to Lelia yet? Calisi frowns and calls out, Father, father, you were right. Lelia is indeed her daughter, no doubt about it. Now Duke Hupilin says helplessly, you are indeed slow to understand, and you even burst into tears in front of your niece. It is truly embarrassing to death. He immediately retorts, in front of Lee, father is trying to play the role of a kind grandfather. Has the sun started rising from the west lately? I heard that before people die, they do things they have never done. Are you about to die, father? After that, the two glare at each other in irritation. Then Calisi cannot help but sigh. Then he says seriously, Father, are you not going to tell Emperor Perseus that Lelia is his daughter? He listens and answers, Lelia is a smart child. She must understand what the disappearance of the emperor's daughter means. If she could have revealed her true identity then, she would have said it long ago. But in the end, she risked her life to flee the imperial city. Doesn't Lelia's choice say it all? If Perseus knew the truth, he would definitely find a way to bring her back to the imperial city. Even if Lelia didn't want to, I don't want to let him do that, Khaleesi speaks up. Right, I also want to let Lelia choose for herself. Besides, there is already a new empress and a new princess in the imperial city. Duke Hupelin suddenly asks curiously, "Didn't you just visit the imperial city recently?" He confirms the info. "I won't say anything about the new empress, but the emperor is being driven mad by his daughter Juliana. Cedric and Damien are the same." He speaks with a bit of helplessness. "I really don't understand why they are like that, even though they said they would come to the territory for a while." Khaleesi suddenly suggests, "Father, please stop them. Don't let them come here. The children are not yet mature enough. If they accidentally encounter Lelia, the news that Lelia is here will surely reach." The Emperor, Duke Hupelin, is silent for a moment and then says, "If so, then having Lelia hide while they visit should be enough, right? He doesn't want that to happen. Why should Lelia live like a criminal and have to hide? This is Lelia's home. The position of princess originally belonged to that child. The love of her father and brothers was also stolen. Even in this home, must she endure such treatment?" He is very surprised by this reaction. "Khaleesi, you always loved your nephews so much, yet you can say such things? You must have found out something. That gentle child must have said things to Khaleesi that she didn't dare say to me." At this moment, Duke Hupelin is silent, pondering carefully. A moment later, he speaks, "Khaleesi, you are right, our family will always stand by Lelia, no matter what happens, no matter who the opponent is." He is very surprised by Duke Hupelin's affirmation. "Yes, father." Meanwhile, a mysterious person speaks, "Everything has reached its limit. Monster activity everywhere is becoming increasingly violent. A riot could break out at any time. Although the holy casters and holy knights are trying to suppress them, I don't know how much longer they can hold out. Notify the five empires. The frenzied dragon is about to wake up." The scene shifts to a very peaceful street. Adequacy points in one direction. "A new shop opened over here, I want to go check it out." Is cautiously says, "Lady Lee, please do not go too far." She speaks reassuringly. "It is fine, Khaleesi's territory is very safe. Besides, I am about to marry a merchant. As a merchant's wife, what would it look like if I didn't even stroll through the market?" She immediately says, "He is just a live-in son-in-law, my lady doesn't need to cater to him." She smiles. "Tessis, I understand. Just walking the streets in disguise with my niece is really fun." At this moment, she sighs. Indeed, today the young lady is much more excited than usual. Although she wants the lady to play freely, she cannot be too careless. "Little friend, no, Lady Lelia, today I must follow Lady Aisha's closely all day. Don't leave my side." Lelia smiles and replies, "Thesis, I know." The time spent in Khaleesi's territory feels like several years have passed. Now I am 13 years old. Also, you are like an owl. Aisha's is a person who gets along well with me. She remembers Adequacy apologetically saying, "Leah, I want to apologize for my unreasonable actions before. Actually, I care about you a lot. It's just that if even I keep revolving around you, I'm afraid only Khaleesi will be the only independent person left. Families are sometimes troublesome. Since that day, I understood that Aunt Aisha's is an honest, thoughtful, and very gentle person. She teaches me some noble etiquette, guides my studies very seriously, and even gives advice on selling alchemy items that I made myself. She gave suggestions as an aunt. I do not agree with this because it is too risky, but your idea of wanting to do business yourself is actually very good, isn't it? Many nobles only know how to maintain the status quo, focusing only on land ownership and taxes, using their status to increase wealth. Using those things to sponsor the people in the territory, that is the true duty of a noble. Taxes are the trust that the people place in us, giving us a safe today and a brighter future. One cannot use them to satisfy personal greed. Although I do not ask what you intend to use the earned money for, you are also a member of the Khaleesi family. I believe you will use it for others." Hearing this, she says touchingly, Aunt Aisha's. Adecusi continues to explain, as for the assets in that warehouse, those belong to my brother and father. Don't worry, just take them. Lelia lets out a sound of surprise at this moment. She is happily looking around. I assess her. Honestly, I think Aunt Aisha's is a very respectable noble. But Auntie, I didn't expect you to be addicted to gambling and squandering the territory's assets. Could such a thing really happen? Her husband is Anmos Galicia, a big merchant who is running his own merchant group in the Kalasi territory. But according to the novel, because he is busy with business, he almost never comes home. I speculate the reason Aunt Aisha's fell into debt and gambling might be the loneliness of not having her husband around, plus the consecutive misfortunes that befell the Kalasi family. But with my understanding of Auntie right now, she is absolutely not that kind of person. Lelia begins to speculate. Could it be that because I appeared, the future has changed? If that is true, then it is great. But I still cannot let my guard down. According to the next developments of the novel, the scene is about to shift to an extremely luxurious palace. She says gratefully to Lelia, Thank you, I was really happy today. Aisha's, Becky, thank you both for always being with me. Becky replies politely, Lady, you are being too modest. Thesis laughs and says, No need to thank us, but look, there is a strange carriage. Now Adecusi realizes it. Really? I didn't hear that any guests were coming today. Truly strange. Seeing this, she falls silent. Lelia is suddenly panicked. Who are those people? The white-haired person at the door says, In that case, I shall take my leave. Kalasi says politely, The journey must have been hard. She listens and continues, Of course we had to visit. I quickly recognize the dignitaries of the CRS Holy Land. She sees the situation is not good, so she warns, Lelia, hide behind me. The priests, why are they here? Could they have discovered that I used alchemy? Already, Lelia does not think so. No, their target is my uncle, Tacalius. According to the novel's plot, he is the second son of Duke Hupilin's house who participates in the battle against the frenzied dragon and returns with great merit. One day, he suddenly disappears. After the death of the frenzied dragon, a heretical group emerges that worships the beast as a god. Perhaps Kalasi was murdered by them. She carefully considers the novel's progression during his years in the subjugation squad. Nothing should have happened to him. Lelia mutters sadly, I have always tried to change the future, yet I hope this part remains unchanged. Is it too selfish of me to think that? After the frenzied dragon awakens, the Empire establishes a dragon-slaying squad centered around the nobility, and many people are punished. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes in the hallway. Becky runs in excitedly to inform her, My lady, Lord Kalasi has sent a letter. Lelia is slightly surprised and turns around. Really? Becky quickly confirms once more. Yes, she asks Becky with concern. But why are you sweating so much? Did you run all the way here? Becky finally catches her breath. I apologize for the sweat. I just wanted to deliver the letter to you as soon as possible. Lelia speaks in a low, pensive tone. Becky thanks her. Becky holds the letter out to Lelia and remarks with emotion, It feels just like yesterday. I still remember it. Clearly, tomorrow is the day Lord Kalasi sets out on the expedition to slay the frenzied dragon. That day, my lady cried her eyes out. I couldn't help but cry along. Seeing her sob, Lelia steps closer to comfort her. Becky, really now? Was it truly like that? How long has it been since that day? 6 years. On the battlefield, Kalasi grips the sword in his hand and speaks. Didn't you say it before, that as long as you could date a woman, you'd die happy? Come, here is your chance. A monster charges forward. Upon hearing this, Liu Miu shouts angrily, Are you crazy? I meant a human. Woman, as he falls, he can only stammer while retreating in vain. A scream rings out during the monster's attack. It turns out Kalasi has appeared, blocking the blow in front of Liu Miu. He coldly gives the order, Fall back. Romeo stands up and tilts his head as a reminder. Kalasi, you too, don't just recklessly jump into the middle of those magic beasts. If you get dragged in, I'm not saving you. Just as he finishes his sentence, Liu Miu blasts a magic spell at the monster, making it shriek in pain. Kalasi jumps back in surprise. That's dangerous, Liu Miu, you. But he just laughs to reassure him. I calculated that strike perfectly. Kalasi can only scratch his head and sigh. As long as he can slay the monster, anything goes. Suddenly, Aesika shouts from behind, It's not over yet. This leaves both of them a bit dazed as they turn around. The monster roars. Once more, he draws his sword and leaps. A decisive slash strikes the monster directly. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. All that remains is the monster's roar. Aesika is also drenched in blood. He sheathes his sword and turns to leave, reminding them, do not lower your guard until the very last second. Liu Miu is a bit confused as he looks at his back and calls out, Aesika. Finally, everyone enters the medical tent. Deep wounds hurt even as they heal, accompanied by screams, ow, 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 it's actually healed. Thanks, Jellyfight, you're amazing. Jellyfight looks over coldly and replies, I'm not as good as you say. Take a rest. As he steps outside, gossip spreads, the magic beasts appearing now are getting stronger and stronger, proving we are very close to the frenzied dragon's hideout. Magic beasts attack day and night. Even while setting up camp, we must risk our lives. This life has lasted for 6 years. I hope to return home soon. Just then, Sidric runs up and puts an arm around him. Whoa, stop making such a gloomy face. This flusters Demian. Demian then steps out to explain, no, it's Sidric. I swiped a bottle of wine, want to have a drink together. Liu Miu calls out in confusion. You guys, really? Sidric continues to urge them. You should recharge your energy once in a while. Look at this, you'll feel energized immediately. It is a portrait of Juliana. He starts bragging about the twins again. Aesika mutters from a distance. Truly a useless man who doesn't dare to step onto the front lines. Sidric and Damian are the sons of Perseus Oleria, the man who killed Lee Eolalia's father, Lady Osi Eolalia, and stole the throne. The one who killed Lee was likely one of Emperor Perseus's men. Calisi stands there and speaks. I truly hope this frenzied dragon subjugation ends soon. To find the one who killed you, we will definitely. Everyone looks up at the high sky in thought. Aesika's eyes are tinged with sadness. He bows his head and covers his face, telling himself he will kill him personally. 6 years after the dragon-slaying squad was formed, Wind Territory finally receives news. Atticusi awkwardly touches her ear and asks, is Lord Calisi really coming back? Is the war against the frenzied dragon over? Lelia quickly confirms. Yes, he said he will be back before spring at the latest. She laughs. I see, come to think of it, he told you the news first. He'll be surprised when he sees you again. The cute little Lee of the past has become such a beautiful lady. Even the moon goddess would run away in shame upon seeing you. She blushes. That's not true, Aunt Atticusi, she sighs, but I think it's a pity. Are you really not holding a coming-of-age ceremony? Many handsome gentlemen would want to marry you. Lelia tilts her head. It's fine, I don't want to accept proposals from strangers. Atticusi sighs deeply. Sigh, finding someone your father is satisfied with is hard enough, and now you're being negative too. If it's because of the vassals, don't worry about it. No matter what others say, you are always a member of our Hupilin family. I've lived in the Hupilin territory for 9 years, and many have clearly shown their opposition to that. Lelia sadly remembers being bullied. Someone steps in to advise. What do you think you're doing to the young lady? Becky rushes over to support her. My lady. But that boy continues to mock her. Her mother isn't a lady, she's a fake. Lelia shuts her eyes in pain. She remembers that moment with discomfort. That stupid son of the Crick family dared to throw sand at me. That incident made grandfather incredibly angry, but the Crick couple are good people. Among the vassals, they were the first to accept me. I didn't want to cause conflict with them because of that. Back then, I could only smile and endure. Although people don't show it overtly, the prejudice against a girl who looks like Elizabeth has never disappeared. If a banquet were held, those vassals who dislike me would surely show their displeasure and ruin the atmosphere. My family is truly good to me, so I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, she speaks again. If it were your brother, he would surely be happy. His niece's first dance. The chance to request the first dance wouldn't be stolen by anyone else. After laughing, Lelia returns to her pensive state. She sinks into her thoughts. I'm finally going to see Lord Calisi again. I hope he isn't seriously injured and that everyone is safe. Suddenly, Lelia calls out, Aunt Atticusi, can you help me with something? The recovery potion I've been selling through word of mouth is famous everywhere. Sales are booming. Soon, I'll have gathered 10 million gold to be allowed to read the alchemy formulas. Most of that money is being held by the merchants who help me sell the potions. those who have to avoid the temple's scrutiny. These potions sell so well that if the temple weren't busy with the frenzied dragon, something might have happened. And so, I used the money I saved to unlock all the formulas for everyone to see. I have collected most of the materials in an instant. Since I haven't left the Hoopilin territory for a long time, such a fast collection really surprised me. Collecting so many materials in a single place. Thinking about it, it makes sense. This system was originally a game, so it's logical that the necessary materials are right around me. Memory. Crystal, only one material remains, the memory crystal. Perhaps it will appear in a place where people need medicine or somewhere related to magic. I've always thought about that, always searched, but in the end I still can't find it. The rest of grandmother's memories, specifically the parts related to Elizabeth. Maybe. It's at the small log cabin. There are still many locked items in the log cabin menu. Depending on my surroundings, I've received materials before, so the failure to collect the memory crystal is likely because I haven't met the special conditions. Even without clear proof, if there's a spark of hope, I'll go investigate, because this involves grandmother's life. Also, I must take it from the novel's male lead later. Retrieve the other half of the holy relic. Because of that, early the next morning, Duke Hoopilin asks, anxiously, Lelia, are you really leaving? She tilts her head and replies gently, yes, grandfather, I need very important material, I must go to the capital. He walks up lovingly and places a hand on Lelia's shoulder, advising her, I only ask one thing of you. She happily accepts. You must return to this place. For this is your home. The two of them embrace. For a long time, leaning into Duke Hoopilin's chest, she affirms with a blush, I will definitely find the medicine for grandfather, while I'm away. You must stay healthy. Grandfather is touched. Lee, if that day he had bowed and greeted you, coming all the way from the capital to hear, truly impressive. Remembering his face, she is moved. That lord with the gentle voice, if I hadn't met him then, I certainly couldn't have lived such a peaceful life forever. This time it's my turn to protect them. When I heard that Anmo's, Aunt Atticusi's husband, and the Galicia merchant group were heading to the capital, I asked Auntie to let me go with them. Just the thought of returning to the capital makes me a bit scared, but it's fine. The heroes who ended the dragon-slaying campaign will soon return to the Oleria capital. I can meet Lord Calassi there, and then return with him. If I'm lucky, I might even see all four heroes. Lelia lowers her head and smiles. Suddenly, Becky calls out, my lady, please let me go with you. She stammers as she speaks. Becky Atticusi quickly reassures her. Becky, it's fine, if you're worried that no one will take care of Lelia on the road. I've already asked my husband to handle it. Lelia, this is your first time traveling with a merchant group. There will surely be many inconveniences, but if anything happens, you must tell your uncle. Lelia is deeply moved. Yes, Aunt Atticusi, thank you. Becky, thank you too. I'll prepare a gift for you. So look forward to it. Well, I'm off. The journey to the imperial capital is very smooth. Anmo's Galicia tilts his head and asks, Lelia, is there anything bothering you? Lelia steps out of the carriage and replies gently, Uncle Anmo's, nothing is inconvenient. He scratches his head awkwardly. That's good if I let you suffer. Atticusi would definitely scold me. But I originally planned to arrange a woman to take care of you, yet some trouble occurred halfway. I'm truly sorry. She suddenly ran up and told me she was sick. Beyond that, I didn't know what else to do. Hearing this, she can't say much more. If someone is suddenly sick, there's no way around it. Everyone takes care of me very well. It's fine. How is that woman now? I haven't even had the chance to greet her yet. She seemed quite unwell. Anmo's Galicia's face darkens. Probably because she wants to recover. She hasn't left the carriage once. I intended for her to look after you, but it ended up like this. Hearing this, Lelia becomes worried. Staying in the carriage like that will only make her spirits drop. Is there anything I can do to help, perhaps among my medicines? There is something useful for her. At this, he just smiles and declines. Thank you, but it wouldn't be good if you caught the illness. I appreciate the sentiment, though. We're almost at the imperial capital. Once we arrive, we'll find a skilled priest to treat her. Don't worry anymore. I'm more worried about you than her. Since I'm busy with the merchant group, I can't stay in the imperial capital with you. How about taking a maid or a knight with you? She stammers her response. I want to be free to wander alone. At this, Anmo's Galicia can only look dazed. I see. Well, you are an adult now, but it's surprising. I didn't think your grandfather would agree to let you go alone like that. He loves you. So much, if he loves you that much. Why would he do that? Suddenly, she lowers her head and thinks. The reason grandfather let me go to the imperial capital alone is because he realized my alchemy is different from ordinary people. He saw my. She can concoct many potions in a single night. Surely he has many questions in his heart, but he doesn't ask anything. He knows that if he arranges guards for her this time, she will find it inconvenient. Then she looks up, smiles at him, and replies, Grandfather trusts me so much, so I will definitely act with caution. Therefore, don't worry too much, uncle. At this moment, she suddenly lowers her head in thought and tilts her head to respond. Yes, then I'll leave it to you. If anything happens to you, I won't have the face to meet adequacy anymore. During the past 9 years, Emperor Jayat has issued a series of policies to train mages. One of them is the establishment of teleportation magic circles throughout the Oleria region, helping to shorten a journey that previously took a month down to just 2 weeks. Lelia Eolalia sighs as she walks. The world has changed a lot now. The surrounding space is extremely warm and bustling. Looking at everything around her, she cannot help but feel moved. I've finally returned to the royal capital. Lelia Eolalia blends into the crowd and walks slowly. She looks around cautiously and reflects. Now that I mention it, it's quite lively, isn't it? Perhaps it's because the news of the frenzied dragon subjugation has spread. First, I need to find a place to stay. Soon, the celebration ceremony for the heroes of the frenzied dragon subjugation will be held. The area around the imperial city will host a festival lasting several days. Inside the imperial city, there will be a grand banquet for a whole week to entertain the heroes. On the final day, I will sneak into the Oleria imperial city. The last day is when the most people are moving. It's exactly like 9 years ago when the imperial palace held a party for Princess Juliana. Right, I could sneak out back then, so I should be able to sneak in now. If successful, I will go to Elizabeth's wooden house to investigate and confirm if the final ingredient has appeared. She needs to check, since she has already reached the imperial city. It is also best to find out about Jayat's whereabouts. It probably won't be that easy. Even though Jayat will attend the banquet, if she acts recklessly and lets the royal family know she is still alive, it will be big trouble. However, she has been away from the palace for 9 years. Now most people in the palace no longer recognize her. Surely no one recognizes me as Lelia Eolalia anymore, right? Suddenly someone shouts, drawing her attention. Hey! Everyone come here and take a look. These are portraits of the heroes from the dragon-slaying squad, and there are even exclusive interviews by reporters. Lelia Eolalia is very interested in this. She thinks to herself that there might be information about Jayat inside, so she immediately requests, "Give me one copy, please." Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Ayasika Hyliuxibo is leading a large horse on foot and announces that after passing through the next teleportation magic circle, they will reach the royal capital. Behind him, Liumiu Liushibli is riding another horse, shaking his head and complaining. If he had known earlier, he would have taken it easy and traveled with Calasia Sika and Jellyfight Nia by carriage. We rushed back like idiots. Suddenly he speaks up. Jellyfight Nia aside, but as for Calasia Sika, his eyes, he can't ride a horse anymore. These thoughts make him lower his head sadly. However, immediately after that, Liumiu Liushibli yells, "He can ride a horse. That guy even rode on the back of the frenzied dragon to kill it. A horse is basically nothing. It took so much time to finally reach this place." The last day Li Eolalia sent a letter. Since that day, our time has seemed to stop. But now we have finally set foot here. Captain Eolalia's country. We will definitely find what the captain wrote at the very end. The woman named Lelia Eolalia, the capital of the Oleria Empire, the day of the triumphal ceremony. Everyone is extremely excited, shouting loudly. The heroes have returned. Thank you all so much. Thankfully, you all returned safely. Long live the dragon-slaying squad. Look over here. Was the frenzied dragon huge? That's so cool. Suddenly, Lelia Eolalia sees something that leaves her stunned. It turns out her gaze falls upon Calasia Sika, who is walking forward. Lelia Eolalia thinks blankly, "Calisi, my friend, It's been 6 years and you're still the same. Fortunately, you aren't injured. But immediately after, she quickly puts on her hat. Looking towards Damien and Cedric, who are acting up, she also quickly recognizes the twin princes. People around are excitedly cheering. Thank you for your hard work. Your Highness, marry me. Leah is utterly speechless, thinking to herself, everyone has been fooled by them. Aren't worth the effort of shouting like that at all. That person has an aura completely different from ordinary people. Could it be the male lead, Jayat? Right then, the person next to her also cries out, Wow, Lord Jayat! Leah breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out her guess is correct. Jayat is currently lowering his head in embarrassment. She also secretly plans in her mind, now that I know his face, I must find a way to approach him. The banquet in the Imperial Palace starts tomorrow. There are still 7 days left. Suddenly, everything becomes quiet again. Lelia Eolalia constantly looks around, searching for something. After a while, she stands still and thinks, why don't I see the other 4? It's normal, though. After all, they are royalty. Having completed the subjugation of the frenzied dragon, they must have returned to their own countries. I only intended to watch them from afar for a bit. It's a pity I didn't get to meet them. Can I really meet everyone again? At this time, in a room, Jellyfight Nia is asking, is it really okay that Liu Miu Liushibli isn't participating in the triumphal ceremony? This is a chance to be in the spotlight. Liu Miu Liushibli enters, scratches his head in annoyance, and replies, are you joking? Why participate at this point? It's a total drag. You didn't participate for the same reason. Jellyfight Nia leans over and confirms, yeah, you're right. What matters to us is tomorrow's banquet. Liu Miu Liushibli, I'm counting on you starting tomorrow. You must extract information from the mouths of the Olaria nobles. Liu Miu Liushibli asks back, puzzled, are you not planning to do it yourself? Jellyfight Nia looks over a bit sadly. Everyone knows the Holy Emperor has recognized my divine power. As for the Nia Empire, no one would be willing to marry their daughter to someone from the Holy Land. The nobles who want to marry off their daughters definitely won't come near me. We need to extract information from at least the last 9 years, and you can't get anything out of young girls. We also can't tell Aasika Halyuxibo to be gentler with people. Kalasi Asika's gaze will make everyone stay away from him. Liumiu Liushibli, the only one who can attract them right now is you. You are the handsome hero who gave up the right to the throne for your half-brother. Those Olaria nobles looking to marry off their daughters definitely won't let you pass. Liu Miu Liushibli only sighs and turns away after hearing this. However, he still agrees. I've truly lost. I'll handle it myself. I've been using detection magic all along anyway. Right, why does it feel like I'm the only one carrying the mission? Jellyfight Nia smiles and explains. Those with ability must do more. That is the law of nature. Liu Miu Liushibli is completely helpless and sighs again. Just consider that you're praising me. As long as I can avenge Li Eolalia, I am willing to do anything. The first day of the victory banquet for the frenzied dragon subjugation. Someone speaks up. See, I knew it. You wouldn't go back to your country. You'd definitely come to Olaria first. Although it's a bit rude, is there a special reason? Liu Miu Liushibli hesitates for a moment. About that. Actually, I am very interested in the Olaria Empire. When I was young, I lived in the Holy Temple for 3 years with people from other countries. I heard many stories and couldn't stop imagining. The person opposite only watches quietly. He blushes and continues. Even though I am a mage now, when I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a knight. I wanted to come to Olaria, where the Holy Land of Knights, Landinium City, is located. I wanted to see the scenery that the 5 legendary knights once admired. The person opposite bursts out laughing. Young master, you are a living legend yourself now. In his heart, he realizes. Is it Liu Miu Liushibli? Handsome and has a good personality. Even though he gave up the throne, he still maintains a good relationship with his family. If I marry my daughter to him, I can connect with the Roseberry Empire. Most importantly, he is one of the 4 heroes. Thinking about it, Jellyfight Nia of Nia isn't bad either, but I cannot marry my daughter into the Holy Temple. Kalasi Asika, he is simply unqualified. Although he comes from royalty and is very famous in mercenary circles, I cannot marry my daughter to a blind man. Right at that moment he is stunned. His gaze runs into Aasika Halyuxibo standing in the corner. His eyes are as red as a demon's. That doesn't fail to make him shiver. Aasika Halyuxibo is indeed a man as beautiful as a painting, but it's an absolute no. His aura is too cold, even making people wonder if he's a demon. Instinctively, I feel he's very dangerous. At this time, Liu Umiu Shibli gets to the main point. Sir, do you know someone named Lelia Aalalia? A friend I knew at the Holy Temple once mentioned that name, it seems. She is a person of the Oleria Empire. Hearing this, he is a bit stunned. Lelia Aalalia. About that, at this moment, someone approaches to answer. Lelia Aalalia, oh, are you talking about her? The one who left the royal capital 9 years ago, the daughter of the late Princess Ailasi, Princess Lelia Aalalia of the Oleria Empire. Liu Umiu Shibli falls silent after hearing this. Can you explain that a bit more clearly, sir? The scene shifts to a magnificent and grand palace. Jellyfight Nia stands still, looking up and asking, that princess named Lelia Aalalia lived here, right? Liu Shibli approaches from behind and confirms, so I've heard. People say she fled the royal city to avoid a political marriage. Despite searching the whole empire for a long time, they finally couldn't find her. There are also opinions that the benevolent emperor turned a blind eye. However, regardless, what is this tower? Calasiasika pulls back his eye patch to observe. Why, it's so gaudy, only people like Cedric or Damien would like it. Act, that hurts. Jellyfight Nia turns to scold him. You idiot, why did you take off your eye patch? Calasiasika replies irritably, I'm not an idiot. Besides, no matter how much she hates political marriage, why would a 10-year-old child living comfortably in a place like this escape from the royal city? Liu Umiu Shibli bows his head hesitantly. That isn't something completely impossible, or maybe she had someone else in her heart. Suddenly, Jellyfight Nia speaks up, cutting him off. Probably not. If that were the case, Lelia Aalalia would be the female lead of a runaway romance or a love tragedy. If so, rumors would have spread sensationally like that already. In short, Lelia Aalalia left the royal city alone, at least without someone's help that could have spread such rumors, yet she still successfully escaped without being detected or checked. Calasiasika tilts his head, puzzled. It really is strange. Can an ordinary princess do that? It's not like she's a spy. Jellyfight Nia speaks up casually. So to fill those holes, they whispered that the emperor granted grace and turned a blind eye. In the end, most of the information is just rumors. Ayasika Halyuxibo also quickly contributes. What is certain is only the fact that Princess Lelia Aalalia disappeared. The emperor is likely hiding something. The one who benefited most from Li Aalalia's death is the current emperor. If Lelia Aalalia is also a member of the current emperor's faction, then what? Calasiasika quickly replies. On the contrary, when thinking that killing Li Aalalia raised his order of succession to the throne, perhaps Perseus has returned with his children. Maybe she knew the emperor saw her as an obstacle, a hurdle, and wanted to assassinate her, so she fled. This causes everyone to immediately fall silent. He scratches his head in confusion. Oh, I really don't know either. How can we find accurate information about someone who disappeared more than 9 years ago? Liu Shibli clears his throat and suggests that since there are still 6 days until the banquet, they must investigate thoroughly during the remaining time, and simultaneously the mana detection will continue. Calasiasika's face is full of question marks. Detecting mana without any clues, what are we supposed to do? Liu Shibli replies, flustered, it's not about tracking the princess, but tracking the fountain pen. Ayasika Halyuxibo speaks up. Puzzled, wasn't the mana stone of the fountain pen separated, so it can't be tracked? Liu Shibli explains. That's right, it was like that before. But now, having absorbed the mana of the frenzied dragon, it's possible to track even the fountain pen whose mana stone was separated. Hearing this, Calasiasika shouts out a bit irritably. Hey, speak with certainty. Jellyfight Nia tilts his head and speaks for him. From the start, we couldn't confirm if Li Aalalia's killer is holding that fountain pen. They might have thrown it away long ago, so what if the fountain pen no longer exists? Even so, the problem is we have no clues to the point where we must ask Liu Shibli to help track it. Calasiasika helplessly holds his head and sighs. Father won't handle it that easily. Jellyfight Nia also pointed out more disadvantages about the Emperor's faction that must continue to be investigated. Everyone, don't make mistakes anymore, especially you, Calasiasika. Hearing that, he jumps up. What? The 3rd day of the banquet celebrating the subjugation of the demonic dragon, the host speaks to open the event. Prince Cedric, the 1st prince of the Oleria Empire, 2nd Prince Damien, and this is the First Princess Juliana, she quickly walks out in a beautiful dress. People around immediately start buzzing. Oh my God, she's really beautiful, she is like a fairy. The two princes are also great. Why is their brotherhood so good? At this time, Leah stands to one side, also confused. Juliana. Suddenly, a voice rings out. By the way, have you heard that story? I'm talking about the four heroes who made a name for themselves this time. They visited Oleria before returning to their countries, right? Now, wasn't that to meet Princess Juliana, actually? I hear there are many people like that at the party. One cannot forget the portrait of Princess Juliana. They say they want to see her just once. Oh my, look there. It seems they are drawing intense gazes. Three men stand in the distance, staring intently toward Juliana. Jayat is extremely confused. He thinks to himself, are they really staring so openly? Did they come for that reason? Just then, the noisy sounds erupt again. It would be amazing if those people spoke even a single word to me. Suddenly, Juliana calls out, making Jayat daze. V, are you already here? He stammers shyly. Juliana, today you are truly beautiful. She laughs and replies, thank you. You look very dashing today as well. She continues, Jayat, your face didn't look very good just now. Is something wrong? Jayat explains flusteredly. Ah, that? Who are those guys? Juliana is a bit bewildered. Those guys. He asks again, are those people the heroes from the rumors? She confirms. Yes, Jayat sighs and asks further. So are you interested in them too? Juliana looks at him blankly, lost in thought. Then she suddenly calls out to V. Why are you worried about that? V turns betrayed and tries to explain. Ah, no, it's not like that, it's not that. Right then, someone else calls for Juliana. The two quickly turn toward the sound. V is secretly annoyed in his heart. It is Crick and Damien. Perseus approaches from the front and asks, what are you talking about? Everyone hastily performs a salute. Your Majesty, Juliana happily approaches and calls out, Father, we are talking about the heroes of the expedition. Team, Damien speaks up with an annoyed expression. They came here just to see you. Crick quickly adds, they even left their homelands. Perseus then asks, is that so? She blushes deeply and speaks. It's not like that. Crick presses again. If they all propose, who will you marry? Juliana hesitates and turns to reply. Her gaze is fixed on Jayat, but before she can finish, Perseus interrupts. I must issue a marriage ban. Both crown princes shout in unison, I agree. Father. Juliana bows her head bashfully. Oh, father, really? Jayat's eyes glance around at this moment. Where did those guys go? Meanwhile, along the corridor, people gradually become hurried. Liu Umiu, have you found it? He quickly confirms. All right, I found it. It's even very close by. Fountain pen is right here in the capital. The forest elf smiles faintly and reads the lines. Thank you for helping me. It's nothing big, but here is your reward. Immediately after, the screen displays the text, system, favorability level maxed. Lelia pumps her fist in celebration. Great, reached max favorability with all residents, finally finished. Alchemy quickly appears to share the joy. Master, congratulations. Favorability for all residents has reached the maximum level. The reward is a top-up offer, 100,000 crystals with a 20% discount. Hearing this, she silently curses. I thought it was something good, but it's just this rogue system appearing again. After a moment, Lelia walks to the window and softly compromises. Fine, I'll buy it. I have plenty of uses for them anyway. Alchemy immediately flatters her as expected of Master. Right after, a series of notifications and items appear. System, received all recipes for 10 million super spirit. System, the resident favorability system has been unlocked. By helping or crafting items, resident favorability will increase. Sometimes special materials are received as a token of gratitude. Max favorability has been achieved today. Lelia is both excited and exhausted. She sighs. This takes too much time. No game should make you repeat quests like this. And there's definitely no game where the minimum required top-up reaches tens of millions. Alchemy ignores her words and excitedly changes the subject. Congratulations, Master. Now we will unlock the special favorability system and hidden quests. Lelia looks at the screen curiously. What? Wait, so the things I've been giving out until now. So those weren't for special favorability? Following her question, two status lines appear. Crystal cost to receive all recipes, 10 million super spirit in local currency. System tip, Once all recipes are acquired, the special recipe system and special favorability system will unlock. To obtain special materials, this system must be activated. Alchemy tilts its head and smiles brightly while explaining that standard favorability is merely a prerequisite. Lelia finally exhales a long breath. Ah, so that's how it is. Then the girl continues to introduce another offer. Special offer. To celebrate the opening of the special favorability system, 50,000 crystals are gifted at a 20% discount. Seeing this, Lelia can't help but complain. Isn't the top-up process happening way too often? Alchemy continues to inquire, Master, to collect materials faster should we catch a new dragon. We can expand the nest for 500 crystals. Dragon bait is 100 crystals. Lelia feels a headache coming on. So that will be difficult, right? I mean, hesitating only slows down the crafting, correct? Girl quickly replies, as expected of Master. You are very generous. She can only sigh helplessly. I hate this. I'm going to eat now. The allowance is in the necklace. Then she suddenly blushes and thinks, while here I have to collect materials from the capital as well. Simultaneously, on a deserted road, a voice rings out. Is it in this inn? First of all, though I don't know who it is, Lee's fountain pen is definitely in this inn. Kalasi Asika suddenly speaks up in a somber tone. But why would the fountain pen be in a place like this? Liu Mu Liuishibly stands nearby and voices his speculation. This is an inn frequented by nobles, perhaps. The person who stole it didn't keep it. Jellyfight Nia strokes his chin in agreement. Did a noble buy the fountain pen from the thief and is staying here? Ayasika Halyuksibo's cold eyes darken as he asks quietly, Is it true that the one who killed Lee still has it? There's no choice but to monitor and verify the guests coming in and out. To gather information, I must continue attending the party. Kalasi rubs his head and sighs in frustration. Am I really close to the answer? Do you remember the story Lee told when we were still in the temple? How did you know a wolf would appear then? I asked him along with Jellyfight. He recalls what Lelia once said. Kalasi looks up and recites in a deep voice. In the end, he replied that he had a prophetic dream. Looking back, sometimes he talked as if he had seen the future. Right. Then her words flash back into his memory. Is there any force targeting you? Ah, yes. There are also people targeting the throne I will inherit because I am weak. I might not be able to go on the expedition. I might die even before then. Therefore, even if I cannot join the frenzied dragon-slaying squad, don't be too disappointed. At least you guys must. Fight and return safely. Kalasi touches his blindfold lightly and analyzes. Clearly, he predicted the future would turn out like this. That is the name that such a person intentionally wrote down. Liu Mu quickly follows up. Lelia Eolalia on that side must also be found, if only. There was even a single clue, time. Passes, and on a beautiful day, Lelia stretches refreshingly, she flops on the bed and sighs. Her eyes are still a bit dreamy as she thinks, I've become too used to being taken care of, I mustn't be swayed. The party honoring the heroes is already on its fourth day. The time remaining before the infiltration campaign is 3 days. Afterward, Lelia leaves the bed and walks to a small mirror on the nightstand. She stares at herself, her mind wandering. After breakfast, I'll walk around the capital. Fortunately, the new dragon obtained this time is a silver dragon with the best material collection efficiency. I must gather as many materials as possible in the capital. Much later, in a deserted alleyway, Lelia wears a hood and walks alone through the alley. I heard there's a delicious brunch place nearby. The path is quite complex and almost no one walks here, so going out for a bit should be fine. Right, perhaps because I'm so stressed about not being caught, my shoulders are stiff. With the only clue being a silver-haired girl, no one should recognize me. But standing out for no reason isn't good either. How was I protected by my family in Superan? Until now, I understand now. Suddenly, Lelia's eyes widen in shock at something. What? The allowance? What is this? She looks at the virtual screen in confusion. Alchemy's voice suddenly rings out, Master, 4 targets with special favorability are approaching within a 2-meter radius. Lelia is dazed, not understanding what's happening. What? Special favorability targets? What on earth is that? At the same time, the quest interface pops up. Hidden quest. Perform the hidden quest to increase favorability. You can receive a special recipe as a reward. Lelia breaks into a sweat and stammers. Hidden quest? Why are they approaching now? The interface pops up again. System, optimizing UI specifically for special. Favorability, right at that moment from behind her. A cold voice rings out. Lelia Aalalia. She panics and quickly turns around, but when she sees the people in front of her, her eyes light up. That cold voice questions her again. Is it you? Did you kill my friend? You killed the crown prince and then wanted to live comfortably as the only remaining princess? Liu Miu stares at Lelia with eyes full of loathing. You are the one who killed Li. As soon as the words are spoken, Jellyfight also looks at her with that same look of disgust, the brow of Callousy knits tightly, showing his current discomfort. Finally, Aasika speaks up. We will absolutely never forgive you, Lelia Aalalia, her shimmering silver hair billows in the air, and Lelia's emerald green eyes show a look of panic. Aasika lowers his head, places his hand on the sword hilt at his waist, and mutters, silver hair and green eyes. Simultaneously, Jellyfight also summons his sword. It's definitely the Olaria royalty. I didn't expect to find this girl, but she resembles Li to an annoying degree. Callousy stands to one side, cracking his knuckles and growling the name. Lelia Aalalia. Liu Miu swings his staff, his soulless eyes staring intently at her. Answer me, why did you kill Li? Lelia's face is pale as she stammers, wait. In her heart, she is thrown into turmoil by this situation and cannot react in time. Wait, what is this sound besides? These four people, could it be? But then she stops abruptly, eyes wide with shock. A second later, she is struck on the back of the neck by Aasika. Lelia cannot withstand it and begins to fall into unconsciousness. The last image before her eyes is the cruel and cold gaze of Aasika. Then Lelia sinks into the night. When she opens her eyes, she sees a wooden floor. She can't help but think, huh, where is this? Then she swallows hard with difficulty, feeling a burning sensation in her throat. Suddenly, a virtual screen appears before Lelia. On it is a notification. System, activating special favorability UI. System, developing special favorability system. Note, if you do not complete the quest within the allotted time, you will be penalized. The system will be partially modified. Before she can react, the screen falls into static. What a penalty, what? Is it? Just then a voice rings out, making Lelia jump. Are you awake? As the words end, the system's static sound becomes even more intense. Immediately after, a familiar interface appears, confusing her. Huh, what? I didn't even touch the necklace. Why did the system screen appear? At this moment, Lelia is tied tightly to a chair. In fear, she looks up, her body unable to stop trembling. The person opposite questions her once again. Is that your name? Liu Miu stands there, looking at her with cold eyes. Lelia Aalalia. Hearing this, she is stunned and remains silent. After a while, Lelia's lips move as if to say something. However, she still cannot speak and only silently observes him. As expected, it's not a hallucination. This person is Liu Miu. Thinking this, Lelia's eyes involuntarily fill with tears. Suddenly, another voice rings out, making her flinch again. Are you crying because you don't want to die? Jellyfight stands coldly with arms crossed against the wall, looking at her with little sympathy. The only action you can take now is to answer the questions I give you truthfully. Lelia immediately recognizes him. Jellyfight, just as she becomes more emotional. Another voice chimes in. This name. Callousy stands in another corner, frowning as he removes his blindfold. Is she the girl living in that luxury tower? Lelia also recognizes him as Callousy. Those eyes look sorrowful. Surely it must be very painful. It seems his vision hasn't been completely lost. Suddenly, a sharp sword point is aimed at Lelia's face, terrifying her. Aasika looks at her emotionlessly and threatens. From now on, every time you delay an answer, I will cut off your fingers one by one. This is my only warning. I ask again, is your name Lelia Aalalia? She is silent for a moment, then confirms, yes. In her heart, Lelia thinks, this person has silver hair and red eyes. Could this be Aasika? Lelia realizes this, and her face turns pale. The Aasika I once knew. I never thought the day would come when he would point a blade at me. All this time, she had missed them dearly. Do you know how much I wanted to meet you? But after all, why have the eyes at the contest turned into such terrifying gazes? Those frightening eyes are directed straight at me. Ayasika questions me in a cold voice. Why did you kill Lee? These words immediately cause Lelia Eolalia to freeze for 5 seconds. Her face darkens as a question mark appears in her mind. I killed Lee? Wait, I think I heard this sentence before I fainted. No, why on earth do they think that? Lelia Eolalia quickly speaks up to explain. Wait, it seems there is a misunderstanding. I didn't kill him. Her eyes shine with firm sincerity as she looks at the people in front of her. In her heart, she silently affirms, how could I kill Lee? I was only 10 years old then. Moreover, the Lee they know is me. How could I kill myself? However, because the speech-restricting curse has not been dispelled, she cannot speak even if she wants to. Suddenly, someone speaks, making Lelia startle. Lee always told us someone wanted his life, Jellyfight says. Jellyfight crosses his arms and tilts his head at her. And the thing Lee left behind before he died was your name. Immediately after, Liu Miu follows up. And you are also holding Lee's fountain pen. You probably left it at the inn, right? Lelia is surprised by this information. How did he know that? Even though I can no longer use it, I still carry it because it is a precious bond with my friends. They question her again. Did you kill Lee to steal it? Lelia immediately screams in denial, not at all. But her response is met with a cold sword tip pressed against her neck. The sharp blade ruthlessly carves a thin line on Lee's skin. Ayasika approaches her, his hand holding the sword without loosening his grip. If not, then try to explain. If you can't explain, you will die. If I answer incorrectly, I die. If I reveal the truth, I will die because of the curse. Lelia falls into a dilemma and shuts her eyes tight, wondering what on earth she should do in this situation. A moment later, Lelia exhales a breath and calmly explains, First, I will tell the truth. The one who poisoned my brother Lee was Count here. He was a close confidant of the former Emperor Lady Osi Eolalia. Jellyfight doesn't believe her immediately and asks bluntly, Is there anyone who can prove those words? Lelia replies clearly, I heard the Count was executed immediately by Lady Osi. Therefore, the current Emperor Perseus reclaimed the throne, and all those in Lady Osi's faction might know the truth of that time. Ayasika still does not lower his sword and argues back. They have all been purged and dealt with. The result is there are no witnesses left. Hearing this, Lelia's face darkens. If you say that, then the reason you suspect me is just as weak. Just a name left behind and the location of a fountain pen. To think that the very name left behind, hoping others would understand, has turned around to harm her. From the start, for those who have no intention of believing her, telling the truth without evidence is useless. If she cannot prove she isn't an enemy, they won't listen to anything. But how to prove the relationship between Lelia and Lee? Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly light up. Lelia slowly opens her lips and says, My birthday is the 27th of Celeste. Do you not remember anything, Lord Jellyfight? He is startled when she points him out and repeats in panic, Do you not remember anything? No, wait. That day is an old memory that suddenly floods back into his mind. Happy birthday, Jellyfight. Back then, he had answered indifferently. Right, I remember now. Tomorrow is also a birthday belonging to someone important to Lee. But he cannot remember what Lelia said then. In Jellyfight's head, only one sentence echoes, someone I have known since I was very small. Ayasika also seems to remember, and his expression changes. The sword tip pointing at Lelia slowly lowers. He lowers his head in silence and turns away. Lelia wonders nervously in her heart if she has surpassed the danger. Just then, Liu Miu speaks up, pulling her back to reality. What about the fountain pen? Why do you have it? Lelia gently raises her bound hands and answers without hesitation. Brother Lee gave it to me before he passed, along with the letters he exchanged with his friends and the stuffed rabbit. Everything is in the inn. If I were the one who killed Brother Lee, then why would I need to preserve those mementos like treasures? Even though Lelia says all this, one issue still makes Callice hesitate. Then why did Lee leave your name in the letter? She tilts her head and smiles softly. Perhaps he wanted to tell you to look after me, his sister, because I have no one else to rely on but Brother Lee. Saying this, her gaze drops in sadness. Actually, the Lee I knew would rush at me every time we met to practice leg kicks, yet now, having just met everyone again, I have to lie like this. Lelia thinks of this and calls out. Lord Liumiu, Lord Kalisi, Lord Jellyfight, and Lord Aesika right. I heard that while in the temple, everyone celebrated my birthday with Brother Li. Hearing that, I was so happy, at least this feeling is real. I am truly happy because everyone celebrated my birthday. It feels like I was recognized as someone who is alive. No matter how cold, hungry, or lonely I was, it was thanks to the memories with everyone that I could live until now. I really treasure everyone. I'm happy you are still alive and that we met again, even if no more words can be sent. After a moment of contemplation, Lelia speaks with a choked voice. Brother Li told me many stories, like how he almost died from a pack of wolves in the mountains. The story of being given a doll when leaving the temple, how everyone called him Big Brother. The story of hugging identical dolls and talking all night. About how he had 4 of the most precious childhood friends in this world. If I had someone I could tell the truth to, I would definitely say the same. I didn't kill Brother Li. Please, can you believe me? A while later in a small town, the girls all blush, looking infatuated in one direction. Lelia is also embarrassed as she hears the person opposite her explain, I'm truly ashamed. We thought you were the killer. In front of her now are those 4 men. Kalisi apologizes repeatedly. I didn't expect you to be the sister Li cherished so much. I'm sorry for tying you up without giving you a chance to explain. Lelia replies softly, it's okay, though internally she is complaining. Right, I thought I was a goner. After that, they asked a barrage of questions. Only when they personally checked the mementos in her room did they believe her, saying that if she really killed Li, she wouldn't have preserved those things so preciously. At this time, Kalisi turns to the others and urges them awkwardly, hurry up. You guys need to apologize properly too. Liu Umiu doesn't care and answers dejectedly while resting his chin on his hand. I think the people who caused the misunderstanding are also at fault. Kalisi snaps at him. Now is not the time for that. Are you a child? Jellyfight, who has been silent, sighs and speaks up. I've already healed all your wounds, your head, your wrists. Kalisi hears him listing them and screams in frustration. They were injured because of you guys. Healing is only natural, don't look so grumpy. Aesika, out of all of us, you're the one who needs to apologize the most. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Lelia sees everyone so tense and smiles to mediate. I'm fine now. In her heart, she can't help but be startled. How surprising! I didn't expect Kalisi to be the first to apologize. It must be thanks to his experience as a mercenary. Now he acts like the big brother of the group. Meanwhile, after arguing with the others, Kalisi looks at Lelia. So, what do we do now? We came to Alaria to take revenge for Li, but it turns out the culprit died long ago. I'm going back to the mercenary life. Liu Umiu turns to look at him. Is your eye really okay? Kalisi laughs loudly. It's recovering completely, really. Even though he says that, Lelia silently notices something. Liar. The frenzied dragon burned that eye. How could it get better? I thought he changed a lot, but he's still pretending to be fine. Just then, Jellyfight closes his eyes with a tired look and says, I'm going home. I have a mountain of work to do. Lelia hears this and wonders in surprise. Work. According to the original plot, right after defeating the frenzied dragon, Jellyfight breaks ties with his family and becomes the master of the Holy Sword in the neutral Holy Land. Aesika lowers his head and speaks in a deep voice. I'm also going back to my country. I have things to handle. Lelia hears this and seems to remember something. Her face turns pale. Now that she mentions it, what did Aesika go through to become this cold? But then she freezes hearing a teasing voice from the side. You princes sure are busy. At this moment, she is still immersed in memories. My Aesika was like a winter fairy and now he's gone. No, I shouldn't think that right now. Aesika returning to the Harasp Empire at this time to work means he's going to kill his father. Thinking of this, Lelia can't help but gasp for air. She looks up at Aesika's cold face. His bright red eyes are also intently observing her. Facing that gaze, Lelia can't help but shiver in fear. And then she can't stand it and turns her head away. Lelia awkwardly touches the back of her neck, thinking she avoided his gaze. Never before has Aesika's gaze felt so terrifying. Suddenly, a voice sounds, drawing her attention. So what should I do now? Liu Mu leans back in his chair, bored, and sighs. There's nothing else to do. Jellyfight hears this and exclaims in envy, must be nice. Liu Mu scratches his head. Compared to you guys, it is. Even if I don't inherit the throne, I still get support from the royal family. Living a leisurely life is only natural. What about you? What are your plans? Lelia is suddenly called by name and looks blankly at the 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her. HMPH, what me? Well, that. Calisi doesn't let her finish and mutters while crossing his arms. Anyway, your life is quite rough. Lee is gone and rebellions are flaring up. You are viewed as a thorn in the side by the emperor and the princes. You even fled the capital because you feared a political marriage decree from the emperor, right? How about that? You really are Lee's sister. Quite brave. Lelia can only laugh awkwardly. Internally, she is breaking into a cold sweat. I only gave these guys a brief explanation, but thinking about it, it really was a reckless move. Actually, besides running away, I had no choice. It's not exactly a lie, but it's not the whole truth either. She thinks of this and explains. The truth is, before fleeing the capital, I left an item behind. I'm going back to the capital to retrieve it, so I plan to go to the Imperial Castle to find it. Jellyfight asks curiously, how do you plan to enter the Imperial Castle? I heard you've been missing for a long time. Lelia becomes flustered. That, I have to find a way. I'll use alchemy to knock the guards unconscious, but I absolutely shouldn't say that out loud. What if the trust I just gained shatters? At this time, Calisi is curious. Is the item you left in that luxurious tower? Lelia exclaims in surprise. Luxurious? The tower I lived in was very old. Wasn't it built for stargazing in the past? Suddenly, Liu Miu speaks hesitantly. Maybe the tower you lived in is gone now. Thinking of this, her hands twist together anxiously. A moment later, she regains her composure and replies, It's okay. Luckily, the item I'm looking for isn't there. Then let's do this. Aesika, Jellyfight, you two go back to your countries. Settle everything first. As for Liu Miu, you come with me. Saying this, the hand bearing Calisi's mark waves. He wraps his arm around Lelia's shoulder and excitedly suggests, Let's help the kid together. This action makes her face turn bright red as she screams internally. What is this? The sunset glow covers a lonely grave. Jellyfight, Aesika, Liu Miu, and Calisi stand in a line before it. Then let's gather here again in 1 month, Aesika says sadly. 1 month from now is Li Eolalia's birthday, right? Beside him, a notification pops up. System, favorability minus 700. Jellyfight continues, I will be back by then. Beside him, system, favorability minus 520. Next, it is Liu Miu's turn to speak. Perhaps that will be the last time we all gather in full. Beside him, system, favorability minus 200. Calisi pulls down one side of his blindfold and smiles in agreement. Yeah, that's right. After that, everyone must live their own lives. Surprisingly, a strange question mark appears beside him. System, favorability. Lelia stands behind them, observing silently. She frowns, wondering about these numbers. Ever since she woke up from her faint, they keep appearing over these 4 men. Initially, the favorability of the entire group was at the maximum negative, minus 999. Right before Aesika knocked her out, she saw a notification about a special favorability target. Does that mean these 4 are the capture targets? The values changed during the conversation just now. It must be their favorability toward her. Aesika remains almost the same. Jellyfight is extremely negative. Liu Miu likely hates her to the core, and Calisi shows a question mark. Suddenly, the voice of alchemy rings out. System, Master Special UI Mode Optimization complete. Settings can hide numerical values. Special favorability will display as, when it turns positive. To see exact values, use crystals or complete hidden quests. Lelia crosses her arms and looks at the screens appearing before her, pondering. Why does this exist? The game system intervenes to this extent and targets these 4 specifically. Worrying won't solve anything. There's a more important matter. Thinking of this, her face darkens, her eyes filled with anxiety. Just then, Calisi's gentle voice rings out. Lee, rest in peace. We will protect your precious younger sister in your stead. If she is your sister, she is our sister too, so entrust her to us. He says, I'll allow you to call us Big Brother. Go on, try calling me big brother. Lee blushes at his forwardness and stammers. Ah yes, cough big brother, as soon as those words leave her mouth, her mind screams as if it's about to explode. Arg, I'm clearly the party leader. This is so embarrassing. Calisi, you jerk who said you could be my big brother. While Lelia is lost in embarrassment, someone comforts her. Don't worry, we'll help you enter the Imperial City. But that doesn't reassure her at all. That's the biggest concern. She already prepared alchemy potions to sneak into the Oleria Empire capital. The original plan was a quiet, peaceful infiltration, but now Calisi wants to interfere. Trust me, little sister. Lelia wonders helplessly, can I really enter quietly and peacefully? Night falls inside. The inn lights turn on. Liu Umiu tilts his head curiously. What are you basing that confidence on? What identity will you use to lead her in? Calisi scratches his head and laughs sheepishly. I'm figuring out the specifics. As I go, Liu Umiu sighs at his foolish look. Good grief, Aasika Jelly fight, come back quickly, Calisi. Is useless. You have a big appetite, kid. Lelia pauses her eating. Liu Umiu stops teasing and asks seriously. As long as we get into the Imperial City, it's fine, right? What if someone recognizes you? Lelia blushes and covers her mouth. That's fine. In the tower, I almost never met anyone from the Imperial City, unless it's the Emperor. No one will recognize me. He takes a relieved sip of water. Then we'll just enter through the front door. She asks in surprise. Through the front door? Liu Mu confirms, yeah. He gazes at Lelia and says softly, say you are my fiancé. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What? I heard that on the final day of the banquet the Emperor will not attend. Calisi cheers. Nice, Liu Umiu, great idea, it's normal. To attend a banquet with a fiancé, that'll get her in. Meanwhile, Lelia stands. Stiffly, if it were someone else maybe, but being the prince's fiancé is too dangerous. She raises the issue. If I'm the prince's fiancé, everyone will think I'm high nobility. If someone investigates, we'll be exposed. News might even reach the Roseberry Empire. Liu Umiu realizes. True, then how about a distant relative? Lelia sighs in relief. A relative should be fine, but she's still uneasy. Is this really okay? I was caught before because of a small slip-up. It's best to minimize attention. Front door. Won't work. Maybe I should mention the alchemy potion, but what if they link it to the poisoning of Li? Finally, Lelia speaks. Regardless, sneaking in is better. That was my original plan. Calisi frowns. What if you get caught? Do you know swordsmanship or martial arts? She shakes her head. No, but I have alchemy potions. Liu Miu is surprised. Alchemy potions? Lelia explains with a sheepish smile. Yes, the people who raised me gave them to me for protection. They can make an opponent fall asleep instantly. After hearing this, Calisi falls silent. A moment later, he agrees. Fine, it's decided. I'll help you sneak in. Liu Miu, you attend the banquet. Liu Miu screams, what? Why am I the only one at the banquet? Calisi explains, if no one shows up, they'll suspect us if something happens. They'll ask why you came here before returning home. Even so, Liu Miu remains annoyed. You sound so logical it makes me mad. Then you go instead, Calisi retorts. I'm uncomfortable in banquet halls. Liu Miu's face darkens as he snaps. Who is? You just don't want to go. Calisi's voice turns serious. The bright lights of the banquet hall make my eyes ache. Liu Miu stops arguing and pouts. He finally accepts. Fine, I'll handle the banquet, but Calisi, Lelia, Aalalia, don't mess this up. The final day of the banquet arrives at the northeast gate of the Oleria Empire capital. Calisi hides behind a wall. Good, guards are sparse, we'll enter here. But do we need these cumbersome clothes? Lelia, crouching and peeking out, says, in case we have to pretend to be guests. He realizes, I see. I've prepared the recovery potion and sleep potion in a spray bottle. Lelia thinks confidently. Skill, alchemy sleep spray. Even tough guards fall asleep instantly. Soon the guards drop. Calisi is stunned. They're sleeping standing up. That was easy. Lelia cheers internally. Perfect, she laughs. The lost guest plan was a success. Calisi recalls her approaching the guards. Sorry, I'm lost. They helped without suspicion. I'll lead you there, he wonders. Is this country's security really okay? Lelia answers. A great nation that just regained peace is just like that. Calisi is satisfied, but seeing a guard move, he urges, hurry before he wakes up. She follows. Yes, but before they leave, The guard takes a step. Calisi panics. Wait, I think. He's awake, Lelia checks. What? No, he's just stumbling. Regardless, Calisi is quick to throw a punch at the guard. Lelia's smile freezes. Her face darkens in an instant. Oh no. The guard is knocked down by Calisi, but remains asleep. The atmosphere falls into an awkward silence. Calisi blushes. Did I overreact? Was it too loud? Lelia smiles. Seems so. Internally, that was loud enough for anyone to hear. She reassures him. It's fine. If we were caught, soldiers would have arrived. He stands up. True, she adds seriously, but there's no guarantee other patrols won't come if this scene is discovered. The sleep potion will be useless. Worst case, the gates close. Since we need this path back, we must avoid that. Calisi feels guilty. He points at the guard. What now? Tie him up and hide him. He listens to her plan. Lord Calisi, stay here and watch if he wakes. If others come, make sure the entrance isn't blocked. He's flustered. Wait, you're going alone? It's dangerous, she thinks. Going with you is more dangerous, she smiles. It's okay, even if caught, I have alchemy potions to hide. Calisi is amazed. Alchemy can do that? Lelia thinks. He's so gullible, I have to leave him here. He's too big and conspicuous, she decides. Lord Calisi, wait here. He doesn't stop her. Fine, trust your big brother. Here, take my armor to disguise yourself. Lelia thinks helplessly. Stop doing useless things. Who's your sister? A moment later. A guard with a lamp walks through the forest. Lelia hides behind a bush. Patrols here too. My heart is racing. The party is loud, so security here is lax. Thinking of this, she falls. Silent, everything was fine until I returned from the small house until I met Juliana and the twin princes in the tower. I hurt Juliana when she was young. Lelia feels guilty. If only that scar was gone. When she thinks of that day, her mood sinks. I felt so ashamed I wanted to disappear immediately. But this time I'm not alone. Being treated as a sister is annoying, and the plan hit a snag, but Calisi being on my side makes me feel secure. Actually returning to the palace alone is a bit scary. Liu Miu is probably forcing a smile at the party. Actually, I know he hates places like that. Sorry, I can see the boredom in your eyes. Even so, Lelia clenches her fist with determination. I finally met the friends I dreamed of. In a month, if I break the silence magic and reveal the truth. Suddenly, she pauses, her eyes filled with worry. She looks at the magnificent tower and wonders, is that the new tower the kids mentioned? Did he do this for Juliana? Whatever. Now I have a home and loved ones to return to. I won't be hurt just because you don't love me. The family of Hupilin loved me unconditionally. For them, I will finish the alchemy and cure the grandmother. Elsewhere, snow swirls. A heavy voice speaks of bone-chilling cold and hunger. One must endure to live, adapt to the darkness, and see things one doesn't want to see. Elizabeth watches the snowfall from the window. If you live through such nights alone, you'll be lonely and suffering. She pauses to ponder. She opens her hand and whispers, become the light, Perseus, so anyone born in this land sees it as a blessing. Become a great emperor. You can do it. Don't worry, I'll be by your side. Elsewhere. In a dark room, wine bottles roll on the table. Perseus, disheveled, sits in a corner holding his head in despair. He's in pain, cold sweat pouring. He looks at the black ceiling and whispers, too dark. He goes silent, his eyes listless, devoid of spirit. Suddenly his eyes drop. He looks toward one side. Suddenly a sound rings out, making Perseus jump. His entire body instinctively tenses up. A figure appears outside. Long platinum braids flutter in the wind. Emerald green eyes widen in shock. The moment Perseus sees Lelia Eolalia, he stands up abruptly. From his chair, is she back? Her hands clench nervously at her chest, her heart filled with confusion. Why today of all days? Is Emperor Perseus here? I let my guard down. Since the lights were off, I thought no one was here, so I decided to hide. As this thought flashes through her mind, Lelia Eolalia's feet instinctively retreat. Perseus realizes her intention and rushes forward, shouting, "Wait, don't go, please stay by my side right now." Lelia Eolalia gasps in surprise. What? On a beautiful day at a magnificent mansion, a voice suddenly speaks. In the end, you don't resemble your mother at all, Kalasiasika turns to look. What are you saying, from eating habits and intelligence to her gentleness? You're just like her, Leah pouts in protest. It's not those things, he smiles and corrects himself. Ah, I mean appearance-wise. If we set aside unnecessary prejudices, especially your eyes, they are identical to hers. It might be hard to believe, but it's true. Oh, right, I have something to show you. I wish I had shown you. Sooner, her portrait. You might find it hard to recognize because it was painted after she grew up, but I still think you look just like her. Lelia Eolalia looks at the painting, her face flushing with happiness. Is this person my mother? Back in the present, Perseus stumbles forward. Elizabeth, however, after only a few steps, he freezes. Lelia Eolalia looks at the wine bottles scattered on the floor and thinks warily, with all these bottles. It seems he's completely drunk, so that's why he mistook me for Elizabeth. Lelia Eolalia's face darkens, and she remains silent. Suddenly, she approaches and sprays something into Perseus's face. He immediately collapses face down on the floor, unable to resist. Lelia Eolalia looks down at him coldly. How frustrating. Recalling Perseus's reaction just now, I immediately blame myself for harboring a hope. Lelia Eolalia rubs her neck and sighs. What should I do, after doing this to the Emperor? Hasn't the mission failed the moment I sneaked into the Imperial Palace, even though I heard he wouldn't attend the party? Why is he here today? Since it's come to this, there's no choice but to continue. I hope the memory stone appears. After Lelia Eolalia taps search. On the virtual screen, a loading bar appears. Her face flushes involuntarily, her eyes full of desperate expectation. Please find it quickly. Suddenly, a faint groan makes her blood run cold. Though unconscious, Perseus continues to mutter, Elizabeth, please. 3 years have passed since a new prince was born. In the Oleria Empire, Marian, the biological mother of Uriana and current empress of the Oleria Empire, had a child with the emperor. Her beloved daughter Uriana is also by her side. The two princes have also returned safely after slaying the frenzied dragon. But why are you still in a dark place like this? Just then, a voice outside startles Lee. Your Majesty, I thought I heard a loud noise. Are you all right? May I enter? I apologize, Your Majesty, I am coming in. Your Majesty, no, Emperor. What is the meaning of this? While the guards focus on Perseus, Lelia Eolalia reaches out from behind. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the forest, drawing the attention of 2 other guards. What was that? It came from the wooden cabin where His Majesty is staying. Your Majesty, are you okay? How could this happen? Meanwhile, Lelia Eolalia takes the opportunity to escape. Panting, she runs blindly forward for a little longer. At the same time, the search bar reaches 95%. Just before completion, it is cancelled because she moved away from the target point. System search terminated. Lelia Eolalia is so frustrated she bursts into tears. She grits her teeth thinking, I was so close. No, if I stayed any longer, the guards would have found me. Even though I stayed hidden until fully charged, I don't know when the gates will close. Escaping is the best move, but I was so close to finishing. At this moment, outside the city gates, a figure is sitting. Kalasiasika is still struggling with his guard armor. How do I get this armor off? Is my vision blurring? No matter how I look at it, I can't figure it out. Suddenly, he looks up, seeing Lelia Eolalia running toward him. Kalasiasika is shocked. Huh, you're here already? Was it a success? She doesn't answer his questions and instead urges him, we have to run, it's a failure, hurry. Kalasiasika pauses for a moment and whispers, I understand. He reaches out and sweeps Lee up. Huh! Kalasiasika holds her tight and commands, hold on tight, I'll help you escape safely, leave it to me. Inside a brightly lit palace, Kalasiasika carries Lelia Eolalia toward a chair. He sets her down and asks with concern, are you all right? Lelia Eolalia looks at Kalasiasika and replies, yes, thank you. Kalasiasika says, I see, you're welcome. So, what exactly happened? What? You confronted Emperor Perseus, that's why you rushed back. See, I told you it would be better if I went with you. She looks at him helplessly. If I did that, you would have knocked the Emperor out from shock. Do you want to cause an international incident? Kalasiasika suddenly gets curious. So, what exactly were you looking for? Lelia Eolalia doesn't know how to explain. That, well, he doesn't push her. If you don't want to say, then fine. She covers her face with her hands in exhaustion. Lelia Eolalia thinks with regret. The search was almost complete. What now? I can't sneak in the old way anymore. Now. Is there no choice but to pose as Romeo Rossberries? Relative to enter. But the Emperor saw me recently, so the risk is high, even if the alchemy potion I used makes his memory fuzzy. She sighs. In any case, when Romeo Rossberry returns, I'll have to discuss it with him. Also, why has my place suddenly become a base? He asks. Anything interesting? Leah quickly replies, nothing. Then she looks toward Calisi Asika. He is standing there awkwardly. Lelia Eolalia calculates in her head, should I check Calisi Asika's favorability? The value is displayed as a question mark, meaning it's positive. System says I need crystals to verify the exact amount. The crystals I have should be enough. She stares at the system screen in surprise. System, do you want to check the favorability of special target Calisi Asika? Warning, verification ticket missing. 1,000 crystals will be consumed. Lelia Eolalia can't help exclaiming, wow, Calisi Asika is confused. What is it? She quickly denies it. No, nothing, he guesses. Are you hungry? Lelia Eolalia forced a smile. Yes, I think so. She calculates. 1,000 crystals is worth 1 million superlin. Checking favorability is so expensive. System, checking current status is vital. Host. Lelia Eolalia scoffs. Even so, this is a total scam. System, you may use a favorability ticket. Tickets are rewarded for completing hidden quests. Hidden quests unlock when a target's favorability becomes positive. System, hidden quest available. Target, Calisi Asika. Objective, Calisi Asika seems troubled. Help resolve his worries. Progress, 0%. Accept decline. Rewards, 1x favorability ticket, 1x special formula fragment, 1x random box, LVL1. 1x retirement lottery ticket. She is stunned by the info. What? There's so much. I need to know what these are before I accept. The favorability ticket is self-explanatory. Special formula fragment means I need to collect pieces to complete a specific formula. Next is the random box. Looking at the level, it's nothing special, but maybe it contains materials or formulas. And finally, the retirement lottery ticket. I can guess from the name, but the protagonist of this game was both an alchemist and ran a lottery shop. So there's a scratch-off system. Does that mean that system is replicated in this world? Lelia Eolalia taps, except I'll just give it a try. Meanwhile, Calisi Asika asks, are you really okay? She has been staring into space, so she reassures him. I'm fine. Anyway, it seems like according to Romeo Rossberry, I must return to the Imperial City as his cousin. He thinks it's a good idea. Right, that would be better. I'll feel more at ease. Lelia Eolalia gives stiff smile. I suppose so. She then thinks, but I don't know what Calisi Asika's worry is. How should I ask? Asking him directly would be weird, right? In the game, once you accept a quest, the character automatically expresses their worry. How do I get him to naturally confess his trouble? Calisi Asika's worry? Of course, losing his sight is his biggest worry. If it were something I could solve, I would have solved it long ago. Aside from that, if there's any other trouble, Calisi Asika suddenly approaches and grabs Lelia Eolalia's shoulders. She is surprised by his action. Is something bothering you? Calisi Asika is flustered. Sorry, it's just that I don't have my sword, so I feel a bit uncomfortable. She catches the hint. Do you feel insecure without your sword? He explains. It's not that I can't fight without it or that I'm worried it'll be stolen. Anyway, no one but me can lift that sword. It's the sword I received from my master before leaving the Empire. Although I call him master, he was just a normal mercenary, not someone hired by the royals to teach swordsmanship. Perhaps master just gave me that sword as a joke. Actually, for a long time, no one could lift it. Naturally, he thought. A child like me couldn't possibly lift it, yet I did. To me, it wasn't heavy at all. At that time, Calisi Asika was shocked. He continues talking. However, because it's so large, it's cumbersome. Also, since I'm in a situation where I have to attend many parties, it's awkward. And because he's wandering around trying to kill you, if I carry it, it'll be too conspicuous, so I left it behind. But if I leave it forever, the sword will get sulky. That's what I'm worried about. Lelia Eolalia listens in silence. If anyone else said a sword would get sulky, she would doubt their sanity. But in reality, Calisi Asika's greatsword is sentient. Everything he said is true because the sword chose its own master. That's why to him it isn't heavy at all. She sits there thinking. The problem is its size makes it too noticeable. Suddenly, something catches Lelia Aelalia's attention. System Special Target Calasia Sika has confessed his worry. Find a way to resolve his trouble. She realizes this is the objective mentioned in the quest. Can it be solved now? A size adjustment potion. There is definitely an alchemy formula that allows one to change an object's size at will. Quickly, Lelia Aelalia finds it. Ah, but it requires a special material and I only have one. I don't know when I'll be able to use it again. If I need it, I'll think about it then. She calls out to Calasia Sika. He is startled. Huh, did you call me big brother? Leah earnestly says. I have a potion that can adjust the size of any object, if you need it. Calasia Sika gasps. Really? Give it to me. When Romeo Rossbury and Jedi Fight Nia summon weapons with magic, I was so jealous. Boom, boom. She explains the origin and benefits. I only received one of these, but the effect is permanent. He is ecstatic. Really? That's incredible, but can it return to its original state? Leah smiles and confirms. Yes, if the user wills it in their heart, it will return to its original size. Calasia Sika praises her. Alchemy is amazing, she says helplessly. You're too loud. Alchemy is a taboo, Calasia Sika, and I think you're overexcited. Lelia Aelalia stares at him, thinking his eyes are sparkling like a child's. Though grown, he is still the same as before. Calasia Sika, one day. One day I will surely save your world. I will return those sparkling eyes to you. With alchemy, it's possible. She vows I will definitely return them. To do that, I'll do anything. System, quest complete. Rewards issued. 1x favorability ticket, 1x special formula fragment, 1x random box, LVL1, 1x alchemy lottery ticket. Calasia Sika looks at the small sword. He holds it in his hand and commands, grow. Wow, it really gets bigger. This is amazing. Shrink. Oh, it's small again. This is too powerful. Lee feels a bit helpless witnessing this scene. Exactly how many times does he have to test it? He suddenly asks excitedly. Can I go back to the dormitory to get my sword? She speaks up to confirm. That's fine. Ever since he got the sword back, he has been like this, like a child with a new toy. Meanwhile, she checks the rewards for the quest. Solve Calasia Sika's problem. System rewards. Item rewards, favorability confirmation, 1x special recipe fragment, 1x random LVL 1 sun fruit, 1x gacha ticket. None of these are currently usable because the next quest is, quest, please increase special affection to reach 10 favorability points with Calasia Sika. Main story quest progress, 10%, accept/reject. Because of this quest, she has to increase his favorability anyway, so she'll use the favorability vouchers later. There is only one special recipe, so nothing can be done yet. As for the random gift box, there are only a few useless materials inside. They can only be used after the alchemy gacha and other select shops open. Once the quest is complete, the shop will unlock. Lelia Aelalia suddenly feels excited as the alchemy gacha finally appears. Does the side quest provide a companion? This is a new feature. The current situation is very complicated. Suddenly, a noise from outside startles her and Calasia Sika. Liumiu Luishibly pushes the door open and sighs in complaint. I'm back. I'm dead tired. Seeing this, he offers encouragement. You've worked hard, Liumiu. At this moment, he looks inside seriously. Suddenly, Liumiu Luishibly asks curiously, You failed. The road back to the imperial capital was a bit noisy. The emperor is looking for a blue-eyed woman. Lelia Aelalia is startled and panicked upon hearing this info. After the emperor got drunk and combined it with the medicine she gave him, she thought he wouldn't remember clearly. He walks in and asks in confusion, Do you know what that means? Now I cannot follow. The plan I proposed. If I bring a silver-haired, blue-eyed girl into the imperial palace, the emperor will definitely take her. Even if I lie and say she is my relative, I cannot bring her into the imperial capital. Now she panics, not knowing what to do. What now? She can't sneak in like yesterday. Is there no other way? Calasia Sika is suddenly curious about the current situation. So what now? This girl is still stubborn, insisting she must go get it herself and won't tell us what we lost. If she can't enter the palace, there's no other way. Right then, Liumiu Luishibly interrupts. No, there is a way. Didn't I say it? We just can't follow the original plan. We just need Lelia Eulalia to transform into a man. Lelia gasps in surprise at this suggestion. The scene shifts to the palace as a voice rings out, "Princess." "Juliana, have you heard? Lord Lewishibly and Lord Asika, two of the 4 heroes of the dragon-slaying squad, have decided to stay a few more days in the Olaria Empire." Juliana speaks calmly. "I heard my brother mention it." The maid beside her tries hard to please her, saying they are staying to get closer to her. She can't help but laugh. "Why do your words sound exactly like my brother's?" The maid says flatteringly. "I'm not joking. Today's banquet is to find a fiancé for you." Now Juliana smiles happily. Finally, even father lost to mother's persistence. "My mother is very enthusiastic about finding a fiancé for me." The maid quickly praises her, saying it's all for her happiness. Hearing this, she says confidently, "Of course, I know." After speaking, Juliana thinks to herself, "What do Lewishibly and Asika look like? I remember they have blonde and black hair. I should have looked closer back then. I wish they both actually liked me." She suddenly feels annoyed. It's all Jayat's fault for not actively pursuing me. Even though I could approach him first, Damien and Cedric commented that it wouldn't be good. My brothers look with disgust at women who are too proactive in love. I'm afraid Jayat will hate me if I am too bold. At that time, Jayat insisted I needed a doctor, so I couldn't actively chase him. In love, retreating to advance is very important. If the heroes who saved the world like me, will Jayat get worried? Juliana calculates in her heart. Today I must look at other men at the banquet to make Jayat jealous. The maid shares the information she knows. "I heard Lord Lewishibili's relative is also staying in the city." Hearing this, she asks in surprise, "Really? Will that person also attend the banquet?" The scene shifts to the banquet where everyone has gathered. Perseus suddenly wonders, "Did your guest not come with you?" Lewishibly explains, "Perhaps because the journey was too exhausting. He said he wasn't feeling well. I confirmed he was asleep before I came out." Then the emperor offers, "When the banquet ends, I will send a doctor." Liu quickly declines. "No need, he'll be fine after a good sleep. Don't worry. Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Mariana stares at Lewishibly and asks, curiously, "Lord Lewishibly, do you have a lover?" Perseus immediately turns to warn her. "Mariana," she nonchalantly says, "What? Is it wrong to ask a small question?" He laughs, "Haha, to be honest, I already have a fiancée back in my hometown." Hearing this, Mariana feels a bit regretful. "Oh my, is that so? That girl is very lucky." Liu replies politely, "It is an honor to hear that." Then the emperor speaks, "Then please enjoy the banquet." He quickly responds, "Thank you again." In the banquet hall, while Perseus greets the guests, Liu wonders, "What is wrong with you?" He sees Calisi Asika grumbling, "Everyone is looking at me. Are you trying to cause trouble for me?" He looks around and sees everyone whispering, especially some people sending murderous glares this way. Cedric and Damien also look unhappily at Calisi Asika and Lewishibly. He can't help but exclaim, "Calisi, you're quite amazing. You've attracted the eyes of every man at the banquet tonight. Your popularity is exploding." Calisi growls angrily, "Is this the time for jokes?" Liu says somewhat helplessly, "It can't be helped, you are the protagonist of today." Just then Juliana appears in the banquet hall. He looks at her and points out that she is looking at Calisi with longing eyes. "Are you interested?" "At all, but he doesn't care about that." "Issue, why would I be? She only cares about my cursed eye color. It's disgusting." Liu hears this and carefully reminds him, "Endure it." Calisi knows his behavior crossed the line and replies, "I know." Liu gives a light, helpless laugh, wondering if that person is doing well. Meanwhile, at a house in the suburbs, the room is empty. System, search complete. Special material found, memory crystal. Special material collection complete. Achievement reward, 100,000 crystals at 20% discount price. Seeing this, he can't help but laugh. As expected, it's here. Now time to begin conquering the protagonist. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and catch the latest episodes. Have a relaxing and happy time. See you in the next video. Thanks for watching. M.